I think
Yep, you read the title. Today's story is actually a big one for the future of PC gaming. That's because, in my opinion, Windows 11 kind of blows, and at the very least, I want viable competition to it. I don't like Microsoft's advert and tracking stuffed, unusable nightmare that just has updates that break shit all the time. And what's been dangling in front of us for a while now is Linux, but more importantly, SteamOS, where their entire point is to get all the benefits of Linux, but with basically
Yes, Grey Knight, congratulations, you are first. Oh. How am I doing? Well, my elbow is absolutely fucked up, and I couldn't train again today, so I'm gonna be skipping back training.
You sound like me, John.
Himself and
Police.
I think I've played 2 Dynasty Warrior games, and they kind of suck. Are they made by a Chinese company now? No, the developer's Koei Tecmo. The story, like, at least lately, behind some of the development is being super fucking gay. I don't know if this has always been their sort of motto, but apparently they deliberately make the games non-violent because, like, the developers have some, like, anti-violence, anti-war sort of stance. And you'll fucking annihilate somebody with, like, a halberd or some shit, and then they'll just get knocked down and run away. Like, nobody actually dies. It's fucking gay as shit. Maybe they changed it. Looks like some of them are staying down. Yeah, I don't know. Like, whatever. Gay. I haven't played T8 in a while.
Don't engage, because if you get arrested for anything else, you'll be locked up in jail until your trial.
Okay, I just want to, just real quick.
Mr. Watson, please don't make any in court this morning to try to beg and plead to the judge like a little bitch for bail after his arrest last night in Miami from the fight that we all know it happened, Elevation Fitness with the 7-foot monster, right? And this court hearing just happened a few moments ago, and I'm going to show it to you here in full. Now, let me explain the process really quick for people that don't know. When you get arrested, you get taken in to county jail.
What?
Look, I know this long as hell, but every second is truly incredible. Right up your alley. Retarded woman and closeted gay man married couple.
I invest in lottery tickets.
Might go through that one. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, retard. Bro, he got booked in and it says his height is 5'8". This is a guy who's claiming he's like, at least 6 foot? Says on his jail record he's 5'8".
They book you, they process you, you wait all night like an asshole, they switch cells every hour so you can't sleep, and you're tired as hell the next day. Don't ask me how I know this, okay? And the next morning you wait to see the judge to see if they're gonna give you bail. So this is not a trial, this is just a request.
Lol, donate $2, let me see.
When people get married, what do they do with their finances? Do they just suddenly combine everything?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
And like split everything right down the middle?
No, you combine everything. There's no middle. The preacher didn't say, and now you're a joint venture. He said, and now you're one.
So what if one person makes more than the other, like?
You're not a
whatever?
partnership. You're a marriage. Let me give you an example, okay?
Okay.
My wife has not had an earned income for 30 years. She stayed home with our children. I do not have an income. We have an income. It's as much hers as it is mine. Spiritually, morally.
Simp. Beta male simp.
And by the way, legally.
Okay.
Were she to earn an income, it would be in the put in a pile with mine, and I don't get more votes if I make more money.
Oh, okay.
We both have.
Yeah, you do. This guy is just a fucking beta male simp teaching dudes how to be beta male fucking simps. Like, my god, dude. Just insane. Really, your wife who doesn't fucking work and stays at home and does whatever the fuck she wants gets to decide what you do with your money. Beta male. Absolute fucking beta male.
Have a vote. We both are going to sit down together. We love each other. We are going to decide about you're hearing my pronouns here. Don't forget to follow for more.
Yeah, retarded.
Tell me about the flavour. What are you doing?
I'm gonna do chocolate and vanilla because, like, if you don't like one, you like the other one.
I'll do these while those ones cook away. Now, you got a question for Tilly?
What do you think of American Boys?
Well, I think they're very nice, Freddie. What's Philadelphia like at this time of year?
Would you like to come over? I can show you. I'll give you a nice tour.
Freddie, I'm going to talk to your father. You're here to cook, not flirt.
The fuck?
Just stop with this whole save the world, friendly vegan hippie thing you got going on, because it's really pissing me off. Just
This chick's like fat as shit.
cook and shut up.
Everything on it's really great. The beaten goat cheese alone would be a great salad. The peas, delicious. Better than anything is the actual mushroom, which we asked to be the star. This is one of the best things that we've seen you do. Good job.
Thank you so much.
How did you cook the mushroom?
I sauteed them first with sage. I grilled them with walnut oil.
Everything is cooked perfectly. Everything speaks of itself. For me, this is a dish that maybe if I went to like Brooklyn, some sort of hipster neighborhood, and I went to a little vegetarian restaurant, I would definitely expect to get a dish like this. This dish is fabulous. I'm impressed.
Fucking fat bitch. Ricky Gervais is not funny.
Women. Not all women. I mean the old-fashioned ones. You know, the old-fashioned women. Oh, God. You know, the ones with wombs. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's not funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
For bail. Now notice something. When you're watching this, they fuck up everywhere. They don't even see the guy has a prior, okay? But again, this is not a trial. This is just him begging and pleading with his bitch lawyer to try to get a bail for it. But look at their fuck ups, number one. And number two, the asshole couldn't keep his mouth shut like I was saying earlier. He tried to open his mouth. And we know what kind of trouble he gets himself in when he does open it. So let's watch this together.
Present. Good morning, sir. Counsel, can you announce for the record, please?
Of course. Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Gottlieb on behalf of Mr. Watson.
Good morning. Have you had a chance to review the arrest affidavit?
I have not seen the affidavit, Your Honor. However, I am familiar with the facts and circumstances of the case. This was a fight that happened at Mr. Watson's gym where an individual challenged Mr. Watson to a fight, came into the gym, placed a recording device believed to be a cell phone down to watch him fight Mr. Watson. I believe Mr. Watson has numerous defenses, including stand your ground, self-defense, and consent to this charge. I understand the state's theory. However, this individual came to Mr. Watson for the specific purpose of challenging him in a street fight. And then
here it says the CCTV shows the victim set up his phone to start recording the interaction between him and the defendant. And it says the victim pushed the defendant.
Correct.
State.
I'm reading it, Your Honor.
He struck the victim several times with the weightlifting belt. And then other people join in striking and kicking the victim.
Your Honor, I don't see any local or out-of-county priors here. I would defer to the court and just simply ask for the stay-away order.
The victim suffered a face fracture, concussion, and 2 black eyes, but it looks like you have a very valid legal argument, Mr. Gottlieb.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask for an ROR.
Well, your order to stay away from the alleged victim, no contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away, sir?
Yeah.
All right. So I understand he went to the gym. He punched him, and then they used a weight. He used a weight belt.
Correct.
So it aggravated. There's probable cause for, I guess, the felony. You want me to split them both, 2,500 each? I'm not giving an ROR.
I understand, Judge. 5,000 is acceptable. Thank you.
$2,500 bond count 1, $2,500 bond count 2. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too. Mr. Watson, I'll take care of that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat the bonds?
$2,500 count 1, $2,500 count 2 with the stay away order. If he comes to your gym, call the police. Don't engage, because if you get arrested for anything else, you'll be liable.
What is this shit? Somebody wants to debate me? Not sure if that link's gonna work, by the way. My Discord's having issues with sending out links, but you can try that.
Locked up in jail until your trial.
Okay, I just want to, just real quick.
Mr. Watson, please don't make any statements. You and I can talk about it. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sorry about that.
No problem. No problem. I'll make sure your bond is arranged. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Take care.
John, which one do you want to call first?
Notice how he's not screaming at the judge, like he does with his clients, and stays silent. That tough guy act is gone.
Well, he knows it's not going to get him anywhere. So, yeah. As soon as you go in front of a judge, you ain't going to be doing no yelling or screaming if you want to get out. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
This one or that one? Or this one? I'm sorry, Edward Philippe is next, page 8.
In this situation, Wes has nobody to blame but himself. He needs to look at himself in the mirror and say, listen, I challenged all these people to come and fight me because I got a big mouth, I got an ego, and I don't shut the fuck up. So he challenged people to come fight him, and look what happens now. He has no one to blame but himself. And the issue, like I said earlier, he challenged people, them thinking it's a one-on-one. They go, and it's not a one-on-one. It's weapons. It's his goon little fuckers next to him, all beating down this guy brutally. Then after he's done, he beats him again, almost killing the guy. So there's no one to blame but himself. And like I said in the last video, this asshole had a chance. How many people go to prison 7 years, come out, blow up on social media by trying to give people an incredible story about a comeback, inspiring people to do something for themselves when they go to prison, right? And then you have that chance to inspire all those people.
Yeah, this is why you need to practice stoicism. There's just no benefit to you letting anybody else get to you, make you angry, influence your actions. Like, he had a good thing going on. He had sort of a stupid business model, but it was still kind of a good thing going on. And rather than just ignoring the trolls, whatever, they can say whatever they want. Come fight me, come fight me. And then some Jason Genova fucktard comes and tries to fight him, and then now he's in jail facing felony charges.
People. And what do? You get rich. You get famous. It goes to your fucking head and makes you a bigger asshole than you ever were. And this is what happens. You're facing a legal issue again where you could end up in prison getting pegged again. We know how much you like it, but did you really want to go back to get some more? You were driving around in Bugattis, Lamborghinis. You had all these hot Sharmuta Latina women around you. And now...
Whoa! He's gonna lose his fucking house. He's gonna be in the poor, crazy,
Whoa!
crazy one today. It's the most insane episode ever. Oh, nice. He's gonna lose his fucking house. He's gonna be self-worried. He's gonna be, and he's fucking sounds worse than any I'd lost. And Trump, nobody cares.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
That is my retirement plan.
Okay, well, that's the dumbest retirement plan I've ever heard in my life.
Savings and wise investments? No, that's too slow.
You're just a dumb.
But if they win,
You
probably heard about the GameStop.
Go ahead. What are our goals, guys?
To not work. That's literally the only goal.
Apparently, we like living cushy lives.
Lower your standard of.
Comes out to 220.
Me.
Yeah.
Dude, well done, man. How are you like in how long have you been in this position or working your way
so
up?
I went to college for a couple of years, then I got offered a job, so I dropped out. So I started working as a full-time software engineer when I was 20 years old.
Can you tell me why possibly it is the most high earning people that have the most
More
debts?
money, more problems.
Yeah, I guess, but also more choices that got you there because you have the ability to control it more than most with such a strong income. Okay, Jane, what do you do for a living?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Okay, so no earnings. But that's so great. $220,000 is not even comparable. You're like almost triple the median household income in the United States.
Forgot a big part of the income also. So I run a software agency also.
Really?
Yeah. So before taxes, I bring in about $2,000 a month extra.
Okay.
I don't do it's pretty much passive work. I don't actively write code, but do a lot of like architecture review type stuff.
Sure. Okay. So what hits your account on a monthly basis through payroll?
See, part of the problem is I don't really keep track of how much.
How?
General process is at the end of the month, before all the bills are due, I pay all the bills, and then if the vibes are off,
what the fuck is the vibes?
Like if the lines that they show on the little thing website when you log in go down, or
the fuck. Who the hell are you? Hello? Oh my god. No, Gum. Jesus Christ. No sweet potatoes, Gum.
My king, let me get you a coffee.
She's alright. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Is this the dickhead in chat who keeps saying that he wants to debate me right now? He called me, then I called him back, and then it's not doing anything, so...
don't go down, then that's a
Lines?
problem.
What the fuck are you talking about lines? What lines are you looking at?
The Amex,
Like
on the spending graph.
there are some graphs
Yeah.
that on the
Yeah, there's some
credit card.
charts.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't believe in budgeting.
Yeah, I don't believe in budgets, which is
Straight up don't believe in budgeting,
Yeah,
yet
yeah.
you came.
What in the fuck? That might have been why I couldn't hear you. I don't think so, though. Try calling again. I don't know who the hell this is. No, Gum Gum is not starving. He gets fed 3 times a day. He just acts as though he doesn't get any food. You get plenty of food. You're just a snack monster. Love my Gum Gum. Well, I'm not wasting my time with Discord anymore.
Or an equivalent statement would be, I believe the budget should be 0, which I take to mean that we should prioritize only purchasing the things.
Yeah, but we don't.
Need. Or, sure, I mean, yeah, that's aspirational, but
We don't.
So what the fuck's the point then?
well,
What's the
we're
belief?
fixing
No,
it.
you're not fixing it. What does everyone say? They come on and they say, I'm fixing it.
Well, this is
No,
the
you're
first
not.
part of fixing
No, I'm not a voodoo person. I can't just create things and make it happen. I'm not a magic pill. I, have the conversation, do the wake up call, get you on a budget, connect you with resources. Sure, but the actions and the choices and the behavior is still you. And if your belief in general is that budgets don't matter, then what the would I do?
Well, so my main concern with budgets is that I can see how some people might interpret them as, I have a $200 budget for Walmart or whatever it is, so I'm going to spend $200. And I'm not much of a spender. You might find evidence to the contrary, but I believe a lot of the spending originates from not me.
Okay, so
what does that mean? Is that immediately pushing it towards
to others,
the wife?
Not me.
Wait, how long have you guys been married?
2016. So.
Oh, this is a while. Any kids?
Yeah, and
we have 2 kids.
You have 2 kids. Ages?
Yeah.
5 years and 18 months. They're
Wait,
awesome. 5 years.
18 is already a year. Why don't you just say a year and
it's a
like
big
a half?
Yeah, that's a big difference between a 1.5-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Well, 19 months, I guess, because she's.
Okay.
It matters.
Sure. It matters more to me that he just said you spend all the money.
Well, okay. I do most of the daily spending. That's just true.
What is your daily spending? What is her daily spending in your perspective?
Well, and
we don't budget, and that's usually how we learn where the money goes.
Last week that we had a credit card that had a balance.
What do you mean you found out last week?
In the course of acquiring all the balance statements for the show, there was a surprise.
You didn't know?
I knew the credit card existed, but I didn't know that had a balance.
Why didn't he know?
Well, it's her credit.
Yeah, but hers? So we're not doing things together. We're not planning. We don't conversate.
We have merged.
No, hey, why didn't he know?
I think it was. I don't think that I was trying to avoid telling him. Maybe I was a little bit, but.
It's always the way it works out, dude. Always. This is, like, I have friends who have really good money, and, like, maybe this isn't even just a woman thing. It's more of a just somebody makes more in the relationship type of thing, but anytime you have somebody who makes way more money than another person, like, the person who makes no money just seems to feel entitled to the other person's money. Like, bro, I would get so fucking fuming mad just, like, checking my bank account balance randomly, and out of nowhere, I see an $800 fucking charge from some clothing company, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then Jasmine's like, oh yeah, I ordered some clothes. $800 fucking dollars? Like yeah. Obviously with fucking charges like that, I told her to fucking get a refund and cancel the order. Like, holy shit.
The thorny king's charioteer, the custard courier, the stinky saddle, the one astride the spikes, the roaming rotunda, he who holds the malodorous orb, the scented wind, a crown of thorns, a journey taken, the yellow peril on 2 wheels, the spiky sphere.
Okay, thanks for the donation, lol.
I was I don't know. I don't have a really. I mean, I was embarrassed. I thought that I could fix it by myself.
Fix it by yourself with $0.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's really,
yeah, but try to make it make sense because
Okay,
you
so
were
she doesn't-
because you were trying to create some logic over there for this. So try to make it make sense because you thought about it. You sat. You put actions in place. Go on.
he sends me, or he used to send me $1,500 a month.
Before marriage?
No. He in marriage he would send me $1,500.
Her allowance. Yeah.
Her allowance? What is she? Just like a child?
So
a toy?
Supposedly we
Just
have
like play with the thing under her nose. Like, it's, oh, good job, you got $1,500.
That's what it's there for.
Okay.
Okay, so he used to send me $1,500 a month, and then they'd be like, "We don't really have that to send over to you, so I'm sending you $1,000."
You
But
do, but also, but that's still
I
weird.
mean, but because we are in too much debt, and so a good chunk of that goes to $220 a week goes to childcare, and that comes from my account, and I need that.
My account, his account, sending money. My childcare, his childcare. What the fuck are you on about? Why is it so separated?
Well,
we only have one income source anyway, so why overcomplicate it? Doesn't make sense.
We just kept the accounts we had since we were in college, and we got together in college. So
Yeah, wonderful. And then you change it.
Never opened a.
Why?
I like having control of. Okay, I like having
Control over
no
what?
control.
Don't ever let a woman have access to your fucking bank account. I'm speaking from personal experience. Don't. Like, bro, the amount of times, like, I've seen, like, $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 fucking charges on, like, my card or my bank, just randomly, just because every few days I'll check my fucking account balance. It's insane. There's no fucking reason to ever give a woman any access to your fucking, like, bank account, credit cards, nothing. Don't ever fucking do that. It is crazy. If you do, you have to watch your account balance like a fucking hawk because you cannot do any fucking financial planning at all. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to save up a little bit. I'm going to like reduce my food and then maybe I'll be able to buy this little thing for me this month, you know, just as a treat. No, you can't because your fucking wife just spent $500 on this, $200 on that. Oh, she needed some things on Amazon. Like, there's no fucking point ever giving a fucking woman your credit card or anything. Don't ever give them any access to your finances. They're gonna fucking blow it on nonsense because, oh, he makes really good money and I'm a good wife. I sucked his dick like 2 months ago.
Over my own money.
Huh?
I like having control over my own money.
What
when
money?
I
You
have
don't make money.
Well, the allowance money.
Allowance money because she's a toy. Okay.
I'm not a toy. I'm not a toy.
You need an allowance. Why?
Nah, I didn't pre-order Last of Us 2. I don't ever pre-order any games unless there's unless it's pretty much guaranteed to be good and there's like some sort of like discount on a pre-order. So if I get like $5 or $10 off, then, you know, sure, but I'm not going to bother pre-ordering it cuz like why would I?
Aren't you guys?
Toys don't receive.
I also
allowance.
spend on the other thing on the other card. I also spend on the other card in that I try to only spend.
Wait, childcare. I thought you were a stay-at-home mom.
I am a stay-at-home mom, and Tom works.
There we go. Here it comes.
The Curio Slider, the Thorny Strider, the Spiky Spider, the King's Divider, the Custard's Glider, the Stinky Strider, the Pure Lion's Guider, the Thorny Fire Guider, the Spiky Wire Guider, the King's Choir Guider, the Custard's Prior Guider, Potato Flyer.
Well, some of that rhymed. Thanks for the donation, lol. Not all women are like that. Here's a thing, dude. If you find a woman who isn't like that, oh, she's independent, she has her own job, makes her own money, you know, or like she'll always ask you before she spends anything if it's okay. What's the point of giving her access to your bank account? Like, why? Give me one way in which it fucking benefits you. So you have two scenarios. One, it has no negative, no benefit. So she's not going to steal your money. She's not going to randomly buy something she thinks is cool online. something stupid that annoys you. And she's just going to ask for permission. So there's no benefit there. No benefit, no negative. Or, huge negative. Randomly fucking spends shit just every so often. It makes it very hard to do any financial planning. You might have some sort of, goal, like either long-term goals or maybe for that month or something. Like maybe there's a new cool toy that you want that might be like $500,000, and you add up your little shekels and you see, I could just, save up a little bit here, save up a little bit there. I'll, reduce these food costs. I won't spend money on this, and then, I'll be able to afford it next month or something. Plans out the fucking window. Your wife saw some really cool shoes that she thought she needed because, I don't have shoes that are waterproof but also look fancy and are like business casual. Like, so why would you do that? It's just retarded. Don't ever give anybody any access to your fucking bank account, ever. If your wife wants money, she can ask for it, and you can send her an e-transfer. Why in the hell would you ever give them unfettered access to any of your bank account, credit card, anything? Just pointless. Stupid. This is beta male, like, stupid simp shit. And again, case in point, this guy is saying, why don't you guys combine your income and have a shared bank account? Why would he do that when his wife is a crazy fucking retarded bitch who just randomly blows a ton of money on a fucking credit card and hides it from her husband? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, the G. Caleb Hammer is inspired by Ramsey and says in a marriage that all purchases should be agreed on and that you shouldn't spend money without agreeing on it type shit. If you got a wife you trust like that, then yeah, but that's rare as fuck.
The only person you can ever trust is yourself. You're the only one who has access to your own mind. So you're the only one who can, set goals, make decisions. You're the only one you can rely on. You have no idea if your wife, your friends, family are thinking, how can I take advantage of this person? Maybe they're fucking stupid and they're not even thinking, and monkey see banana, monkey want banana, monkey get banana. You have no idea. So why would you ever, take a risk on something like that? It's just stupid. It's just out of this world dumb. And guess what? Women can fucking work. Like, the idea that, stay-at-home mom and shit like this, go fuck yourself. Like, most businesses these days, they offer paid family leave and crap. So go work if you want to spend money on horse shit like fucking shoes that you don't really need. I've had these shoes for a year and a half, and they're a little worn, and I just want a different pair of shoes that match with my different outfit. Oh, how much are they? $350? Yeah, get fucked. Get a job. But yeah, it's just pointless. We have a society now where there's so many like old values that might have made sense, 100 years ago or something. Like 100 years ago, there weren't credit cards. Your wife couldn't look on Amazon or just do online shopping and then just blow a stupid amount of fucking money. All she needed to do was go to the fucking grocery store and get your food, and that's it. Or like again, there wasn't this like insane, ridiculous culture of commercialism. So people weren't thinking of like keeping up with the Joneses and, I need the best looking this or the fancy that. I need the new iPhone so everybody thinks I'm like a fucking baller and I can like do 3D scanning for no fucking reason. Like this idea of combining income just doesn't make any fucking sense anymore because you're dealing with people that are just psychotic and they're just going to fuck with your own money because, there's Instagram and shit where they see other women. They're traveling all around the world. They have this fancy dress and everything. Oh, look at their car. Like that wasn't a thing back in the day. So these ideas just don't fucking work. It's stupid to combine incomes. And it's funny, this guy is like literally asking, why aren't you combining your income and sharing a bank account? And then literally 1 minute later, this woman admits she has irresponsible spending and hid credit card debt from this guy. That's somebody you want to share a bank account with? Like give me a fucking break.
A ton.
Uh-huh.
And
Which somehow means
and so I need
you're gone.
So it means that I need a
Bad news VG.
Abandoned in the middle of clinical trials. The stop work order. Somebody already sent me this yesterday. Like, if I had to guess, they probably wouldn't have done this if they had known this would be a consequence. So Trump's administration is just insanely incompetent, and I guess probably also callous. Like, somebody with a little bit of wherewithal might have considered, maybe some of these programs are important or something, and we shouldn't just shut the funding down. So, yep. I'm sure he is going to make a lot of people fucking hate him. And a lot of people are going to regret voting for him. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
a break sometimes. I need
Oh,
to be able
okay.
to
So
do
how much break do you take?
twice a week for 4 hours.
not bad. Okay.
I do have a
Some relationships have trust involved. There has to be a benefit to trust. Okay? I want to be able to, like, go to work and or just go out somewhere and have my partner trust me that I'm not going to cheat on them, or them do the same. They can go to work, they can go out, and I can trust them that they don't cheat on me. There's a benefit to that. We don't have to constantly be at each other's throats, checking up on each other constantly. We don't have to be nervous about each other and crap like that. It allows both of us to have freedom that we both enjoy, where we can have like some time apart and hang out with our friends or something. There's a benefit to that. Name one benefit to giving your wife or girlfriend your fucking credit card number. What's the benefit? Like there isn't. It's like giving somebody a button that will make your head explode. Like, oh, some relationships have trust. Okay, implant a bomb into the base of your skull and have that bomb connect to a button and give your wife or girlfriend that button. What's the benefit of doing that? Like it's just stupid. There's only downsides. So, like, trust has to have some sort of benefit. Otherwise, what is the point of trust? Nothing. Like, if somebody can just fuck you over and you get nothing in return for that level of trust, there is no point in having trust. Fat Nigs donated $2. Let me see. How do I talk to my wife about her weight? Oh my god. That's gonna be a good one. I was fired for being overweight. Okay. Yeah, let's watch these now. Thanks for the donation, Fat Nigs.
It happens that the age feminism is sadly over.
Yeah, people are basically completely done with it. Most women aren't in support of feminism, and everybody just knows it's horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Julie is on the line in Louisiana to start off this hour. Hi, Julie. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. I have a question about taking out my whole life insurance policy cash value. So,
What if you and your chick make comparable income? Then she can blow her money on whatever she wants, and you can blow your money on whatever you want. Again, why does she need your fucking bank account information or credit card if she makes her own money? It's kind of pointless. Like, unless you are both going to go in on some big expense, like a mortgage or maybe a car, But then, like, again, neither of you need unfettered access to each other's bank account for something like that.
2,000 in credit card debt. I'm behind on my house payment, $1,200. I'm also renting, which is $1,500, and I owe various other things like $3,000 to a friend, $1,000 to an electrician, and other odds and ends. The cash value of the policy is $2,500, and I almost pulled it out yesterday, but my only reluctancy is that I just have 10 years left to pay on it, and it would be, of course, $26,000 for a $150,000 policy. I am single with no kids. I don't plan on having kids. While I think I might have a little regret once I'm able to pick myself back up that I would have cashed it out. So I really don't know what to do here.
I would have zero regret because it's a piece of crap.
Okay.
So you should do your investing in investments that perform much better than it does. It's basically the payday lender of the middle class. Your $2,500, they're going to keep it when you die and pay the face value. And so you've paid extra for a savings account you'll never get the benefit of. It's growing at about 1 to 1.2%. So it's like a bad savings account at a bad bank. And so, no, I have no regrets at all cashing it out. Now, if you need life insurance, you should get life insurance in place before you cash it out. And in what you just described to me, I'm a lot more concerned that we find out what the real problem is underlying all this stuff than the symptom. Because if we clean up all your debts and what you described to me is still going on, you're going to be right back in a mess because you're out of control, kiddo. Why are you paying 2 house payments?
I completely understand. It sounds very messy, and it is for the moment. I have not been able to work, and that's just
why?
Mental, very mental. And I know that sounds like, oh, well, just get over it.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, what's the
2 house payments and doesn't have a job? Like, dude, I really wish I knew how some people got into, like, in ridiculous amounts of debt. Like, who is giving them money? Because it's kind of useful. I'd rather be in massive amounts of debt than be homeless, right? So, like, if your life goes to complete fucking shit, please tell me, like, the tricks of the trade of infinitely being given money through loans where you can just keep your head above water and not go completely fucking homeless. Like, it's really weird. I don't get it. Like, who gives them money?
What's the nature of your emotional troubles?
So I dance in New Orleans, and so you're not. I wish I had access to a lawyer to ask questions, but you're not technically an employee. You're it's a tenant-landlord situation, and I don't understand. But either way, you can't be fired.
High school diploma, donate $2. Have you ever tried ADHD medication like Adderall? No. Has it made you more motivated to do schoolwork? Never tried it. I ask because you seem intelligent, but you underachieved academically, graduating only high school with poor GPA, as pointed out by Barkay. I did do well in some subjects. It's just that I generally couldn't give 2 fucking shits. I might have had ADHD. Like, it's possible that I have it, and I have never been diagnosed. It's probably not that severe because I've known some people with really bad ADHD and they're weird. Like, you cannot have normal conversations with them. They just randomly bring stuff up, cut you off. They literally, you'll be talking for like a minute and then they'll forget everything you say. So I'm not like that. But I definitely have a very hard time getting motivated, sitting down and doing something that I just genuinely don't have any interest in. There's pretty clear research on the benefits of ADHD medication. So the principal symptom of ADHD is the inability to have delayed reward. So you're not going to be able to like invest your time into something if there's a payback within like days or weeks or months or years. So somebody with ADHD is not going to be able to do homework because they know, well, they're going to have a hard time because they know they're not going to be rewarded for anything they do until like weeks or months or years down the line when they finally graduate. So people with ADHD, they're they're perfectly fine with playing things like video games, because video games have inbuilt reward systems where you basically immediately get rewarded for anything you do. So ADHD medication helps to fix that, and it allows you to do things that you aren't going to get an immediate reward for later, and you're more able to concentrate and shit. And ADHD medications do seem to benefit basically everybody, even people without ADHD, but people with ADHD benefit from it the most. So if you're really having trouble with homework and school and shit, and you have been diagnosed with ADHD, then I would highly recommend, talking to your doctor and maybe considering medication. Thanks for the donation, though. High school diploma.
Fired, but I was because I'm overweight at 128 pounds, 5 foot 4 inches tall. Foot 4 inches, 5 foot 100. But I was because I'm overweight at 128 pounds, 5 foot 4 inches tall, and it's very hard to get up and go. But I know that I can gain income back.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Please unban. I won't spam the chat. Thank you.
I don't recall banning you, but... Alright, I unbanned... Yeah, I don't recall ever banning you, but I don't know, might have just forgotten. Alright, you're unbanned, just don't spam and be a dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Just a second. So, the nature of your emotional struggles are you were fired?
Yes,
and
because I was
in your mind,
and
in your mind, unjustly fired, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and yes, I think anyone would agree.
Okay, that's all right. So, what do you make a year when you were working?
It fluctuates. I can make. I don't know a year. I don't do my own taxes, and I pay my taxes at the end of the year, whatever I'm told.
There is no point in giving this person any advice. They just don't care.
So I don't know, but I know that I could.
How old are you?
30. I'll be 33.
Okay. So what do you want to be doing when you're 53?
That's a great question, and I don't have the answer to that. I know I'm an entrepreneur at heart.
I thought I heard that. Yeah. Okay. I think you get a fresh start now.
Okay.
I think the thing you were putting off because you were comfortable where you were, I think you now got a chance to go do it.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
So
if you wait tables and deliver pizzas so you get your new business started to eat, you're not incapable of doing that if you had a plan. Your problem is you don't have a plan right now and it's paralyzed you.
How do I talk to my wife about her weight? There are at least 2 stages to this. Maybe 3. Stage 1. Usually women, when they gain weight, they start complaining about it, and then they'll say, I look fat, I don't feel comfortable being naked in front of you, stuff like that. Worst thing you can do when somebody's having weight issues is make them feel ashamed about their weight, and they tend to eat more as like a coping mechanism. So you should just use like positive encouragement and say, no, I still love you. You look great. You're beautiful. But if you want to lose weight and get healthier, then I'd be more than happy to, help us both go on a diet. Like also this idea that you can both diet, both exercise, and kind of do it together. That also helps motivate them. So if like you might not have a problem with your weight, you might be totally perfectly normal weight, but you might be able to handle things like having ice cream or something occasionally, or a bag of chips here and there. Your partner obviously can't, so you going on a diet with them and just cutting out all junk food and maybe even getting a bit leaner. So like you might not have abs, but you're at a perfectly healthy body weight. Like lean down with her and get abs and, just go through it together. So that's like the first step. If none of that works and they just keep gaining weight, then you're going to have to move on to like a more serious talk about it and like talk about how like, look, I still love you and everything. You don't want to be like mean and make them feel ashamed, but like you have to bring up, look, it's affecting our intimacy. Your like lifestyle is kind of going to shit. You're not able to do the same sort of things with me anymore. Like we used to go out all the time and do physical things and stuff. And like you've gotten to a weight where we can't like live our lives like we normally could. And we have to like together really work on this and like come up with a plan to help you lose weight and stuff. And you've got to like really get them mentally on board with the idea of like really putting a huge focus on losing weight. And then if that doesn't work and like your partner is really fucking ballooning, like I mean getting to whale levels where, like my 600-pound life shit, you really have to say, look, if you're not able to lose the weight, like we're done. You're like getting to a point where you can't work. We have no intimacy. We have no life together. All you do is sit down in bed and you just keep gaining weight. I don't want to be with a person like that, but I know there's like a person inside you that is there, that is physically fit, capable, and, is capable of having like a better life than this. But if you're not able to get on board and like dedicate yourself to this, then we're done. And if they're not able to, like, again, get with a program, you have to leave. So it's like a 3-stage process that you really have to go through. Fat Nigs, donate $2. Let me see.
Is that respect for people? Who cares about respect? They want to kill my friends. They want to kill me. They want to kill my family. Who wants to kill you? Conservatives and MAGA shoulds. That's what we're talking about.
In this heated debate, a woke student...
I don't care. By the way, the MAGA movement does want to kill gay and trans people. People are literally speedrunning this game? That is bizarre. Well, that is a hawk. Thanks for the donation, Fat Nigs.
All right, so I'm going to do something I don't normally do on the show. We had a caller who called in and talked with Jenna and then backed out. Now, when you hear the topic, I don't blame him. Tough topic. But it left us in a lurch because Jenna schedules these calls out in advance. And as we sat around talking about this call, we thought, we're just going to go ahead and do the call without the caller. It's that good. So here's the question that we got. I'm going to read the email in its entirety. Jenna printed out the entire email for me, and here's what it said. Ben, you need to put some like dramatic music at the beginning of this.
That can be arranged.
Excellent. Okay. So here's the question from Dean in South Carolina. Canceled at the last minute. How can I address, or should I address, the topic of my wife's weight? Married for 13 years with one child. I love her, but her weight is becoming an issue. She's always too tired to do anything. She sits on the couch and plays
I love how he added the dramatic music.
Games on her phone. Our intimate life is lacking.
Agreed VG, the MAGA movement is scum.
Like, people try to downplay all of the threats of violence and shit towards the gay community. Like, oh, woke bullshit, here's a gay, retard saying MAGA wants to kill them. Bro, for the last few years, they have been, one, advocating for the death penalty for pedophiles, and two, equating gays and trans people with pedophilia. If you put two and two together, they're telling you they want to murder gay and trans people. So, like, it just is the reality. They do want to eradicate gays and trans people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
She turns me down a lot because she's too tired. I ask her to go to the gym, and she's too tired. She says she wants to lose weight, but then does nothing about it. I'm not a small guy, but I go to the gym 5 to 6 days a week. She refuses to go back. I am concerned for her health. That is the email. So, can we do this? Can I ask the two women in the booth? We all participate in this?
Happily, yes.
Should Dean address the topic of his wife's weight? Married for 13 years with one child.
We might get a stupid answer.
I hope At Pig's Dream will return soon. It's been a minute. Anyways, this is a good one. Embarrassed
So if you had 15
smiley
minutes with
face.
me, what would you do?
Are you a dude?
Wait, what?
So if you had 15 minutes with me, what would you do?
Are you a dude?
What makes you think that?
Hey man. People have been getting the impression you are bitter, but you mean setting boundaries and not being a bitch actually makes men more attractive and women like that? Hate when women like a guy and others feel they have to, quote, save her.
I'm not bitter at all about the separation. And again, Jasmine and I are still on good terms. We're not like friends. We don't message each other back and stuff. We've kind of gone our separate ways, but she still has stuff at the house that she says she's going to pick up and, So I'm not mad at her at all. I'm just giving red pill truth bombs, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, don't be Captain Save-A-Ho. If you meet a dumb bitch who's hot, she's still a dumb bitch. Don't throw your life away for a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, Wandering Mason.
I don't know, just the vibe, hair, kind of looks like a wig. Nose ring compensating. Bulge.
What in the fuck? So, is she trans?
Okay.
What in the fuck?
So if you had 15 minutes with me, what would you do?
Are you a dude?
That probably didn't go the way she expected. Well, thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
I think there's a way to do it, yes.
Okay.
I don't know that it's the way he's currently doing it.
No.
But, I mean, there is a legit concern for somebody's health.
Well, and so this email's got like 15 different issues in it.
Right. Oh, there are issues.
Yes.
Yes.
Jenna, when you first hear this, what happens inside of your body?
Ew, I don't like it. No.
Okay, why not?
I don't like the way he keeps calling her lazy. I don't like the way that he says, I go to the gym 5 to 6 times a week. And not to mention, we talked about this before, they have one child. So we don't know how recent that was. It could be she's going through postpartum depression. However, I think, yes, address it, but like Kelly said, not the way we think he is.
So here's a whole bunch. This tells me this is.
There are completely different standards for men and women, dude. I have had suicidal depression my entire fucking life. And look, I have always, no matter who I've been around, they've always told me, like, look, dude, depressed or not, you still gotta eat right, go to the gym, work, make money. Like, it just doesn't matter. Nobody cares about how you feel. At the end of the day, you're still going to have to, like, either put shit together, make it work, or, like, yeah, I guess go homeless and kill yourself or something. But then when it's with women, oh yeah, you've got a husband that'll take care of you. Yeah, don't work, sit on the couch, get fat. Doesn't matter. He can throw his life away and invest all of his money and time so that you can just have some stupid cushy lifestyle and be miserable, depressed on the couch. If this were the other way around, do you think a woman would stick around for a husband who's getting fat, lazy, not doing shit, depressed, and she'd throw all of her fucking money away to keep this guy on her couch? Like, no, they'd leave. So it's just total bull. Oh, well, she had a baby. She might be going through postpartum depression. Just give her space. Let her be a fat, fucking lazy shithead who just does nothing all day. That's not a relationship. Like, you both have obligations to each other, so get fucked. If men have to fulfill their obligations where they still have to make money, they still have to, you know, put food on the table, they still have to do stuff in the relationship, like, you know, make sure there's time spent for the partner, intimacy, stuff like that. Women have to fulfill those obligations too. It's not an excuse.
This is a marriage in trouble, and weight is becoming the flashpoint of much bigger issues. So when I read this thing, and again, the caller bailed out, so we're just going to go with our side of the story here. Married for 13 years with one child. This is a tough season for marriages. Year 13, that year from 7 to 10 years, and it extends out a little bit. That's a tough season for marriages. So it's not uncommon for someone to be in year 13, they've got a kid, and they start to ask themselves, is this it? Is this what this is going to be? Right? They answer that question 100% of the time is, it doesn't have to be. Any group can change, any marriage can change at any moment and say, we're going to do something totally different. But I love her, but it's kind of like the old Southern, I don't want to gossip, but she's kind of, I almost said something so bad. You would have made me redo that, so I didn't say it. I don't want to say anything ugly about her, but
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart. She makes out with lots of boys, right? Anytime you say the word "but," I love her, but you just throw "I love her" out the window. It doesn't count. So her weight is becoming an issue. Then he transitions to she's too tired to do anything. She sits on the couch and plays games on her phone. Then he says we're not having sex, and then she says she rejects me a lot, which is different.
Dude, whenever women feel insecure about the way they look, like if they gain weight, intimacy just goes down like fucking crazy. It's only black chicks that just do not care if they're fat, and they're like, the fatter they get, they're like, oh yeah, you can't handle pussy like this. I got fucking thighs and ass that no man can handle. I'm fine as fuck. White girls, Asians, like, they're gonna think they're just fat and ugly, and as soon as they think they're fat and like ugly, intimacy goes down the fucking toilet, bro. Kenji donated $2. VG, these trannies are out of hand now. I'm bricked up over here, dude. It only a matter of time before these motherfuckers are mainstream. Thoughts?
Yeah. You got some sexy lips.
Thank you. You know
It's
what they're
just like
called?
juicy. Well,
They're called transsexual lips.
oh yeah?
I hate this hair. This stupid hair thing, I fucking hate it. Cannot stand this shit. I think it looks so fucking gross. This like baby hair thing, oh, I fucking hate it. Like, she has a pretty face, but fuck, dude, I just can't stand that hair. That is one of the grossest hairstyles ever. That, like cornrows, jerry curls, I can't stand that horse shit. Thanks for the donation, Kenji.
As a girl, I don't want a guy to save me. There've been some cuck simps along the way who thought I didn't know what I wanted when I told them to leave me alone, and they kept hanging around when they weren't wanted.
Well, that's good. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Megan.
When I was 13, my dad said, boy, if your wife gets fat, lock the fridge, but if she asks you, am I fat? Say no, but get rid of all the mirrors.
That's not very good or practical advice. Again, like I mentioned earlier, follow the 3-step process. Like, for one thing, it's stupid to get married in the first place. Never get married. It gives a woman way too much fucking leverage over you. But, never, ever, ever be afraid to leave a relationship. You do not need anybody in your life. You just don't. Especially if you're a man. Women might, because they're fucking crazy and emotional, and a lot of them don't want to work and shit, but if you're a man, you do not need anybody in your fucking life. So if a chick is not falling in line and doing what she needs to do for you to be happy in a relationship, tell her, and if she refuses to change, fucking back out and leave. Thanks for the donation though, Wandering Mason.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, would you consider this space?
Chasing a woman is crazier the deeper you think about it. You're begging somebody to let you spend money on them. That's literally what chasing girls is. That shit is insane, guys. When you chase a girl, you're literally begging her to spend your own money. Man, get the f out of here. Ain't no damn way. We're gonna beg to spend money on these girls? I'm gonna beg you to provide? What the f? No, you crazy. When people say women are the prize, I'm like, how? If I'm gonna be expected to be Superman, have all these accolades by myself, and you just show up, you best believe I'm the prize. Maybe y'all get it. I don't.
Yeah, it makes sense. Austin Dunham has a really good point about this. You're really wasting your time when you're trying to get a girl who just isn't really that into you. Like, if you have to put in all this effort, all this money, and like just for her to even spend any time with you, she's just not into you, right? Like, it's clear if you keep, like pursuing somebody who's like, maybe, sort of, like, it's just never gonna fucking work, right? So you can, it's a totally different thing to, kind of not be a great looking guy and having to show a woman that, you're worthwhile through other ways. Like, you may have to spend a bit more time with her to show that you're funny or intelligent or charismatic and stuff. But if you have to, like, really chase and beg and, give money, expensive dates, like, you're wasting your time. You're just throwing your money away for nothing. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Street Vegan donated $3.33.
It's not Western, but it's like, so it's very similar. Like, I went to a club in China, and Chinese kids party just like American kids. The only thing different about the club was the music, because they kept rocking the same song. Ding-a-ding-a-ding, ding-ding-ding-ding. I'm just kidding.
What are you doing?
No, that song is huge.
You can't do that.
I'm telling you, I turned on the R&B station. They had a black guy singing it. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding. And the DJ came on and said, "That's right, ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding is sweeping the nation." Ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding, #1 for 1,800 years straight.
Oh, man.
No.
That was
all right.
So culturally insensitive and
I'm
funny.
I'm kidding. I have never been to China before. That's just something I said.
You just said that so you could do that cheap joke.
Yeah.
I admire you now.
Dave Chappelle used to be funny, but now he's not. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Now that you're single, you can get a big-nosed Palestinian girl? Well, as long as they're pro-Israel, that's all I really care about.
Then we're not having sex. She rejects me a lot because she's too tired. I ask her to go to the gym, and she's too tired. She doesn't want to go work out with you, Beefcake 2000, right? So there's a couple things here. I want to start with the obvious. I have a friend. I don't even call him a friend. I got a guy that I know who gets home from work, walks in the front door, and heads straight for the refrigerator, grabs a beer, goes and sits on the couch and turns the TV on, and does not move the rest of the night. Period. Doesn't.
It doesn't matter if it's small or large, any inconvenience that happens to my life, the first thing I say is I will kill myself. Is that bad? I don't mean it most of the time.
Yes, I would say it's bad. What's the thing called? A great place to stay. Twilight Zone. I think that's what the episode? No, a nice place to visit. So this Twilight Zone episode, it starts by following a criminal who is like robbing a store, and he ends up getting shot by the police.
Fine.
So then he ends up in where he thinks he's in heaven, and he thinks he's talking to God, and it's like this really big, luxurious mansion. And this criminal in his life, he really loved gambling, really loved women. So in this place that he thought was heaven, he was surrounded by girls who would give him constant attention. Every single time he'd gamble, he'd always win, no matter what, never lose. And he kept winning, kept getting girls, kept winning.
6 slaughtered small dogs. 9 broke into bicycles.
So then he started getting tired of it, and every time he'd win the jackpot, it's like, whatever, he knows he's going to win the jackpot.
Just between.
And he started going insane and wondering, like, why am I not happy? Like, I'm getting everything I ever asked for, like women, money, I'm winning at gambling when I was never able to.
You and me, Fats. I don't think I belong here. I don't think I fit in.
Oh, nonsense. Of course you do.
Oh, no, I mean it. It's just somebody must have goofed. If I gotta stay here another day, I'm gonna go nuts. Look, I don't belong in heaven, see? I want to go to the other place.
Heaven? Whatever gave you the idea you were in heaven, Mr. Valentine? This is the other place.
So, there's kind of an interesting moral to the story. We kind of try to miserate about little things that happen to us. Like, fuck, I didn't win at gambling. The job isn't going so great. Or, any little thing. But I mean, if everything went perfectly right for you every time, and you always knew, like, whatever you do, you're going to be successful and win, you'd probably be even more miserable than you are now. So it's really just all a matter of perspective. If life is a game, the whole reason the game is even enjoyable is because, yeah, you do have an opportunity to lose or something go wrong. But, like, what's the point of miserating over it? It's all a matter of mindset. So, I'll go to the grocery store, forget something, and then be like, fuck, God damn it, I forgot it, and I really need it. Rather than saying, shit, now I have to drive again and waste all this time, I can just say, well, I really like riding my motorcycle, so, whatever, I get to have some spare time and relax and ride my bike that I enjoy, and I can listen to music or something along the way and just have some more, like, personal free time. It's just the way you look at situations, and if every time something little happens to you, where it's like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna kill myself now, shit, god damn it, fuck, what's the point of living? You're reinforcing in your mind to think in a really negative, depressed state, and you're gonna continue to make yourself more miserable. So you really have to change your mindset if you're suffering from depression and you're feeling like shit all the time, and every little thing you catastrophize and say, I'm going to kill myself. You're just reaffirming in your mind that life sucks and you should be miserable. And again, all it is a matter of perspective. Every little bad, annoying, stupid thing that happens to you, it can be a positive. You lost your job and you have financial problems. Well, hey, now it's an opportunity to find a new job that maybe makes more money. It's an opportunity to reevaluate your life and maybe reduce expenses. So in the future, you'll have more money because you've learned to just manage your income better. Like, there's always a positive way to spin things, and if you're always going to spin things negatively, like, oh, fuck my life, I'm gonna kill myself, you're just going to make yourself miserable. Thanks for the donation, though, the guy just there. Dodo donated $2. Trump is gonna fire her from the Naval War College.
You're looking at the United States, it's in a terrible depression, you want to protect jobs here, and so you raise these big tariff walls. Okay, what's the other side of that going to do? They're going to raise their tariff walls and pay you back. What's that going to do? It's going to cost a lot of American jobs if you play that game. You need to be talking with other people. Once you have set the conditions for fascists to take over in Germany and in Japan, you are in a world of hurt.
The oil embargo, was it a mistake?
What Roosevelt was really scared of was that the Japanese would attack Russia, because then he thought Russia would fall. And if Russia fell, he thought the Nazis would win. At least when the Japanese attacked, they attacked us. That was actually better than attacking Russia. So let's say you don't do it and Japan never attacks us. Russians are down and you've got Nazis in control of the world, so it must be better.
Trump is actually gonna fire her from the Naval War College? Yeah, there are very few things that Trump is doing right now that I agree with. UN says that if we stop giving billions of our tax dollars to Africa via USAID, 6.3 million patients with AIDS will die.
We have 5,000 public health worker contracts that are funded by U.S. assistance, and all of these and all.
The problem isn't just that 6.3 million people with AIDS will die. They also offer AIDS prevention. So they give people condoms, and they also give people antiviral drugs that prevent the spread of AIDS. That's the bigger issue. So without that funding, you're going to have bigger and bigger AIDS outbreaks that are eventually going to, like, just because of international trade and commerce and stuff like that, you're going to just have more people with AIDS probably worldwide.
Regions of Ethiopia have been terminated, and 10,000 data clerks, very important in Ethiopia. So as UNAIDS, we estimate that if PEPFAR wasn't reauthorized between 2025 and 2029, and other resources were not found for the HIV response, there would be a 400% increase in AIDS death. That's 6.3 million people, 6.3 million AIDS-related deaths that will occur in.
Republicans are fucking stupid. Staffer at Must Doge resigns after racist social media post exposed. Staff member in the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, led by tech billionaire Musk, resigned after the Wall Street Journal asked the White House about a social media account that advocated for racism and eugenics. Doge staffer Marco Elez earlier in the day has been approved by a federal judge to have access to the payment system at the U.S. Treasury. Oh, Jesus. Judge restricted his ability. Not mind if at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. Jesus. Dude, that is bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Then why do Kstein nut jobs make it out like heaven is the best thing ever?
If you're talking to a Christian apologist, they're probably going to say something like God will create the best set of circumstances in heaven for you to, live in peace and harmony eternally. So that could, logically speaking, that could be through a variety of different mechanisms, like change the way your brain fundamentally works, reset your memory so every experience is novel. There's a variety of ways that could logically work. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Okay, nigga, so do you believe that pleasure and goodness can't exist without pain and evil? You said if all you experience is pleasure that it becomes miserable. Just curious, cause I argued this a couple times with you and you dismiss it outright. Love you, fag.
I don't think you need to go through the most horrible, like, insane suffering to be happy or enjoy anything. So, you don't have to, like, go what I went through where, the only way I could enjoy, like, taking a nice relaxing nap and watching Netflix is if I got a circumcision without any anesthesia. Like, no. But pain is kind of fundamental to human existence. You are going to have, situations where you aren't happy or something bothers you, but the idea that you need to go through severe, ridiculous suffering in order to enjoy anything, I would totally reject that idea. You can enjoy life with, minuscule amounts of pain and suffering to make life worth it for you personally. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Instead of killing random normies, Muslim terrorists should make themselves more useful and kill right-wing retards and meat-eaters. Thoughts?
I mean, ideally. So they're not doing that, though. Thanks for the donation, though, Klecker.
Can we watch?
146 income. He's.
Think Before You Sleep is a fucking moron. I guess we can watch that. We'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
VG, in your life, did you know anyone who later became a murderer? Did you know anyone who was murdered? Did you know anyone who became a sex offender?
I have a cousin. I think he's a first cousin. Yeah, I think he's a first cousin. He probably is guilty of manslaughter. So he was a suspect in a killing or murder where somebody got into a fight at a bar and then they ended up dead. He was one of the chief suspects, but he was smart enough to never talk to the police. So he very likely actually did it. Especially if you know him and his criminal history, he probably did it. As far as sex offender, no. I don't know anyone personally who ended up becoming a sex offender. Jasmine's ex-boyfriend, I never met him, but he actually murdered his, the girlfriend that he got after breaking up with Jasmine. So it was really weird. It was on the news. She was dating this guy for, I think, a couple years. Then she ended up breaking up. And then I think she had one or two other relationships before me. And then she ended up getting with me. And then she heard on the news that this guy killed his girlfriend and buried her in his backyard. That's the only other one I know. Thanks for the donation, though, Smegma. So she probably dodged a bullet there.
Still driving down 63. We're going towards into.
If there's no food being brought to him, he will just pull out his phone and order it. I've known this dude to order a single Jimmy John sandwich to his house just for him. He's got kids. That guy is lazy. Lazy. He's probably going through a bunch of crap and all that. He's got whatever. That is lazy. There are people like that in the world. That may be the case here. Maybe. But this wife's not on the phone, so I'm going to go with probably not. Followed up with number 2. She's too tired to do anything. Hey, husband, maybe ask. Not in the middle of a heated fight, not when she's sitting on the couch looking half asleep, but on a date, on a Saturday morning. Hey, you look so exhausted. I want to walk through our life, the life that we lead together, and I want to find things that I can take off your plate. I want to be a better contributor on this house. And your first thought might be, I work all day. I don't give a crap. What can I do to help in this season, right? How can I help everybody be less tired, right? Kelly, Jenna, y'all pitch in any moment here.
What is
G's wife material.
Let me see, Street View.
Excuse me? Will you hold my phone so I can make a quick TikTok? Thank you so much. It's already recording and ready to go. Thank you, kind soul.
Oh. Just imagine the face of this guy who's holding the phone.
Excuse me?
Pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Bro, this guy, like, again, why are we being so charitable to this woman? So this guy is saying this chick he's with is gaining weight and she's lazy as fuck, not doing anything but looking at her phone on the couch. And then he's saying, well, you have to chip in more and put more effort into the relationship so that she's less tired. What fucking sense does that make? Like, assuming we're going to take what he's saying at face value, which you don't know him, so you're going to have to. What sense does that make? She's not doing anything. She has no reason to be fucking tired. Woke Tarded, donate $2. Andrew from Channel 5 is Woke Tarded. He thinks gentrification is a real thing.
Hola, ¿hablas español? Hola, ¿hablan español? No speak Spanish? No. Where are you from?
What's that?
¿De dónde eres?
A couple streets over.
You're living here in Mexico?
Yeah. Well, I love Mexico. I don't like the United States.
Okay.
It's much calmer than New York. It's still very natural.
I've had a little bit of Mexican always in my family, but not by blood. But now I basically...
Like, if by gentrification you mean... Like, what's the typical definition of gentrification? Process whereby the character of a poor urban area is changed by wealthier people moving in, improving housing, attracting new business, typically displacing current inhabitants. I mean... It's called free market capitalism, dude. I don't know what anybody's supposed to do about that. It's kind of retarded to complain about. Like, unless they're gonna advocate for, like, price fixing for houses or like rental units, what exactly are you supposed to do? Thanks for the donation to Woke Tarded.
Richard the First will mute you. You little imbecile. You can't make causal inferences through associations. Thanks, Charlie Brown.
Yes, you can. Thanks for the donation, though, Bart K.
LOL nigger, I'm weak. Imagine getting roasted by a bird.
Birds are pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Yeah, there's a lot of white people moving to Mexico. Part of the reason is because it's cheaper to live there. Another part of the reason is, in a lot of weird ways, you do have more freedom. Like, steroids are legal in Mexico. A lot of drugs, police won't really bother you over. I know Jesse Ventura talked about that, where he said he's not treated like a kid when he lives in Mexico. And there's more of a culture of, like, personal responsibility rather than the state just looking over you. But, what, is this guy just complaining that white people are moving to Mexico? I don't really fucking care.
The next one is our sex life is lacking. She turns me down a lot because she's too tired. Maybe. Or maybe I'm too tired is a way to keep you off of her for any number of reasons.
And I will also say, if she's put weight on, she's well aware. She knows. Trust me.
It's
she
not,
knows.
It's not like someone's ever sat down with their spouse and been like, hey, you've put on a bunch of weight. And they're
like, what?
No way.
I didn't notice. And so she may not feel very attractive right now. Because that's a legit thing. I understand that. She may not feel attractive.
And
cool stalk.
Let me take a look. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh my goodness, so handsome. That's a nice stork. I really like pelicans. They're kind of assholes, but they're also pretty cool. It's funny how they try to eat everything. Pelican tries eating giraffe. Yeah, the pelican tried to eat a capybara. They literally try eating everything. Where's the giraffe one?
What's your opinion on overweight people? When I was growing, nobody taught me how important nutrition is and how bad my family eating habits are, but now that I'm 22 and educated myself, I lost over 100 pounds in a year.
People can make their own decisions. Somebody wants to be fat, overweight, that's their choice. If they want to be fit, that's also their choice. There are genetic factors at play at the same time, but you're not simply a product of your genes. Like, yeah, there are people who store fat more easily, have higher hunger drive, stuff like that, but there's always ways to, you know, deal with that and compensate. So I don't know what exactly you want me to comment on. It's kind of a weird, open-ended question. But thanks for the donation, Fat Kid.
What's your opinion on overweight people? When I was growing, nobody...
I don't know why that played twice.
Why are they hyping up Mexico? Literally the worst gore videos of the internet all come from South America. South American cartels did stuff that would make ISIS drowning videos seem like children movies. The Aztec DNA probably contributes to this savagery.
No, it's entirely the war on drugs. The reason why the Mexican cartel is so violent is because of the war on drugs. It has nothing to do with... Well, it's... Sure, it plays some minor role, like 1%, but it's entirely due to the war on drugs. Sweden also has one of the highest rates of gang violence, and they have some of the strictest drug laws in all of Europe. The more strict you make drug laws and the more you go after drug cartels, the more violent they become, because that's the only way they can stay in business. Thanks for the donation, though, Klecker. Pelican's trying to eat his book. Look at that pelican. Oh, that's a nice pelican. Wow. Dude, I want to hang out with pelicans. They're hilarious. He's trying to eat everything. Can I eat this? Can I eat that? Oh my god. They're such big birds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, pelicans are cool.
Saying, I want you to come have sex with me is not a way to make somebody feel attractive.
Right.
Working really hard to let somebody experience that they are beautiful is total.
Then why don't they just, I don't know, legalize these drugs?
It's dad logic. So, rather, the way the government decides what's legal or illegal, it has nothing to do with whether or not these policies are effective for whatever goals they're trying to achieve. It's just pure dad logic where I don't think anybody should be doing this, so we're going to make it illegal. Oh, it increases violent crime. It actually doesn't reduce drug use. In fact, it might actually increase it. Don't care. People shouldn't be doing this. We're going to make it illegal anyway. Like, they just don't care. People in government are largely incompetent morons, so they will just make things illegal without any regard for whether or not, like, these policies are safe or effective. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Gum Gum. What are you up to, Gum Gum? You just being a little silly kitty? Aw, that's my Gum Gum. I love you, Gum Gum. You're so beautiful. Yeah.
Notice how most prey animals or animals in general don't run when they see humans, unlike when they see lions or wolves etc. But sure, humans are carnivores, predators. Fuck Sean Baker.
Well, most prey species do run away from humans. So, like deer, if you've ever seen a wild deer, they'll run away from you. Squirrels, they'll run away from you. It's really only animals that have close proximity to human habitation. So, like geese, like a lot of geese also get fed. So, yeah, like if you go to a park, geese will come up to you for food, but again, it's because they literally live right in the same park where humans walk through, and humans also feed them and shit. And then, yeah, you'll see a similar thing with, like, some deer. There's, like, deer parks in, like, you know, the UK or Japan and stuff where people feed the deer, and then, yeah, deer will come up to you, but generally speaking, most animals run away. Pelicans are also a predatory species, not a prey species. Thanks for the donation, though, Bismarck.
This might be copyrighted. She is fire.
Video unavailable. Thanks for the donation, though, Street Vegan.
Totally different. Okay? I don't know how long I have to keep saying this, but men.
Okay, this is some beta male simp shit. Look, she is fat and lazy, not doing fucking anything. The idea that, oh, you need to work harder for her. Why is she not working harder for you? Like, see, she seems to be benefiting from this relationship more than he is. It's so funny. Every time there's this topic of sex, it's always, men need to work harder for the woman. You need to do things that get her interested. You need to do things that arouse her. Why the fuck is that never a woman's responsibility? And by the way, that is like the most stupid ass fucking cope. Women do not need to be aroused to have sex. They don't have penises. They don't have to get hard. They have a hole that gets penetrated. So, like, look, it's fine if you're not in the mood sometimes. I'm not advocating for, like, a society where women don't get to choose or anything like that. But, like, if you're literally never giving up the pussy or ever satisfying your husband, and your stupid-ass excuse is, oh, well, he's not working hard enough to get me aroused. when the fuck have you ever worked hard to get him aroused? Like, as if men don't need, like, like romance and intimacy or something, and the only way they can get it is by, like, oh, well, they have to put in the work. Like, what do they have to do? Get you a fucking elephant and, like, balloons and shit, and put on your favorite music and, like, dance around and fucking clean the whole house like a fucking monkey until your pussy gets wet? Like, fuck right off, okay? If you're only fucking, like, a few times every several months or something, and he wants more sex, and he's the one providing, making all the money, and, like, you're not doing anything, like, why, like, have some fucking decency, and, like, at least suck his dick or something. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, it's always so slanted, where, oh, women don't need to do anything. Like, oh, it's always the man who needs to put in the work, put in the effort. You need to make her aroused, not the other way around. Fuck right off. Like, look, if you're in a relationship, you have to make sure women get with the program. If you're with a chick where you're putting in a reasonable amount of effort to try and make her happy, and she is not giving up the fucking pussy as much as she should, then you fucking tell her, look, if we're not fucking at least once a week, you're gone. Like, if you're trying and being reasonable and, you know, putting on the nice fancy music, making dinner, dancing around like a monkey, whatever she needs to do, she's still not in the mood, then fuck it, okay? She needs to get with the program. If you need a certain amount of sex, like, to be happy, for certain men, it might be every day, it might be once a week, might be once a month, whatever your, like, minimum is, you need to make her know that she needs to meet that minimum, or else you're fucking gone. I can always find some other chick who's going to put in the effort and at least suck my cock when I need it. It's misogyny, women aren't sex objects. Well, go fuck yourself, okay? Men like sex. If women don't like sex, then, like, go, like, I guess you don't need our money or anything, right? You don't need to live with us. You can go work and do whatever the fuck chicks do when they're alone. Get a fucking vibrator, play with your lipstick. It's ridiculous, okay? You both have to, like, meet obligations in a relationship. So if she's not meeting any obligations, throw her the fuck away and get a chick who will meet those obligations. Dodo,
is there new Frank Tofano stuff to make fun of?
Let me see. Frank Tofano. Nope. He hasn't uploaded things in, when was this last short? Yeah, in about a week. Thanks for the donation, Bismarck. Dodo donators, how would you deal with this camp?
Whatever happened to ISIS? Well, according to this map, they were defeated, but not really. ISIS still exists, right here, in this massive detention camp that ballooned to 50,000 people after ISIS was defeated. In this camp, there are people from all over the world who came to fight for ISIS. It also includes the widows and wives of ISIS fighters and their children.
Dude, you know what's fucked up? There was this crazy bitch woman who, like, got catfished by an ISIS fighter. She's American. She's a blonde-haired, white American woman who flew to fucking Syria to get with this ISIS fighter. She brought her children with her, and now she's being kept in a fucking ISIS detention camp with her fucking kids. Like, what a fucking crazy bitch. She literally ruined her fucking kid's life. So that she could fucking suck some, like, terrorist Muslim cock.
There are a lot of children in this camp, and it is actually the more than 8,000 female jihadists, many of them foreigners, who are considered the most brutal and dangerous residents of the camp, accused of brutal punishment, including instances of murder. Now, this camp is guarded by Kurdish forces, but reports from the inside reveal that these children are being indoctrinated with the apocalyptic, violent ISIS ideology that calls for the destruction of anyone who doesn't adhere to their strict religious law. So ISIS still exists within this camp, and the seeds of their ideology are being planted in the next generation.
That guy is a fucking moron. He's one of the worst political commentators online. First recorded sighting of a live adult black devil or angler fish. I don't think it's the first, but those anglerfish look creepy as shit. They look really fucked. They're weird-ass fish.
In all fairness, Marco is not a negotiator. I watched him melt down, and I'll tell you, it was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. He's not going down.
He thinks the Palestinian is a real estate deal.
And these people may even be tougher than Chris Christie, okay?
The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald.
Okay, no. A deal,
They're not a real estate deal.
A deal is a deal. Let me tell you,
a deal is not a deal when you're dealing with terrorists. Have you ever negotiated with terrorists?
You are not a negotiator. You are not a negotiator. And with your thinking, you will never bring peace. You will never bring peace.
Donald might be able to build condos in the Palestinian areas, but he's not going to. This is not a real estate deal.
Senator. He will never be able to do it. I think I may be able to do it, although I will say this. Probably the toughest deal of any kind is that.
They're all just cynical, career-driven assholes. Anonymous has become woke.
Greetings, citizens of the United States. The effects of Donald Trump's presidency are no longer distant warnings. They are here, unfolding before you. While many remain unaware, blinded by the administration's relentless efforts to suppress the truth, the rest of the world is watching, and it is responding. Long-standing alliances with key nations such as Canada and Mexico are fracturing inch by inch. The cracks are widening, and the global community is reassessing its trust in the United States. The question is no longer if, but when these relationships will collapse entirely. The consequences will be severe. Every imported product you rely on, everyday essentials, food, technology, will see skyrocketing prices, making even basic necessities unattainable for the average American. What you perceive as a simple rise in costs is, in reality, a calculated strategy. The plan? To systematically dismantle the lower class, to push those already struggling into the abyss of poverty where they will face an impossible choice. Perish or submit to servitude under the wealthy elite. Make no mistake, this is economic warfare, and the target is you. The recent ICE raids are not just about immigration enforcement, they are about control. The Trump administration seeks to reignite the flames of racial inequality and segregation-era policies, erasing diversity to craft a nation built on division and fear. These operations are disrupting local economies, forcing businesses to crumble, and ensuring the economic elimination of the working class. What follows is a society engineered to serve the interests of the few, at the cost of the many. And as the oligarchy takes shape, another darker ideology is creeping into the mainstream. Fascism.
Well, by the way, this is why it's retarded to ever give up your firearms. Like, guess what? Rich people can't enjoy their money when they're fucking dead. So, if we do end up having, like, a worst-case scenario oligarch class where you only have, like, you know, a few families of billionaires and then everyone else is poor, well, poor people have guns. If you give up your guns and you have no way of fighting back, well, then you're just perma-fucked.
Fascist ideals, once whispered in the shadows, are now being openly embraced. Symbolism matters. Gestures matter. Elon Musk, a figure of immense influence, recently tested the waters with a gesture recognized worldwide as a Nazi salute. This was not an accident. It was a message, a challenge, a warning. But know this, the people are not silent. Despite the administration's best efforts to muzzle dissent, the voices of resistance grow louder. Trump's reckless overhauls, his purges of experienced government officials, his chaotic restructuring of critical infrastructure, have created vulnerabilities, weaknesses, entry points. This transition period is his greatest liability, but it is also our greatest opportunity. The rushed implementation of new systems, The mass firings of key personnel and the chaotic dismantling of existing structures have left behind critical gaps that Anonymous can and will exploit. Every system that has been hastily restructured without foresight, every official removed without proper transition planning, leaves behind exposed veins within the government's framework. These vulnerabilities are more than just bureaucratic inefficiencies. They are cracks in the foundation that can and will be breached. Anonymous watches. Anonymous waits. The time to act is fast approaching. The administration's arrogance blinds them to the fragility of their own system. Their overconfidence in their ability to silence dissent and erase opposition will be their undoing. We know where to look.
Alright, well, we'll see what happens. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I have always wondered what's the backstory of a picture. It's you holding the camera with it looks like a pocket knife to your throat and smiling. I made this picture my PFP on Instagram.
I think it was a video response I made to Repsion a while back. That's probably what it is. Thanks for the donation. Incel don't get play. Axel Fuzz donated $2. The King of England is also the King of Canada and owns 90% of Canadian land. That's not true. Canada is monarchy, means nothing in reality, though. Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird technicality. We never seceded from Britain, so we're still technically we're technically under the British Empire, but not really. We don't use their Supreme Court anymore. We used to in the early 20th century, but we don't anymore. But still, if you want to become a Canadian constitution, you have to pledge allegiance to the Queen of England. Like, now it's the King of England because the Queen's dead. Neither owns nor resides in Canada. Official residences of representatives of the monarchy in Canada are not owned by the monarch. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Axel Fuzz. Dodo donated $2. Destiny streaming. Are you surprised? No, he's been streaming for a while. Can you go check in on him? You can tell him I sent you if you need an excuse. Go ask if he's going to become a right-wing grifter now that he was kind of disowned by the left or something. He's not in Discord. So, it's not like I can talk to him right now on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
How does the copyright thing work? Streamers have 10 seconds to react if it's under a label, unless it's educational or something.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
What's up, Doug Cheese?
Hey, Issa.
You know, it's been a little while.
Okay. Remember old dude from 2019? Nice, clean nigga, did me dirtier than laundry. Took a scroll through his IG.
I don't like her hair and I don't like her pants. I think she's prettier.
Just to get a DM, open up the messages and...
You know, this guy...
I'm not watching that. That's terrible. I don't know what you mean by how the copyright system works. Anybody can make a copyright claim against you. It doesn't have to be legitimate. They just have to sue you. But they can just take monetization from your videos unless you make a counterclaim. And certain channels upload a copyright protection thing, so that if you're streaming their content, it can get your stream taken down. Thanks for the donation, though, Street Vegan.
Thank you for the frequent placebo TRT. I managed to ask a girl I like if she wanted to grab something to eat. And I thought she might like me for about a year now, but was a wooz. She said sure. You let me realize that I won't know if I don't ask.
Yeah, I mean... anytime you're dealing with people this is the attitude you should have. It doesn't matter if you think they like you or not. It doesn't matter what your perception of them is or what you think their perception of you is. It's just what you can get from them and how they behave around you. So if a girl's acting kind of aloof and disinterested or something, but you want to see if they're interested in you and will go out or something, just ask them out. It just doesn't matter what your perception is. You'll know for sure if you ask them out. And that goes with anything. Don't ever be afraid to ask someone for something. Don't ever be afraid to tell somebody to do something. Just do it. Just sitting around thinking about stuff, worrying about what could happen, it's just weak and it's inaction. So just do whatever the hell you want. If you want to ask somebody something, if you want to tell somebody to do something, just do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
You want to know something really creepy about the anglerfish VG? When the males first hatch, they have to find a female and they attach themselves onto the female when they are literally just infants. Just go video at the 45 mark.
Yeah, I know they do that. It's really weird. And they, like, stay latched on for life. Really weird. I would not want to be an anglerfish. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
10 years ago, if someone told me what the world would be like after 2020 starting with COVID, I would have laughed in their face. Why does life lately feel like a V for Vendetta movie? It just feels surreal. It wasn't like this before 2020, it was chill.
Well, I guess you could blame Trump. But, the UK has basically been like V for Vendetta for quite a while now. But especially now. Like, it's getting way worse. But, yeah. You're just, I think the tech boom has just created a new generation of wealthy billionaires where there's a lack of regulation to, you know, clamp down on monopolies or just bad business practices, and you're seeing a lot of people who never would have gotten rich before get super ridiculously wealthy, and they just have bad intentions. And they also have unique forms of control too, like they control social media platforms, they control a lot of political discourse, a lot of the technology we use. So, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Zeus.
No label.
Yeah. With insanity, the second is the vocals, and I do that uncanny. Still breaking every bracket. My cheddar Bob reads taxes like I'm B Rabbit. And a priest in the 15th century. To cross me, you gon' need Christianity.
That's not good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Super Saiyan, donate $2. If you had to pick between Goku or Vegeta, who would you choose? I pick Vegeta so I can crack bulls every day and annihilate the human race? I think you mean annihilate. I sort of like Vegeta more than Goku. The reason I like Vegeta is because he just does whatever he needs to get what he wants. And I kind of appreciate that mindset. Like, the way he became Super Saiyan, that was way more fucking badass than the way Goku became Super Saiyan. Vegeta, just through sheer will and determination, became Super Saiyan, and he was willing to destroy himself to get it. Goku just became Super Saiyan sort of because it just happened, but Vegeta just through sheer will did it. Thanks for the donation though, Super Saiyan.
You talk a big game about being assertive, but how come you let your ex-wife turn into a non-binary lazy person and you never said anything to them/them? Was that they/them pussy too good to let go of? It's not too late for her to get alimony, by the way.
There is no fucking chance in hell she would ever get any alimony from me. No realistic prospect whatsoever. The only way she'd have any hope in hell of getting alimony from me is if I win the lottery. That's it. Even then, she probably wouldn't even be able to get anything because we've already separated and she's moved out. So we've never had kids. She is able-bodied and is perfectly able to work. She has a job. She's living on her own now, so she has no legal case to make for alimony. Thanks for the donation, though, Assertive. Dodo donator, she is raw nigga, you will bask in this chocolate.
Are there any questions that you always wish interviewers would ask you but they never get around to?
I think like more about the actual like songs and music and lyrics. That would be nice. Because I'd be like, did nobody hear that triple entendre I just threw in there? Did that just go over y'all heads?
Girl.
We're not gonna talk about that? Nobody wants to talk about the double entendre that I came in on the intro? One song out,
She
two
has a
double
point.
entendres back to back. Nobody heard that?
She has a point.
But I'm a lover of rap and hip hop, so I'd be wanting to talk about the rap.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Trying to tell your wife how much you go to the gym as the precursor to get her to go to the gym, it's one of the toughest things you can do.
Because trust me, she already knows how much he goes to the gym, because chances are she's home by herself dealing with everything while he goes to the gym.
What are you saying, Jenna? I get to see you lighten up in there, man.
Yeah, no, that would put me off. Also, I just realized too, at the end it says she refuses to go back. So in my mind, she's gone to the gym with him before. There's a reason now she's not going with you.
Yes.
More than, yeah.
And so
it's all the man's fault. Oh, hey, I need help with my wife. She's not contributing. She's lazy. She's getting fat. Won't do anything. It's all your fault. The reason she's lazy and depressed, oh, it's because of you. You're not helping enough. The reason she doesn't want to work out is because there's something wrong with you. Fucking retarded.
Husbands are often guilty of...
Imagine if a guy was fat, lazy, sitting on the couch, not doing anything, and a woman made these complaints. Oh, well, it's because of you. You're not being supportive enough. You're not putting in enough work or effort. Like, it's just such a joke.
Saying, let's go to the gym. And wife goes. And then he gives her the Mind Pump Anabolic workout program that's about an hour and 20 minutes. And she's never lifted before. And go, like, this is how you do squats. And this is how you do split squats. And she's like, I don't feel comfortable in here. This whole thing, everybody's looking at me. Like, what are we doing? The whole thing's awkward and off.
Yeah, this is just absolutely retarded. Why are they making assumptions about this whole stupid narrative? Like, I've tried to get Jasmine into weight training, and she was only really able to stick to it for, like, maybe 2-3 weeks at a time, then she'd quit, and then, like, a month or two later, she'd try it again, then do it for a couple weeks, then quit. I never gave her difficult training, like, a difficult training routine. The last training routine I gave her, I think it was 2 or 3 days per week. And it was literally only 2 or 3 exercises per session. So she'd have a session where she would just do squats, deadlifts, and then she'd have like another session where she just did overhead press, I think dumbbell press, and then like bent rows or something like that. Very, very easy, very low frequency, and she just didn't want to stick to it. I don't know why you'd make an assumption, oh, this guy's trying to, like, destroy her in the gym and scream at her, that's why she doesn't want to go. Like, no. Some people just don't want to fucking train. It's just that simple. Creepy Pasta Punch donated $3. Let me see.
Hello?
Hello. Who's speaking? Who's speaking? You got a problem? Come get some, bitch.
Oh, here we go with that shit again. Who is this now? What's your fucking
Give me
name?
an address, and I'm gonna put a bullet in your bitch head. Meet me some motherfucking where, bitch.
That sound like me.
You got a problem? Come get some, bitch.
All you gotta do is give me an address, motherfucker. What the fuck you talking about?
How do you not know this is a soundboard? This isn't very good. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo $20, that wife literally sounds like Jasmine. You know, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Election in Germany is coming up. All left/center parties are supporting cucked progressive feminist policies and are anti-nuclear energy, pro-immigration, but they support Ukraine, whereas all right parties support Russia. What would you vote here?
The problem is the far right parties are completely and utterly incompetent, so, oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. They're brushing a little bit. Oh my god, that's so cute. Look at that. Look at the little bat getting brushed. Oh my goodness, that's so nice. Look at his little bat mouth. Oh, that is nice. Yeah, the issue is the far-right parties are completely incompetent, so any policies that they're talking about that seem remotely sensible, they're probably not going to be able to actually effectuate anything they actually want to do. And then on top of that, they have a fuckload of, like, retarded, regressive, stupid ideas. Like, they want to cut social services. They don't know anything about proper economic planning. They don't support Ukraine, you know, so I'd probably still vote left. But, yeah, it's kind of the choice between, what is it? Turd sandwich and a giant douche. Thanks for the donation, Anal Fissure.
You're right. I will shut up and go out and slay that pussy.
Alright, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Let's look at cute bat videos. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's a nice bat.
The Honduran
Oh, look at those
bat
bats.
is one of the cutest and most
Oh, they're
exotic
so
animals
little
in
and
the world.
fuzzy.
These little guys are endangered.
Oh
and
my
are found in
goodness, look how
Honduras,
fuzzy.
Nicaragua, Costa Rica.
You know, it's funny. My mom was sleeping in bed, and she felt something like warm and fuzzy on her pillow, and then she like poked at it or something, And it turned out to be a bat, and it started flying around and screaming, and she freaked out, and then she called her neighbor to get the bat out.
If you hate bats,
I don't know why she was so afraid of a little bat. Bats are so fucking cute. Look at him. Look at the little fuzzy guy. Oh, they're so little and fuzzy. Oh, I want a bat. I really like these big flying foxes. Those fruit bats are adorable. Look at them. Oh, they're so little.
Microbat. They're all.
Look how little and fuzzy they are.
Blue toes.
I want bats. Oh, that's a nice bat. I want him.
Body weight in insects every night.
I want him. God damn it. I think I closed that video by accident. Fucking son of a bitch.
There.
Alimony donators, PBD is right for once.
Today I'm going to make a case to you why I believe getting a prenuptial agreement. Today I'm going to make a case to you why I believe getting a prenuptial agreement may be one of the best things you can do for your marriage. And by the way, if you're watching this and you're saying, what the hell is he talking about?
I looked into getting a prenup, and they're pretty much worthless. If you live in a country or state where you have ridiculous marriage laws, it might save you from certain worst case situations. So if you get married and then you end up getting divorced like a few months later and you live in a state like Florida, it might make sense getting a prenup. But if you live in Canada, there's pretty much no point in getting one. They're not as legally binding as you think they are, especially when the marriage lasts a very long time. So if you're married for like 20 years, then you end up getting a divorce, the prenup by that point is probably going to be fucking worthless. And a lot of the time, divorces happen for interesting reasons. So if your wife ends up like just not liking you anymore, and you keep trying to save the relationship, and then like she's never giving you sex, and then one day you just go out to an Asian massage parlor, get a hand job, and then she finds out about it, that prenup ain't gonna mean shit. If you end up getting divorced due to something like infidelity or something, even when it's really not your fault, again, the prenup isn't going to mean shit. There's also very easy legal ways outside of the prenup. And with divorce court, they're always going to favor the woman. It is extremely sexist. So she could say something like, oh, well, the marriage was in 2 months. We already did all this planning for the wedding. Then he comes at me with this prenup, and I was nervous. I couldn't tell all the guests and everything that we can't do it anymore, so I just signed it. You can't, like, a legal document signed under duress is nullified if it's under duress. So they can just claim they signed it under duress. And again, because it happened so long ago, any evidence that you could provide that it clearly wasn't under duress, you're probably not going to be able to find it, or it might not be there if she's clever. Like, you're likely just communicating in person and never texting each other or anything. So you're never going to be able to show, like, you know, a message or email where it's like, okay, no, I asked her to sign a prenup like a year before the marriage. That never happened. Like, so just don't get married. It's stupid. Prenups usually are absolutely fucking worthless. Any divorce lawyer will tell you that.
What year did you retire? I officially retired in 2008. I should have stayed retired, but I was paying alimony to 3 different women, so I had to go back to work. Joe, I'm a trendsetter, Joe. I'm a trendsetter. $2 million in alimony and $2 million in attorney fees. Oh, Jesus. Wow. And $1.5 million in penalty and interest.
Really?
Oh, yeah, easy.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
World champion.
Oh my God. People can learn from that too.
Yeah, I finally we got a rebate. At 74 this year, I'm getting a rebate.
You're still paying alimony?
No, I'm getting a rebate from the government.
Oh, really?
For overpaying. But finally.
How long do you have to pay alimony for?
Well, I started paying it in, let me see, I paid, my first wife, I had to pay $2,500 a month. This been from 81 to 83. Then I bought her out because she met somebody. My second wife, $17,000 for 2 years, $16,000 for 2 years, $12,000 for 2 years, and $10,000 for 2 years. Is that up to $980,000? Then I had two other wives, and just in and out the door, but that's another $500. I am the world champion.
That many women.
I know, God.
It's kind of amazing.
Thank God for Wendy.
Ex-wives.
Huh?
It's kind of amazing you only have that many ex-wives.
Yeah.
You really think about it.
You'd think after, like, at least the second divorce, he would have learned.
Well, who's got the record? Who's got the record for being married the most?
Some guy that's still on Xanax.
Yeah.
Still, though, I mean, it goes with the story. I mean, no one would expect anything less. You know, but that's what everybody would want to hear from a guy like you.
Fucking retarded, eh? Like, by the way, where are all the feminists talking about how marriage laws are unfair? There's no way women should be able to get this much money. They don't care. Like, the idea of, like, equality between men and women is just retarded. They've never cared. Thanks for the donation, though, Alimony.
Best scene in Wolf of Wall Street.
I don't think that was from Wolf of Wall Street, but thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Retard donatillers, have you ever seen this clip? Some say it's Hassan's villain origin story.
Against. Do you think there's a group of people that you cannot be racist against?
No, I think you can be
Dead people.
discriminatory against white people for sure. Yeah, but I'm looking at this from a consequentialist perspective. Like, what are the damaging elements of being discriminatory towards white people? Are there like a bunch of like non-white owned businesses that specifically say no?
The word to
Yeah, just answer the question. Can you be racist to white people or not?
If there was
I just want to know if there's a
majority,
reason.
if there was a majority nation of non-whites that dominated that nation.
How about no if?
Hold on. Yeah, but so if
in any
excluded white people, then in that hypothetical scenario, I would consider that racism.
Okay, but
how about Hassan?
you can't be racist towards the majority?
No, you can still be racist towards the majority. There are plenty of, I mean, maybe not racist, but you can still be discriminatory towards the majority.
You can't be racist towards.
Hassan, that was the best straw man you've ever built so far. But let's cut the fat.
I don't think you know what straw man is.
Can you?
Keep repeating that word over and over again, dog.
All right. Would you want to answer the question this time? Can you be racist towards white people?
Yes.
I'm giving you
don't
the
want to.
definition. I said, well, technically yes, but I'm also explaining to you that it's not as simple as people think.
Types of racism that people talk about, and they often get conflated. Okay, so the question is, can you be racist towards majority people? Under the definition that we typically work with, like I guess like in, I don't want to say like in academia or sociologically, we would say no. Minority people can't usually exercise like any sort of oppressive racism towards the majority of people. And the reason why is because we consider racism to be prejudice plus power. If every black person in the United States today was like, fuck white people, it wouldn't really affect us much because white people are more socioeconomically privileged, because we own more businesses, we have more representation in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if you're a majority power person and you can be oppressive towards a minority class person, like by virtue of them being minority class, like by that virtue alone, they're already typically disadvantaged in American society. So when we say like, can somebody be racist against somebody under like, I guess like the common vernacular of like, could somebody hate somebody because of their skin color? Of course, anybody can do that. But when we start like analyzing society, we look at like meaningful demonstrations of racism. So for instance, like the criminal justice system or economic disadvantages, right? In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
Yeah,
vote
and-
for Destiny.
It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of
It's
making
not.
us wait.
So we didn't have to listen fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes
me
Like we have the cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like
it's funny because like the only
it's
way
such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like, I'm sorry, but like if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying,
you
it's
said the
on
R
you,
word.
okay? I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Hey,
as
hey,
best as
yeah,
I
Wes.
can
You
over
said
here.
the R
Wes,
word.
He literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking
You can
about?
say
John Zerka. He said the R word. That's hilarious.
retard on Twitch. Set up up and says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No, wait, relax.
Oh, that's funny. Thanks for the donation, retard.
So basically the creepiest thing about the female anglerfish is not HW they look but the fact that they are all literal child predators.
Yes. They're all child predators. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. ABC donated $2. Let me see.
Need some help? No, I'm an independent woman and I can do it by myself.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
The German guy, if you hear this you are a retard. The right-wing party's only logical policies are migration and nuclear power policies. The far-right parties want to leave EU and suck Putin's cock. Yeah, let's become UK-level poor and cut social services.
Yeah.
Ye been having another manic episode. Few bangers.
Alright, I'll take a look in a second, retard. Yeah, that's the problem with voting for any, any right-wing party in general, but especially far-right. They don't have any actual economic planning skills. Like, Republicans in the US historically have always been terrible economic planners. Every time you see the most rapid economic growth in the US, it's always under Democrats. And that's almost universally true cross-culturally. It's true of Canada, it's true of the UK, it's true of most of Europe. So if you're voting for a far-right party like the AfD, you're literally you're voting away your money, you're literally voting to be poor and have no social services to kind of save you from poverty, just so that you can get brown people out of town. It's probably not worth it. But thanks for the donation, Light Schnack. Good morning, retards. Yeah, he just got back on Twitter, right? Yeezy does not hire fat or ugly people. This guy really needs to be locked up. George Farmer, I did not fuck your wife. Rusty Z. Gerard Kushner, on the other hand. Oh, I also brought back the word honky. You're welcome. Yeah, Kanye is legit insane. He's, like, if he wasn't rich, he'd be in an institution. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Just wondering, dude, if a full-grown male cassowary fought a full-grown male chimpanzee, who do you think would win? Regards.
Probably the chimpanzee. The cassowary does have very big, sharp claws. So there is a chance for the cassowary to win. If it were to, like, gouge the chimpanzee's neck with its claws, it might end up winning. Cassowaries have killed, like, full-grown human beings that way. But chimpanzees are extremely strong, and they're also very smart, so they'd probably, like, gouge the cassowary's eyes out right away, like, wring its neck, rip its, like, wings off and stuff. So I would, in most circumstances, give the fight to the chimpanzee. Thanks for the donation, though, Maroon Blue. Grey Knight donate $2. Low Palitard should change their chant at this point. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, they should change it to Liberate Palestine, I guess. FAFO.
Fuck Israel till I'm in jail or I get shot.
A few moments later.
On Monday, agents from the Austrian police and intelligence services detained me, raided my home, raided my studio, and then interrogated me.
Good. They're watching. I'm glad countries outside the United States have like hate speech laws, so people like that can actually get locked up. Justin, Spain and Ireland must take displaced Palestinians from Gaza, says Israeli defense minister. Since when does Israel decide for Ireland and Spain what they must or mustn't do? They're the ones who keep saying it's a genocide and everything, and they want to help Palestinians, so you can take them. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Breakup, donate $2. What do women mean when they say they want a break but not break up? They mean they want to fuck other dudes and test the waters with other people and see if they can get a better relationship, and if it doesn't work out, then they want to go back to the relationship they had. Anytime a chick tells you she wants a break from the relationship, dump her. She's, in all likelihood, already talking to some other male friends of hers to see if she can get with them and find a way to get their money, live rent-free. So, yeah, never, ever, ever let a chick give you that, oh, I don't want to break up, I'm just taking a break. They're talking to some other dude to see if they can find some other relationship where they can live rent-free and shit. We can watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Breakup. Nice try, dipshit.
Also, of course, you can be racks turds white people. There's a difference between systemic racism and personal racism. Why can't these SJWs see that? I thought they cared about equality.
It's probably because they're racist themselves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. N-word, donate $2. Let me see. West just wants attention. He's an addict. He can't live without people talking about him. All white people are racist. I'm a Nazi. He's retarded, insane, and an attention seeker. So, yeah. This is unironically the average GDL member Browntown Nazism. Yep. It's kind of weird how there's so many Mexican Nazis. Thank you for the free promotion. Bitches, suck my N-word cock. I know your wives want to. Everybody's wife wants to fuck you. Always remember that pussy. What you gonna do? Close my account, try to extort me. You niggas funny to me at this point. Hail Hitler, you faggots. What is the rationale, by the way, for letting Ye back on Twitter? Like, has Elon Musk given a reason for any of this? And this is right after he did the Hitler salute. Mugshots of an actual Reddit pedo. 5 feet tall. It's called Thinking You Should Try It Someday. Wow. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Some more. By the way, he spelled Jared Kushner wrong. He claiming he fucked Trump's daughter.
I will say nothing bad or against China. They always showed me love when Americans turned their backs on me because of a red hat or a t-shirt. I get money with China. I love China. God had my mom bring me there when I was 10 for a reason. Has he ever been to China? The Jews wrote Martin Luther King's speech, Happy Black History Month. They didn't. I was proposed $2 million to scam my community. Those left of it, I said no and stopped working with their person who proposed it. X promotional contract, $50,000 paid up front. 16 after your posts. Your post must stay up for 8 hours. It is promotion of a fake yay currency. Well, I don't know if he literally just typed this. But I guess at least he's not promoting a crypto scam. Thanks for the donation, retard. You hypocrite donators. Jasmine took a break with you when you guys first got together, remember? No, she didn't. You made a video about it, talking in the snow by a lake. It wasn't a lake. About how he all of a sudden needed a breakup while she ran errands. Yeah, that's not what happened. Her dumbass sister made up lies about me, and that's why she broke up, and then she found out her sister was lying. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Because Elon Musk is a Nazi himself, that's why.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, her sister couldn't, just recently, at the time, broke up with her boyfriend, and then she couldn't afford rent on her own, so then she got Jasmine to move in with her and pay, like, half the rent. And then when Jasmine got with me, we were talking about moving in together in our own apartment. Then, because her sister would have not been able to cover the rent because Jasmine was moving out, she tried to break us up, and she made up a bunch of lies about me so that Jasmine would stay in the apartment with her and keep paying rent.
Or you can go at 10 a.m. when nobody's there, right? And we'll pay for childcare or whatever. But sit down and have that conversation versus just handing a workout and being like, go get them, right? Totally different program.
Yeah, or even like just start the like instead of maybe jumping right to the gym, like, hey, why don't we start going for like a walk?
Let's go for a walk.
Just getting outside and being together, maybe even having that time together of just you and her and having conversation, she'll open up more because chances are she's probably dealing with stuff that she's not talking to him about.
Because his answer is, suck it up, let's go. And that's not a great answer most of the time.
He doesn't know that, and he's making up assumptions, blaming this all on the guy.
Especially to people we love. Why haven't you read my book? And what? Because you listen.
Yeah, this guy's just a cuck.
Just brace for impact, take a deep breath, watch this video together. There's a likelihood you're gonna argue afterwards, but if I do make sense to you in this video, before you argue, give it a thumbs up. So stick around to the very end. I'm gonna give you a lot of different stats and 8 reasons why you ought to consider getting a prenup, but let's get right into it. So look, I've been running a business for 20 plus years. Business is very hard, right? I've been in the insurance space over 2 decades. The whole concept about insurance isn't buying auto insurance because you're gonna get into a car accident. You don't buy a life insurance.
He made all of his money scamming people. I looked up his history. He literally ran some like MLM scheme, and that's how he made his money. He's totally full of shit. He's not an entrepreneur. He just scammed people out of money. CDG, $20. Hey Richard, how's your day going? Did you work out today? Also, when are you gonna play COD again? It's been a while. Love you. My elbow is really, really fucked, and I think I'm gonna just order peptides this weekend. I couldn't train today because I can't like hang to do pull-ups. I tried doing rows, and it was still bothering my elbow. So couldn't work out today. I'm just going to train legs tomorrow. I've been able to like train chest shoulders just fine, but there's something wrong with like my elbow and my bicep or something where I just can't fucking do it. It's getting worse again. So probably going to order peptides, see if that helps with the healing process. And Call of Duty sucks right now, so probably not going to stream any more COD for the time being. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
What does your legal last name mean? Mine translates to candle in Polish.
The craziest thing about having people saved in your phone with descriptive
I have no idea.
contact information is that this is literally how Western last names have always worked. Like, before the 12th century, everybody just had first names, but then England's population expanded and they had to do more record keeping, so they started using 4 types of surnames to identify individuals. First is the occupational surname, so if you have contact cards like AJ Plumber or Leo Finance, that's the same as someone having the last name Smith for blacksmith. Then there are the toponymic surnames where we associate someone with a place they're from or a place you met them. If I had the contact cards Joanna Math Class or Raina Minnesota, that's the same as someone being named Bush because their ancestors came from a bushy area. Third are the adjectival surnames referring to a characteristic or behavior. My contacts for Dylan Do Not Answer and Step Stoner do the same thing as the surname Swift for someone who moved quickly. It describes how they're perceived. And finally, we have the relationship descriptor names. These
That guy's annoying. I have no idea what my last name means. Thanks for the donation, dude. Tell me more about the peptide. Should I get some? It's entirely up to you. There's a number of peptides that seem to be helpful for the healing process. The one that has the most human research that I know of is TB500. I've used it before, and it did seem to help with recovery from a shoulder injury I had in the past. There's obviously potential risks to ordering peptides online, so I'm not going to make any recommendations for anybody whether they should take it or not, but TB500 does seem to have benefits for healing, particularly from tendon or ligament injuries.
Insurance because you're going to die tomorrow. You buy auto insurance that in case you get into a car accident or somebody hits you, you're protected. You buy life insurance that in case you die tomorrow or next week or next year while you have a wife or a husband and kids, they're at least taken care of. The same thing as goes with insurance is the same thing that goes with prenup. Look at prenuptial agreements or postnuptial agreements as a form of insurance. So now, let me give you some stats when it comes down to marriage and divorces. So only 5% of folks who get a divorce had a prenup. Of the people that got a divorce, 15% of them wish they would have set up a prenup. So now when you look at these stats and divorces in America, 41% of first marriages end up at a divorce. But watch what happens.
Yeah, most people don't even benefit from a prenup.
To the stats. 60% of second marriages and 73% of third marriages, which means if your first marriage didn't work out and you didn't have a prenup, fine. But don't do it on your second or your...
Okay, this video is just stupid. I don't know why this guy isn't just saying don't get married. There's no reason to. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum's here. Hey, Gummy. Oh, I love Gum Gum. You know, I love my kitty. You're a good boy. Oh. Oh. Yeah.
Jerry Ann Ryder guys search.
Fuck. How did I not see that? CDG donated $2. How'd you hurt your elbow in the first place? Was there some incident, or is it just something that formed slowly? Also, have you done any blood tests? Is there a chance you have some kind of deficiency in omega-3 or something? Just curious. Last blood test I had was a year ago. I wasn't deficient in anything. The only thing they found was that I was at the low end of normal for iron, but that's it. So far, I have never had a blood test where I've been found deficient in anything, like my entire life. I think it's just a repetitive stress injury. I did strain my tricep tendon, but that's not what the pain's from. It's something else. I think it's like brachial radialis pain or something. But yeah, it's a repetitive stress injury that just got worse over time. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo donated $2. What lies did Jasmine's sister make up about you? Also, is Jasmine's sister hotter than her? No. Jasmine said you weren't spiritual enough because why? What lies did her sister make up? Be specific. We like specifics. She said a bunch of things. She said I was dating somebody else and she found her profile online. She said, I wasn't actually vegan. That was a stupid one. But yeah, she at the time was really close with her sister, so she ended up just trusting her. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ugh. Still keeping the bicep gains, even though I haven't really been able to train my arms that well. Dodo donated $2. Also, who's your favorite vegan YouTuber? Can you please be specific for that too? Don't know if I could say I have a favorite. Probably Danny, Tash, and Rafaela are my three favorite right now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey, Andrew, what's up?
So my question is, how do I navigate life after a sudden divorce?
I don't know what happened.
I have a few paragraphs, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Or would you rather just go into it?
I mean, yeah, don't read all paragraphs, but like, just tell me the story.
Me and my wife got together in 2020. That's when we got married. I had trauma from a sexual assault that happened to me by a superior in the Army in 2018. And
I'm sorry,
before that, no, it's okay, thank you. And then an abusive relationship before that. After I got out of the Army, I was abusing alcohol while I was in, secretly keeping porn from her. It got worse within the first year of marriage. I got out of the military. We moved in with her dad as I was transitioning to civilian life. We both got civilian jobs. She eventually started sitting in her car with a coworker that was higher up than her, and told her to stop. She did, but kept doing it out of obligation.
Like just sitting in the car, like they were hanging.
She was fucking some other dude. Like, isn't that hilarious? So he was watching porn and she had a problem with it, but she's fucking some other dude, and that's okay. Like, just retarded. Like, by the way, why is he even watching porn in the first place? Like, if she was giving him ass, like, he wouldn't really have an opportunity to watch porn, right? It's just a fucking joke, man. Like, don't get married. It's just stupid. Dodo donated $2. I said least favorite, and I think he's, well, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids, donate $2. Don't worry, nothing happened. Aw, cows are just nice, sweet people. What a nice, beautiful cow. Aw. Cows are just sweeties.
This is what I'm talking about.
Because I called my dog Muhammad once, and he gave me like a wink.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Are you serious? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Get out of here, bro.
That guy would never, ever do that with me. He makes a lot of threats and shit all the fucking time. He only ever threatens people who are smaller than him. He's just a weak fucking bitch. I hope this guy gets fucking arrested or deported or something. He's such a cunt. Maybe I should get a dog and name him Muhammad.
Iran, it's Iran. I'll say Iran. We're not running anywhere.
Oh, you ran over to the Bay Area because you're part of this community, and back in Iran, you wouldn't be she, her, hers. You'd be behead.
Hey, as an Iranian, that was funny.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
I still cannot believe you got off your bike and ripped off his car's door handle. At least you pardoned him, VG.
That's fake. So, for one thing, there's a stop sign there. And the biker just went right through the stop sign. Yeah, you can see there's a stop sign right there. So the biker's at fault, for one thing. Two, this guy doesn't even have his seatbelt on, which is kind of weird. He just opens the door and the guy doesn't have a seatbelt. And he doesn't try driving off either when the guy's clearly about to open his car door. Yeah, so this is just fake. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Dodo, donate $2. I think you have dyslexia because you misread words lately, and yeah, Australian. Yeah, all right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I heard that once you're able to complete the 300-pound grip strength, then something crazy happens. Oh!
When there's rain, there's thunder.
Oh, these are bad.
Hanging out together a lot?
Yeah, she made it sound like they were just that she was naive to his intention. She was a virgin when we got together, so I kind of gave her the benefit of the doubt.
Were you wrong?
Yeah, he had other intentions.
Yeah, and she did too.
Yeah. Well,
maybe not initially, but she did too.
Yeah, and I think it was definitely not my fault, but I did things that contributed, like neglect and abusing weed after the army, and then lying about the porn. And so when I got a feeling something was going on, I came clean about half of my porn use, and I ended up catching her at his place. We ended up staying together. She said that they had just kissed. And
You know that wasn't true, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 2 months after that, she came clean and said it was more than that.
Sure.
And for right after that, I used porn as a kind of like to make up for what she did. I was like, okay, you're going to be okay with porn. And she had seen that as cheating before, like when we early in our marriage, before any of this. And
so bring me to now. Y'all just finally called it.
This guy's getting gaslit by this bitch. I can guarantee you the only reason he was watching porn is because she wasn't giving him enough ass.
Because this sounds like just a mess.
Yeah, so after that, we went to therapy. Therapist kind of said, okay, that was sexual assault, because she tried to leave the 2 times that there was sexual assault, and the second time was at the workplace, and she said no, and he got aggressive with her.
Okay.
And so it leaned more towards that, even though she had put herself in the positions. And so with therapy...
I mean, sexual assault is sexual assault.
So she's lying to the therapist. This clearly wasn't sexual assault. She was trying to get with this dude.
The sexual assault. I guess going over to somebody's house, hoping that it just goes halfway, not all the way. I mean,
yeah,
this whole thing is messy, but I want to always start with if somebody gets sexually
This chick's a liar. She lies about everything. She's lying to the therapist. Fucking leave her. Who gives a shit?
assaulted, you in the army.
Hey dude, have you ever been to...
Yeah, nice try.
Her at the workplace, her with a boss, her with a power deck. I always want to start with, I'm going to sit with a victim first. Right? But what happened is what happened. Y'all reached a point where y'all just couldn't make this thing work.
Yeah, so...
Okay, this is just stupid.
Destiny put this message out thinking this was going to help him, okay? This is equivalent, when we get into this, I just want to just one last time, this is equivalent to someone who committed a murder, going to the police and saying they found something.
Do you?
Nice try.
In the middle of the street and handing them the murder weapon that they committed the crime with. It's unbelievable how stupid he is for putting this out. Now, I'm not sure if you know who you're looking at on the other side of the screen from me, but that is Destiny, the woke streamer. Actually, I don't know why you'd be watching this if you didn't know who he was. But he's very well known for some of his insane takes, like where if you voted for a different candidate than him, then you are not worthy of living on Earth. He's demonstrated his belief in that when he, tap danced about the firefighter who got killed at the event that I'm trying to talk around without saying the name, because it basically chops my reach by 70% as soon as I talk about the person who was on the stage getting shot at. But so he's done all kinds of crazy stuff like that. He's gone on shows recently, and he said that Tim Pool is a Russian agent, and then he said, I dare Tim Pool to sue me. Go ahead and sue me. I would love to defend myself in court. Now, he's caught up in a big legal beef now because, as it turns out, generally speaking, you show me a woke feminist, or male feminist, like a woke male feminist, and I will show you a person who is an absolute creep. And he is facing a bunch of revenge porn stuff now. Now, I'm going to let her summarize it in her own words because she actually, the victim, put out a long statement about exactly what happened. I'm going to read that to you guys shortly. But just to summarize super quick, okay, he took pornographic videos of her and pictures of her, and then he shared them with his friends. This is his side of the story, by the way.
Dude, I've been watching you for so freaking long and you never acknowledge me in the chat. What is up with that? I barely make any money at my parking lot security job, but I wanted to spend the $3 to get your attention. Can you please talk to me? Mango Ride.
What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Thanks for the donation, Kazama.
All she knows is that he took those pictures and videos and they ended up all over the internet, okay? Now, his story is, I just shared, I guess it's been verified. I'm not sure what his story is, how it got there, but it's been verified, like solid, that he shared with other people and then their phones got hacked, supposedly, right? But, listen, maybe that's what happened. Either way, he shared private videos that he took of another streamer. Like, she's like, I trust you, Destiny. He's like, oh yeah, you can trust me, girl. And then he's like, hey, you guys want to see Pixie buck naked? Look at this bitch. Hey, all these virtuous guys on the other side, they're all toxic masculinity. Look at you, dude. You think I do that? Well, I mean, I've been married forever, but nonetheless, okay? So, and then also in another case, he's got another case because he recorded himself sleeping with some girl.
CDG donate tellers. Esther's writing codes for that, guy in chat. Should ban them. They're writing the name in Korean. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate the donation, CDG.
I don't know what's real anymore.
Do you know them? No. But in the club, we all fam. What? In the club, we all fam. In the club, we are all family. Are you racist? Do you know that?
That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Without her knowledge. Like, he hid a camera. Okay, I know lots of guys who did that when they were 19 years old, dude. How old are you? Grow the fuck up, you creep. Okay, so those are the two. Now, the other girl says that he's done this a bunch of other times also, and we're gonna get into that when we read her statement. And this is where I want to go before I even get into the details of this case. This guy thinks that he's so smart, right? He's so smart. He's gonna do these debates.
Luna is completely bent on going after him because he rejected her romantic interest, but I don't know. This
Pineapple cycle.
recent stuff is maybe question his word a lot. That same day, I received a message from Pixie where she suggested she would create a post about me that would go live after she committed. Pixie says, "Hi."
There we go. Here we go, guys. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Destiny put this message out thinking this was going to help him. Okay, this is equivalent. When we get into this, I just want to just one last.
"And you in the future. Life is unfair, but you should do your best in preventing that, not contributing to it." Destiny says, "Hold up, what's up?" Pixie says, "I'm just tired of living anymore. It's only a matter of time until my family discovers what happened, and I feel like there is no way to obtain justice. I don't want to bring a case against."
I just wanna talk about my freaking feelings, dude. Frown. I have no friends and this is my only time to socialize. I'm really lonely. I just mean to tell you that I'm always talking in chat and you never say anything to my messages. Can you respond to messages?
Sure, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Kasama.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? You want to come cuddle? You can come cuddle, Gum Gum.
Hi, goes. He attempted to hit a person on a bike. 146 Sencom. There are more people on the bikes. I'm gonna hit him head on. Don't let him get in! Stop! Stop! Stop!
Gee, good thing that guy was there to save the day, considering that the suspect he captured almost fatally injured multiple people. Now, to give some backstory, an article from KOAT Action News said that this happened in New Mexico, where a 39-year-old named Steven Jimenez cut off.
Nigga. You can't skip all of my donos. Which words are on your beta male blacklist? You gotta let me say the names of other fruit.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
His house arrest ankle bracelet, stole a car, sort of, and proceeded to recklessly drive on the highway, which caused a police chase. I'm not going to show it, but if you watch the full dashcam footage, then you can see that the suspect tries to hit a biker. Fortunately, he missed, and no one was actually hurt during this whole interaction. Moving on, the female officer intentionally crashes her car into the suspect's truck. This mostly does nothing, but after that, the suspect gets out of his car, breaks the officer's windshield, and tries to steal the vehicle of a bystander who stopped to help. That's when he gets put in the chokehold. Now that everyone's on the same page, let's continue the video.
Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out.
Thank you.
Cut it out.
Stop, stop.
Cut it
He's
the
trying
fuck
to.
out.
He's trying to. Stop.
Debate, donate $2. Let me see.
So you broke a glass or whatever, but he came from a good intention. But he don't have the experience yet to know how to hold properly a wet glass. Does that make him bad, or does that make the action of breaking the glass bad?
breaking a glass isn't a bad thing. So it's a bad analogy because breaking a glass isn't a morally wrong thing to do. So here's the thing: if my kid goes into the car with having the good intention to go pick up groceries and runs over my neighbor's dog, yes, they're going to get chastised. 110%, they're going to get chastised.
Dude, what the fuck is going on today? So many damn fucking trolls. And Ksama, why are you being such a little bitch, dude? Get a life.
Yeah, if my
Holy
kid goes
shit.
to get in the car, is like, I'm going to go get groceries for my parents, and then runs over my neighbor's dog. I don't care what their intention was. It doesn't matter. What happened, what they did was wrong, and that's what matters.
I don't know,
but
dude.
Where I'm saying the intentions matters is because God, the way He judges us based on the Quran, is based on our intentions.
Yeah,
So yes,
but you're just telling me what the
action-
Quran says. Again, I haven't been convinced of the Quran, so it doesn't matter to me. Like the Quran could say whatever. It could even be the Quran could tell me a perfect story that is beautiful to the way I love it, and I'm like, wow, this religion sounds amazing. It still doesn't convince me of it being true.
So how do you define what's true and what's not true based on what moral values?
I don't base truth off of moral values.
But you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, but you don't. My moral values come from what I already stand to be true. I find truth and looking at probabilities. That's where I find truth. So I look at evidence, I weigh the evidence, I say, what is the probability that this is true or it's false?
25-pound dumbbell lateral raise is probably going to be about average for a gym goer. If you can do 35 or more, that'd probably be above average.
Intelligence, but you believe you are
Have you
intelligent.
ever
never
seen
saw your
have you ever
brain, but you
seen
believe you have a brain.
yeah, so here's the thing. I never said I have to see it with my own 2 eyes. You're straw manning my argument.
You just said that, brother.
No, I didn't.
You
No, I
literally
didn't.
just said that
No,
you need to
can
see.
I do a money thing?
You literally just said that you need to see the evidence. And
I
then
said
to
I look at
analyze
the evidence.
data.
I said I look at the evidence, right? And I analyze
Looking
the
is
data.
what? What is looking?
Right, but that doesn't okay. So do you when you look at evidence, do you actually often see the thing? Like for example, do we have evidence that people went to the moon?
I don't even believe that. So
You
no,
don't think people went to the moon?
I don't believe it at all. That's bro. Come on.
You don't think there's a probe driving around on Mars right now?
No.
Okay, do you believe in
BS,
quantum
bro.
mechanics?
I'm not sure because I don't even
All
know.
right,
I
bro.
if
I
I
appreciate
understand
your
it.
time. I'm gonna move on to the next person. God bless. At this point, there's nothing I can do.
How can you believe they went to the moon when you didn't see it?
Bro literally is making like his own argument and straw manning it. This guy's waiting here a while ago. I didn't get him up. I feel bad, so I'm gonna bring him up now. Hello, bro. How are you?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I tried going on your stream before. I wanted to debate you on the problem of evil. So,
okay.
One issue that I see with Christianity, at least, what most Christians believe, to be God, is an all-powerful, benevolent being. And I see that as a bit of an issue for the faith, because
Do you want to talk to somebody who's like more of an expert on the problem of evil than I am?
Who?
Fan, if you're interested, you want to come up and do this? This is more your field than mine. Yeah, come on up, bro. Links pinned in the chat. I didn't mean to cut you off or anything.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, if you think somebody could debate the topic better, that's totally fine.
You said 1 second. You ate 3 burgers? Bro, relax. That's crazy. Oh, I see what you're doing. That's mean. Don't do that. Come on, Van. You're making it awkward. Oh, okay. You didn't mean it that way? Everybody yell Than in the chat. Start spamming them. Just start for now? What's taking you so long? What? All right, go ahead, bro. We'll go ahead, and then if he comes up, he can continue off that.
Okay. Well, for those of you who aren't familiar with the problem of evil, it was an argument made by Epicurus that essentially postulates that in a universe where there's an all-powerful, all-good God, that all-powerful, all-good God would have both the power and motivation to prevent evil from existing. So if we assume evil does indeed exist in this universe, which I think we could probably both agree on, that would make the existence of an all-powerful, all-good God in this universe impossible due to the existence of evil.
Right off the bat, I think there's like an issue with that. And this isn't like a defeat or the argument. It's just I think if there is no God, then there is no evil. So it's kind of like a contradiction. So if you say that, the evidence of evil disproves God, so it's like we have evil, then there is no
well,
God.
It disproves.
And if the God doesn't exist, then there is no evil. So
well,
it's kind of like this.
A God could exist. the point being made is that an all good, all powerful god would not be able to exist. So you could have a god like Zeus, you could have a god like Crom from Conan, gods that aren't all good and may not also
Well, no,
be all
I don't
powerful.
think you understood. I don't think you understood what I was saying. I think it'd be better if you said more along the lines of the problem of evil or the problem of suffering rather than the problem of evil. Because the problem of suffering can exist in atheistic worldview, but the problem of evil couldn't. I don't think. Anyways, this is Than.
Hey,
Hi.
Than, what's going on?
What's up, bro? So it's not, like, are you just running a logical problem of evil here, or like,
It's
are
more
you saying, like,
it's more
are you saying it's
the
logically impossible, or are you saying like there's probabilistic tension?
well, it's really the you could say it's a logical problem of evil, but I usually rely more on the practical problem, because if we can agree that evil doesn't in fact exist in this universe that we're living in, then there's clearly a practical problem here, where if there is an all-good, all-powerful God, he would not allow evil to exist in the universe we're living in.
Okay, so you think there is a logical problem, as in, and by evil, right? I'm assuming, are you a moral, like, do you believe moral facts exist, or is this just gonna be like an internal critique kind of a thing where?
Well, it's an internal critique. So I'm
Yeah.
personally a moral anti-realist, but if you're going to
Yeah,
convince
that's
me,
totally fine.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking so that way we're on the same page, and I'm not gonna throw answers at you that's just pointless. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I totally agree that you can be a moral anti-realist and throw the logical problem of evil at somebody because it's an internal critique. I just want to understand what you're really trying to get at, because if you're saying that there is a logical impossibility, I'm gonna need some like more motivation here. That's it at the end of the day, because it seems like you're not going to really be able to get this argument off the ground without making some sort of value assumptions.
No, I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
So again, it's an internal critique. So whether you agree with, so I'm assuming you're a moral realist. You believe like there are real moral claims that are made by God. If you're going to convince me of that position, you're going to have to prove that your own moral views are internally consistent. So if you're going to say you believe in an all-good, all-powerful God, but we live in a universe where evil exists, I see that as a clear contradiction. So either your God is not all good, not all powerful, or does not exist at all.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the argument. I'm just, what's the contradiction? Like, where's the A and not A?
Well, the contradiction is you're claiming there is an all-powerful, all-good God. Assuming God is powerful enough to destroy evil and is all good, so has a motivation to not allow evil to exist, then in a universe that we live in where evil exists, that would prove like one of three possibilities. Either God does not exist at all, God does exist, but he's not all powerful, but he is all good, or he's all good, but not all powerful.
I think the problem is you're presupposing that God would not allow for some sort of evil, that he has to have it either necessary
that would
or
be
completely.
That would be
that
would be presupposed if he's all good.
Why? Like, what I'm not understanding is the motivation in this sentence that you're saying, which is God would lack any motivations to allow evil and suffering. Like, why should I believe that?
Why would you believe an all-good God would allow evil?
Why would I believe an all-good God would not allow evil and suffering, or have any justified reasons for allowing suffering and evil?
Well, because he's all good. So if you're all good, all loving,
well, that's
benevolent,
a circular argument. An all-good God would not have motivations for allowing suffering, evil because he's all good.
That's not a circular argument. That's just analytical. That's a clear analytical assumption.
Yeah,
that would be analytically linked.
Yeah, so within metaethics, we have like this problem of like the myth of shared axiology, for instance. Axiology is just like the study of value theory, and in this discussion, we cannot have these discussions without discussions about value theory and assumptions about value theory. So what's going on is you might have a particular value theory in your head and conjoining that to theism and then making a prediction about what kind of world you'd expect to see if there was an all good God. But if it's truly an internal critique, you're going to have to adopt the value theory that the Christian's going to hold to, not the one that you hold to. Right?
So, in your value theory, you believe an all good God would allow for mass genocides of millions of people. He would allow for millions of children to be horribly abused in sexual ways.
So I'll just pause you. I'll just pause you real quick because I'm also live on TikTok. Just be careful,
Sure.
like certain
Okay.
words that you use.
I'll
if you don't
respect
mind.
that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I didn't tell you anything about my value theory. I just told you that you're going to have to motivate your argument a little bit more than just saying good entails no suffering.
Well,
Because look, do you want me to call you
we're not
vegan, or
talking about
what do you want
suffering
me to call
specifically.
you?
We're talking about evil. So, I'm just
What do you want
asking
me to call you?
you.
You want me to call you vegan or what?
You can call me Vegan Gains. Like, my actual name's Richard. You can just call me that, if whatever you prefer. But let me just ask you, so in your own theological theory, you think an all good God would allow for millions of people to be genocided? So, like,
This isn't actually a theological question at this point. Right?
you just said
My value theory stands independent of my theology, right?
So you just said if I'm going to have an internal critique, I have to have an understanding of your own values or what you believe God to be. So I'm just asking you a question so I can understand. Would an all good God allow for millions of people to be genocided in a like horrible way, where there's gas chambers, people are starved to death, there's horrible inhumane experiments conducted against them?
I'm hearing, dude. I'm hearing you. I'm just making a correction, right? Because you said in your theological theory. I'm just correcting you. I'm saying
I'd like you to just answer the question. Would an all good God allow for this to happen?
Yeah, I think an all good God would allow for these things because I think all of these instances are not intrinsically instances that make it such that an agent would be cut off from having a life that is on the whole good in this life or the next life. Like, I think all of these instances of horrific suffering that we see in this world are the types of suffering that a perfect God can redeem, and types of suffering that an agent, no matter how horrific, can look back on their life, including in the afterlife, and say, my life was still, even in spite of that, worth living.
Okay, you realize there are people who literally only live for like several days or several months, and they're in horrible pain because they're built like they're made without skin.
That is totally consistent with what I just said.
Okay, so this idea of redemption, I mean, in theory, you could have a situation where somebody suffers horribly during their life, and then God makes up for that by giving you like infinite paradise.
Nope. This is not about compensation.
Well, you just said redemption.
Yeah, but redemption doesn't equal compensation. I'm just
the context
clarifying.
in which you said it insinuated compensation.
I didn't mean to make that insinuation, so this is my clarification. It's not about compensation. This is, again, about, if you look into the psychology of meaning making and trauma, for instance, we have this psychology of meaning making where, and you can look like we talk about, look at Viktor Frankl and all these other people, where people can look back on the most horrific aspects of their lives and still deem their lives worthy and worth living.
Well, sure.
And most of the time, and if you let me finish, and a lot of these times, these people will look back on their lives and choose not to erase their memories or anything like that. They'll say, like, I wouldn't want to go through that again. But these are also, like, they tend to be memories that these people treasure because they've kind of cultivated themselves into this identity that they have now. And all I'm saying is, so long as an evil or any aspect of suffering is an event that does not make it impossible for an agent to have a life that they consider on the whole worth living, I think God is justified in allowing that suffering.
Well, that's a completely different topic, whether or not people think their life is worth living despite going through evil or suffering. That could very well be the case, that everyone who's ever suffered or experienced evil or committed evil thinks their life is worth living. The issue is whether or not an all-powerful, benevolent being would allow for that evil or suffering to take place.
If my value theory is true, which I think it is, then then a God would allow for that type of suffering.
Okay.
There's no internal inconsistency here.
So, does an all good God have an interest in a universe that's better than a, theoretical universe where there's infinite horrible suffering that never ends?
Infinite horrible suffering that never ends?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to depend on your value theory.
Well, I'm asking you, would a benevolent God create a universe where there's infinite unending suffering?
I don't know if that I even have to answer that question yet unless you're like ready to move on and say like the logical problem doesn't work here.
I'm not moving on. I'm trying to understand, like you're making the case that an all-powerful benevolent God would allow for suffering. So I'm just trying to see how much suffering.
I just gave you one proposition within my value theory that shows that there's no logical contradiction. I didn't give you a
you didn't.
theodicy. I didn't
And
give you
we're
a theodicy
exploring
which
that.
predicts what kind of world you'd see on the condition theism is true, right?
Look,
I just showed you there's no logical inconsistency.
You
Now we
didn't.
can talk about theodicy if you want to.
Well, you didn't,
but I'm
and
not
we're
gonna do
exploring that
until you're
topic
ready
still.
to move on from the logical problem.
You didn't
right?
prove that there's no contradiction, and we're still exploring that topic.
Okay, so I gave you what I gave you my one aspect.
Am
of
I
my
able
value
to answer
theory.
questions and have you answer?
I have been answering them. I'm
Well,
just
no, you haven't.
relaying where we're at dialectically really quick, which is I gave you my value theory. So can you show me a contradiction between that one proposition of my value theory and
We're exploring that right
theism?
now. So that's
ahead.
why I'm asking you this question. So would an all-powerful benevolent being not want a universe that has infinite unending suffering?
No, not on my theodicy, no.
So God has no interest in creating a universe where there is not infinite unending suffering.
No, given my value theory that I gave you, the defeat condition,
Okay,
that would be in direct contradiction, right, with never-ending suffering, because people would never have redemption, right?
Okay, so an all-powerful benevolent being is totally fine with unending suffering. So if that's the case,
No,
if that's
you misunderstood what he
said
you
no.
misunderstood what he said.
Sorry,
So
so God does have a problem with it.
No. So his worldview is that eventually all suffering is defeated. So if you introduce a world where there's never-ending suffering, that contradicts his worldview. So he rejects that.
Okay, so a benevolent God would have an interest in not allowing infinite unending suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would a benevolent God have an interest in creating a world that is better than a world where, say, people suffer for 100 years? Would you want to minimize that to 99 years? So everyone born...
Then we're just going to run it. Yeah, what's going to happen there is we're shifting from logical problem to probabilistic issues now, just so you know. And
well, it's not a probabilistic issue. I'm just asking you, does a benevolent God have an interest in lowering suffering?
I've done this long enough to know that we're going to shift there. But nonetheless, we're going to run into an arbitrariness problem at that point.
It's not arbitrary.
Get rid of the years. It's a second. Would God want 1 second or less second? And this is where in my natural theology, I'm going to say God doesn't really create any specific kind of world. I think God creates initial world segments. So the modal landscape is open. And at that point, then God creates the best kinds of worlds. And the range of suffering that's allowed to happen is going to happen within a particular range. So this defeat condition that I gave you kind of sets the boundary parameters of the type of suffering, the propensity of suffering, all that kind of stuff that you're going to see. From there, I can give you a theodicy, which would tell you what kind of suffering in the structure and the fabric of reality that you expect to see if God exists. But asking this whole 99 years versus 100 years question, again, I don't have an answer to that. I don't have to give you an answer because with my modal strategy that I have with the way I've got like my natural theology, it's an acceptable range, right? Not a unique prediction of how many years or anything like that we're going to run into.
I'm not asking you to predict how much suffering God would be okay with. I'm just asking you whether or not a benevolent being would have an interest in reducing everybody's suffering from 100 years to 99 years or 98 years or 50 years or 1 year.
Yeah,
Would he be
I would just
interested in reducing suffering?
Yeah, I would just say that's an overly simplistic question because it depends on the context, right? Like, what
I
are the
don't think it
other
does.
supervening? Because I think what God is going to do and what we think a good God would do is not going to be strictly meta-normative. I mean, meta-ethical in its constraints. I think the way we make theistic prediction is going to happen on a meta-normative account, meaning God's going to make decisions based off of all domains of value, which is like the alethic domains, the aesthetic domains, and the moral domains, or like the true, the good, and the beautiful. And so whether or not God is going to choose 99 years over 100 years, I can't really answer that because I don't know the full context of everything. I would just say the answer there
Okay.
is going to be inscrutable.
Okay, so would God say not want the Holocaust to happen? Would he not want children to be abused?
Would he not want child? Can you like?
Would the benevolent
there's
God
also-
that you believe in, would he had preferred the Holocaust not happen?
But there's also something to kind of, I think you got to clarify too, is because there's a difference between allowing something to happen and having a preference for it to not happen.
Yeah, there's a difference between permitting something and not desiring something.
Well, sure, and if you were all powerful and benevolent, you would not permit certainly horrible actions.
You're smuggling in your value theory again.
Okay, if you
I think God is going to permit things that are intrinsically defeasible, right?
What does that mean?
The whole an event that is such that does not make it the case that an agent can't look back on their whole life, in this life or the next life, and still think their life is worth living.
That's a separate issue to whether or not a benevolent God would have an interest in stopping evil.
You made a very specific claim. You said that they would not allow that thing in these types of events. And I'm saying if this defeat condition is true, which is internal to my worldview, then it's within the boundary conditions of the types of things that are compatible with God's existence.
So, like again, you just talked about how if somebody went through some horrible tragedy like the Holocaust, they could look back on their life and still think their life was worth living. That is entirely separate from the subject of whether or not a benevolent being would allow that to happen.
No, it's not.
It is. Those are two completely different topics.
Explain to me how they're different topics.
Yeah, so one is one's personal perspective on whether or not they would still want to live despite living through, a situation like that, versus whether or not a benevolent being would have an interest in stopping that to begin with. That
and you
evil
don't
action.
see the connection between that subjective mental state
There's
that I'm talking
no
about
connection.
and whether or not God is going to allow that suffering and whether or not he'd be justified in allowing that suffering?
No, there's no connection there. They're completely separate.
Let me make the connection really explicit. Because I'm assuming you're operating on a value assumption that the only type of suffering God would allow is suffering that is necessary for some greater good or something like that. I don't know. And I'm denying that, and I'm saying, no, God is justified in allowing suffering that is defeasible or events that creatures can still look back on and retroactively endorse.
Okay, so a benevolent being, this God that you believe in, that you assume to be benevolent, he doesn't even have an interest in allowing evil to allow for a greater good to occur. It's just based on the assumption
No,
that...
I never said that. I did not give you a theodicy yet.
Didn't you literally just say these evils can occur without a greater good being created?
Yeah, that's not a theodicy, though. A theodicy is going to tell you what kind of world you're going to predict or expect to see if God exists. I gave you one proposition, which is a mediating proposition in how we assess our hypotheses, but that's not going to predict the world that we're going to see, right? Like the defeat condition could be true and we could just be in a pure heaven type world. Yeah? Like with no suffering or pain?
Sure, and I'm very confused why a God wouldn't just create that sort of world if he's benevolent and all-powerful.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going outside of the logical problem of evil. Graham Oppie has written on that question you're asking. He's an atheist philosopher, and it's called The Problem of Heaven. But that's a different question than the logical problem of evil.
That is directly
John, I'm not trying to
tied-
hijack your stream, by the way, so just...
Oh, it's...
No, I'm loving this, so you go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's clearly the issue, because if we're assuming like evil wouldn't
So
exist
are
in
you conceding
heaven,
that? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
if we're assuming like evil would not exist in heaven, and God is benevolent, why would he allow evil to exist when he could have like some perfect divine realm where everyone lives in peace and harmony without evil?
That's a great question, and I'm willing to talk about that. But you came in here to talk about the logical problem of evil. If you're happy to put that aside,
That's directly
there's no
related.
contradiction. If you're saying there's no contradiction,
There's
we can move
clearly a
on.
contradiction since evil exists.
Also, just like a side note on that, I don't know what Than's going to say to this, but me personally, I do hold that there is the possibility of evil in heaven. That's my personal viewpoint.
Okay.
So, but you go ahead, Than.
No, see, these are two different questions, though, vegan. The problem of heaven is, why didn't God create heaven in the first place instead of creating a world like this? But it's not really pointing to a contradiction. The
That
problem
is-
of evil, as you've put it, is trying to tie an inherent logical inconsistency between the proposition that God exists and the proposition that evil exists.
No, it's the proposition that an all-good, all-powerful God exists, and the existence
when I
of
say
evil.
the word God, contained within that word is those triomny attributes.
Well, so first of all, you can have a God that's not all good or not all
I
powerful.
understand that, but obviously within the context we're in, it should be assumed that that's what I'm talking about is perfect being theism.
I think just to make things as clear as possible, you should mention those attributes because people are going to get very
I don't have to
confused.
do this when I'm talking to professional philosophers. I don't know why I have to do that with
Okay,
you, but
well,
that's-
I just prefer that because it can make the discussion confusing, especially for like some viewers. But regardless, if that's what you mean whenever you invoke God, but again, if we're assuming God to be all powerful and all benevolent, like if you're going to say that an all powerful benevolent deity would allow for mass genocides where millions and millions of people are killed, lives are destroyed, people are tortured in the most horrific ways. Like to this day, I don't know how many child abusers there are, but it's probably in the millions.
Yeah, it's horrible. I know.
And you're telling me that a benevolent deity who has the power to stop it would have no interest in intervening, at least not directly. It sounds to me like you're talking about a completely different conceptualization of being all good.
You're jumping the gun now from divine justification and divine prediction to divine psychology. I never made claims about what God would be motivated to do or not motivated to do because, again, I haven't given you any theodicy. All I've done so far is talk about one axiological proposition that mediates between the proposition God exists and the proposition that evil and suffering exists, and showed that this mediating proposition does not generate a contradiction between those two other ones.
Okay, would a benevolent
deity... Does that make sense what I just said to you? Like, can you
No, not
echo that back to
particularly.
me?
No, not particularly.
Can you like make just for the sake, just because it seems like the two of you are talking past each other, can you make the attempt to try to steelman his argument?
Well, no, look, let me just rephrase this. That's all. So all I'm saying is, because for you, what you're saying is there's this proposition, you have this triomny God, and another proposition, evil and suffering exists. You're saying that because of what a triomny God is, all good, all loving, all powerful, that it would be logically impossible for evil to exist. And I'm saying that is only going to be true if you assume a value theory that makes it the case that a triomny God would not be justified or have any reasons for allowing that suffering. Like, those are the two things you got to defend. If I can show you that God can be justified in allowing the suffering independent of any divine reasons for allowing that suffering, I don't have a contradiction on my hands. And this is why philosophers
That would be
philosophers
that would
have
be
moved
your
on from the logical problem of evil since the 80s and have instead opted for probabilistic versions like William Rose Fawn, for instance, or there's so many others, but you get the point.
Yeah, so that would be up to you to actually point that out, because that would be assumed an all-good, all-powerful deity would stop horrible acts of evil like abuse of children.
Assumed? Why would it be assumed?
Because he's all good. If you are
So-
all
so-
good, you would not allow
But
evil to exist.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point, Richard.
It seems like, Richard, that what you're doing is it's just like an intuition pump. It seems intuitively true that something should step in and do it. What Than is making the argument against is that there is no logical contradiction in a being not stepping
Well,
in
there
and
clearly is, and he
preventing it.
hasn't proven that there isn't.
No, I
If
have,
he's
because
if he's
again-
going to claim there's a justification for an all good being to allow for evil, then make the argument.
Can you? Okay, so because I just feel like you guys have gone in circles. So that's the only reason I'm jumping in.
Yeah. Can I just
Sure,
say
yeah,
one thing?
I
really
appreciate
quick?
that.
I just want
Yeah.
Vegan, if you don't mind, can you give the contradictions in premises and a conclusion?
Yeah, okay, so premise one, if God is all good and all powerful, he would have the ability to, and motivation, to not allow evil to exist. Premise two, evil does exist. Premise three, therefore, God would not have, well, that would be the conclusion. God is either not able to stop evil, or he is not all good, or a combination of the two.
Okay, and then I'm assuming you're disagreeing with premise one.
No, I'm just gonna. Well. Wait.
That would have to be a
restate-
disagreement with
restate
premise
one again.
Yeah, premise one is if God is all powerful and all good, he would have both the motivation and power to stop all evil. So you would have to be disagreeing with premise one, because premise two is evil exists, and I think you agree with that.
Yeah, no. Well, it depends on how you cash out premise one in like with the nuance, because I can technically agree with it and just say that the argument doesn't actually follow, depending on what you mean by premise one.
How does it not follow?
But you can also, because again, given my axiology, God can have the motivation and the power to stop all evil and suffering, and he does eventually. But if but if what you mean by those words in premise one is that you mean like all suffering and evil immediately in like a chronological sequence, then I would deny it.
Yeah, I like, again, if he's all good, all powerful, he'd be able to stop all evil immediately. So if he is all
but you
good,
also included this motivation question in there, yeah.
So I think your premise one should be like rephrased to he would have never allowed it in the first place, rather than
we
stopping
can
it.
we can do that.
Okay.
Well, it's an important nuance, right?
Yeah, sure, I understand. So premise one would be if God is all powerful and benevolent, he would never allow for evil to exist. Premise two, evil exists, therefore God is either not all powerful or not all good, or a combination of the two.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, I think just given the defeat condition that I've lined out, right, there is no contradiction. You have to assume a different value theory than I do in this argument to make it work. But the moment you do that, it's no longer a logical problem, because you have to adopt my whole worldview when you do a logical problem like that.
Well, look, if you're going to claim an all-powerful benevolent being would allow for thousands and thousands of years of human existence, you're talking about a time period of 200,000. That's also not taking into account, the millions of years that animals.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is more now the evidential problem rather than the logical problem.
So if you're going to tell me that a benevolent being would allow animals to murder, kill, sexually abuse each other over a period of millions of years, allowed for hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution where we're committing tribal genocides, horrible atrocities, allowing for strange cults and religions that allowed for child sacrifices, really disgusting sex rituals, so on and so forth, and going into the modern world where we have the technology to perpetrate horrific holocausts of human beings where millions and millions of people are killed. We have the internet now where there are networks of child abusers where millions of them interact and share their abuse with children. And you're telling me a benevolent being would not be motivated enough to, like, at least to some substantial extent, stop at least some of these horrific atrocities. Like, I can understand him maybe allowing some people who had a disagreement to trade fisticuffs and rosy some cheeks. But when you're talking about horrible atrocities that have occurred over millions and millions of years, where there's horrible, horrific suffering conducted. It sounds to me like if you're claiming there's no contradiction here between that and an all-powerful benevolent being, it sounds to me like you have a completely different conceptualization of what evil is and what benevolence is.
Can
No,
I ask
like
you
I
a
said,
quick question
over the
then? Is
time,
that
yeah.
okay? Yeah, if you want, if you have
Chill,
some point
bro.
to get off. There's like a point that you made, like I can understand a God allowing like rosying some cheeks. Is not the problem of suffering or even the problem of
We're talking
evil.
about evil specifically.
Right, but
So you could have like they're suffering on different degrees, right?
Sure.
Like when I
So
work out, I'm kind of suffering a little bit. Like you can get a really bad burn in your quads. That's not evil.
Yeah, we're
That's
talking
something
about
completely
right,
different.
right. Well, hold on. Let me ask my question. So you said you could allow for like some rosying of cheeks. Isn't the problem of suffering or the problem of evil in general subjective? Isn't that going to vary on the individual person's subjective experience
Well,
That's
towards it?
where I was gonna go with that.
I'm a
yeah.
moral anti-realist.
Sorry, Than, I stole your thunder.
No, you're good, bro.
Yeah, so I'm a moral anti-realist. So yeah, I do think this is all ultimately subjective. But if you're gonna try to convince me of some worldview where
Oh,
there's
no.
like an objective moral basis that God creates, and you're claiming
I
that this
actually-
God is benevolent, like I mean, like you could technically. I don't know if you're a moral anti-realist as well, and if God's a moral anti-realist. But then that
Me?
would kind of defeat the idea of there being a benevolent God. It would just be an all-powerful God.
Yeah, so I know I'm a moral realist. I don't ground morality in God. My metaphysics are a little wonky compared to typical Christians, but that's fine. Yeah, let me point something. Let me talk about something here because John poked at something that I really wanted to get to, which is the subjective aspect that you're poking at is the whole entire point of what I'm talking about. Because I think the most important thing when you're talking about the problem of evil is not what happens to an agent, but what that agent becomes and how they can integrate whatever event happens to them into their life and whether or not they can retroactively endorse the life they've lived or not. That's what I think is the most important. And so the subjective aspect of this is the whole entire point. Like you can call these events objectively evil, and I will stand right alongside you. They are horrific. But if an agent can look back on their life, in this life or the next, it falls within the boundary conditions. Sorry, I didn't even finish my sentence there. If an agent can look back on those types of events in their life, in this life or the next, and still endorse the life they've lived, those events fall within the boundary conditions of the types of things that God would allow. So that
Clearly
that's
he's allowing it.
making.
So clearly he's allowing it. The issue is, why would he be allowing it? It doesn't seem like it's out of benevolence.
That's a different question than whether or not there's a logical contradiction.
Well, yeah, that's a completely separate topic. We can agree he's allowing it, clearly. We live in this world.
Okay, so
the issue is, why would a benevolent being allow this? And just because
now,
you can...
now
wait,
you're asking for the mechanism.
I'm almost done, but I mean, if lost my train of thought. If he's allowing this and assuming he's benevolent, it would stand to reason that if this God is benevolent and all powerful, he could presumably create a better world. Like, would the world be better if there wasn't a Holocaust? Would the world be better if there wasn't a war in Ukraine? Would the world be better if there weren't, people who prey upon children?
Yeah,
I think we could agree.
What does the word better mean?
Yeah, so superior versus another state. So
that I'm not. I'm asking you what like the theoretical contents, right? Because when you're saying the word better, I'm assuming you're making a value judgment there. But I'm asking you, what do you mean by that? Because anything, if it's something that I don't hold to value theory wise, then it doesn't really matter.
Sure. So do you? Yeah. So do you think somebody who abuses children as opposed to not abusing children, would you say the state of not abusing children is better than abusing children?
Yeah, but I also don't judge. I also don't judge realities by unique tokens of suffering. I judge reality on the whole.
Sure, and as a whole, if we could eradicate child predators in some way, either by changing people's minds so they're not attracted to children, locking them up in some different dimension, or not allowing them to exist in the first place, would that world be better than a world that has millions of child abusers?
Oh yeah, and we're going to eventually get that world.
Okay, and if God is all-powerful and benevolent, then why would he allow that to exist if you agree that
You're asking me
theoretical
a
world would be
question.
better?
You're asking me a question again that I'm not going to move forward to answering until you concede there's no logical problem.
There's clearly a logical problem. If
No,
your
you're
God
poking
would
at it.
would your God agree with you?
Probabilistic problem.
Would your God
What?
agree with you that a world that does not have child abusers is better than a world that does have
I mean,
child
look, man, we
abusers,
can play
all
this
else held
rhetorical
equal?
sleight of hand game all you want, but at the end of the day, I want to know whether
It's a
or
simple
not there's a
question.
contradiction or not.
It's a
Okay,
simple.
what is the contradiction? Because the why question is not the same question as a logical consistency question. If I theoretically, if I don't have an answer for why, that still doesn't get you to a contradiction. You're conflating theistic prediction and disconfirmation with theistic contradiction. In other words, you're conflating the idea that there's a logical impossibility with something rather than a probabilistic tension. Right?
Yeah, so I can
when you ask
I
a
can
why
very
question,
easily outline the contradiction. So premise one, if God is all powerful and benevolent, then and he would see a world in which there are no predators being superior to a world where there are
yeah, I'm
predators.
going to deny that premise right now again because I
So your
don't
God
agree
disagrees with
your
you.
value
He thinks this world that has child predators is superior to a world that would not have child predators, all else held equal.
Yeah, because
So
we live in a
a
world.
world
Hold on, let me
with
finish.
child predators is better than a world without child predators, all else held equal. You'd rather child predators exist.
I think a world where redemption, bravery, courage, sacrifice, honor, and all these types of things, where a narrative arc exists, where people can freely choose their actions, is a much better world than a world with autonomous robots or moral robots. I'm going to say that.
So is God a moral robot?
What does that question have to do with what I just said? Because it sounds like you're trying to reframe the conversation right now because you realize you can't
No.
actually force a contradiction right
So no, first of all, if you're going to claim that God is all powerful and benevolent, and he would presumably agree that a world with child predators includes evil, and a world without child predators, all else hold equal, contains less evil, and he is not interested in taking away the child predators. That seems to
Can you
me
just tell
like
the
a God who is
contradiction,
not
man?
benevolent.
Can you just give me the contradiction?
Yeah, okay, so I'll outline it. Premise one, God, if God is all powerful and benevolent, and there is presumably a world in which child predators do not exist, all else held equal would be superior to a world where child predators do exist.
What is P and not P? You're giving me a deductive argument. Just give me the P and not P.
So that's not a contradiction. That's a presupposition of what you would expect to see under certain circumstances.
Like you cannot you have two propositions, but those two propositions by themselves do nothing. You have to insert a value theory. You have to make some sort of value judgment assumptions, right? And that's fine. Like if you want to assume some sort of hedonistic worldview where pleasure is the ultimate good and pain should be like avoided at all costs, fine. The conjunction of hedonism, theism, and suffering, there's a contradiction.
Okay, I think I'm seeing a bit of an issue here, and I think I can outline it. So you're telling me that if we weren't, say, free acting moral agents where we could commit evil, that wouldn't allow for things like bravery, honor, because everyone would just be, I don't know, acting perfect, and we might not be able to conceptualize, courageous acts, heroism, honor. So by that definition, would a world that has child predators, like would that be a good thing then? Like people
No,
committing
that's a
evil would
conflation
therefore
again.
be a good because it allows for a greater
No,
degree
so
of
yeah,
good to happen.
you're making a ontological mistake here because again, there's a difference between intrinsic value and instrumental value, right? Intrinsic value is going to be the value of the thing itself. Instrumental value is not going to be a judgment of a thing's value in of itself, but rather it's it's like placed in a narrative structure of a particular context, right? So like pain, I would say, could be theoretically intrinsically disvaluable, but it could be instrumentally valuable in the sense that it helps people grow, encourage, and toughness, and blah 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 blah. But you can't conflate the two.
Okay. Trying to progress the discussion on from here.
I think, and just to clarify, so from my understanding, and you seem to be holding pretty hard to that there is some logical contradiction. I haven't seen one, but where you keep trying to push the conversation is into the evidential. I think to move the conversation forward, it probably is best to bite the bullet and say, I don't see a logical contradiction. Let's go into the probable explanation, say it's less likely that we would expect an all-loving God given the circumstances of the world that we have, which seems to be the argument that you're pushing forward.
Well, I suppose we could do that, but I think we haven't resolved this exactly with the logical contradiction because you seem to consider that there isn't a logical contradiction between the existence of evil and the existence of an all-good, benevolent
I don't
God.
think there is.
So, is God perfect?
Yep.
Would a perfect being create something that's imperfect?
Can you stop
Like-
asking me questions and just give me P and not P?
Okay, sure.
Well, I
Perfect.
think you agreed to bite the bullet, move to the evidential, right?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that, but if we're going to agree that a perfect, like, would a perfect being create do something that would make the world worse?
What do you mean by worse?
Okay, so it was the universe perfect with God only in it?
No, I think only God's perfect.
Right. So if there's only
presumably where you're going, look, presumably where you're going from this is why would a perfect God create an imperfect world or even create at all, right? That's in the philosophical literature. You have the problems of general creation and the problem of particular creation. That's the question it's poking at. Yeah, I'm assuming that's where you're going.
Yeah. So if God is perfect, the idea that he would make the world worse, if he's the only thing in it and him being perfect, he's adding imperfection. So why would a perfect being create something or make things worse, objectively speaking?
Are you trying to point to a logical inconsistency here?
Yeah,
or
there seems to be a logical inconsistency. So if
Okay,
something's
where's the
perfect, it would be able to
contradiction?
make perfection. If something perfect is making imperfection, then that seems...
Same question, man. Where's P and not P here?
So
So why can't something perfect make something imperfect? What is the contradiction in that?
well, if you're talking about a perfect creator, it would be assumed that a perfect creator would only make perfect creations.
Why?
It's analytically linked. If something is a perfect creator, logically he would not make anything worse.
But why?
I mean,
though?
you're just kind of restating.
Yeah.
You're just kind of restating your argument. What are the theoretical contents? Like, what's the propositional content of a perfect being in an imperfect world, and where is P and not P?
Okay, you know what? Let's just move on
So
to the...
can I just ask this question to clarify?
Yeah, sure.
If you had a perfect being that can only make perfect things, would you not say that perfect being is now limited? Because it cannot make imperfect
you
things?
could say so.
So then would that not take away from its perfection?
No, not necessarily.
How come?
Well, by nature of it being perfect, it would be limited to only perfection.
But it's limited.
Right.
So are perfect things limited?
Yeah, they can be.
And you don't see any contradiction there?
No.
Okay.
I don't see why that would be a contradiction.
Okay, go ahead. Dan.
Why don't, like, since you brought it up, why don't we talk about the probabilistic concerns? So again, probabilistically, if we have an all good, benevolent, all powerful being that's perfect in every way, would we see a world where there are millions of child predators? What do you think the probability?
so
Like, it
let's
seems incredibly improbable.
let's lay out the meta here a little bit though, because probabilities are going to be inherently relative, right? If you've worked in probability theory before, worked with like Bayesian statistics at all, right? You're going to have a square typically, and that square is going to represent 100% of the probability space. Different hypotheses are going to occupy different portions of the probability space based upon the evidence and our background knowledge. So just putting things on the table here really quickly, without you putting up a competing hypothesis to theism, I don't really have to do much. Like I could theoretically even just concede that I take a probabilistic hit, but without you putting up a different hypothesis,
I can
theism's gonna be
create
the most.
many different hypotheses. They don't even necessarily have to be theist or secular. I would say
Yeah,
the
I don't care what you
probability.
want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say the probability of the god Crom existing. So Crom from Conan, he's a god that is loveless. He only cares about strength, and he has imbued humanity with the essence of strength to strive and slay their enemies, to fight whatever battles they need to fight, and he only cares about the strong surviving. I think
Wow.
that
Yeah.
fits like that has a higher probability than this idea of there being an all-powerful benevolent god, especially when
Okay.
we take a look at the theory of evolution, survival of the fittest. Those who are best adapted to survive, go on and survive. Humans, through both strength of mind and strength of body, are the dominant species on the planet. The reason we've got here at this point is because we fought, killed, we committed tribal genocide, we've fought the weak, and we won against the weak, and only the strong are here now. I think that fits. There's a higher probability of that theory explaining
Yeah.
our
So
world
all
than
you've done
benevolent deity.
here is front load your hypothesis to predict all the relevant data. In other words, though, what happens then when you do that is you're just transferring the improbability all to the prior probability, right? Because now you have a really, really complex hypothesis, some kind of god with a bunch of arbitrary limits. You've tacked on a bunch of just a bunch of issues, right? So yeah, sure, it could theoretically predict all of the relevant data that you're asking for, but all you've really done is transfer the previous improbability from the posterior to the priors.
Well, the issue, like, there's issues with it. So we don't have any evidence for Crom, like no clear
Hold on, no,
empirical evidence.
You would call suffering evidence for Crom, because the type of reality we live in is the type of reality you would expect if Crom existed, right? Like that's the whole point of coming up with this counter hypothesis. Presumably, you wouldn't spend all that time talking about your hypothesis if it didn't actually predict the data, right?
Well, we're talking about what's probabilistic given our observations.
When we're
Does
talking about evidence, it's probabilistic.
Yeah, so does Crom fit, like, does the Crom hypothesis have a higher probability than the all-powerful benevolent god hypothesis?
I would say no, because again, like I said, you've front-loaded your hypothesis to specifically predict for certain types of suffering and war and stuff like that, but I have no reason to expect tons of other things.
Why does a benevolent god have a higher probability than a non-benevolent god who only cares about strength?
Well, like I said, you've just front-loaded everything to your hypothesis and transferred the improbability to the priors. Again, because you don't have a simple hypothesis. Your hypothesis has a bunch of arbitrary limits, and
you're not answering my question. I just asked you simply why.
I just did.
I have
a simpler hypothesis. I have a simpler hypothesis, one that does not lack arbitrary limits. I'm just talking about the priors right now, right? And all I'm saying is, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, are you familiar with what he means when he says priors?
I'm not sure exactly what he means by that, but
yeah, no, that my bad. So when you're dealing with probability, we're dealing with prior probabilities. This is going to be the probability of a hypothesis given our background knowledge before we look at the data that we have in question, right? And if you look at, have you heard of Bayes' theorem?
No.
Okay. Long story short, it's like a form of probabilistic inferencing that we can do. There's a few different formulations. The relevant one here is going to be called the odds form of Bayes. And the basic idea here is going to be, you're going to have an equation, right? And the prior probability is we're going to have a likelihood ratio between the prior probabilities. So we're going to divide the prior probability of my hypothesis over your hypothesis and multiply that by the probability of the evidence given your hypothesis divided by the probability of my hypothesis divided by the probability of the evidence given your hypothesis. You get that number and it comes out, and depending on how it comes out, it either confirms my theory or yours. In that equation, all I'm saying is you are making it your hypothesis such that the probability of the evidence given your hypothesis presumably could predict it more than mine. But in doing so, you're hurting the prior probability by front loading your hypothesis to forcibly predict the data. And you're doing that by adding on ad hoc auxiliary assumptions on top of your theory.
Why would you assume I'm doing that?
Because you went on a 5-minute rant about the specifics of the properties of, what was the name? Clog?
Crom.
And all these other things. And on top of that, he has arbitrary limits, it sounds like.
I don't know why you'd assume arbitrary limits.
Well,
I'm just
is he
not
all
assuming.
powerful?
Is he all powerful?
I have no idea. I don't have knowledge of this god, so he may or may not be.
Well, you're the one putting up the hypothesis.
Right,
So
but the point being,
I think where he's getting lost, Than, if I want to try to clarify.
Yeah.
So Than's trying to make an argument here is that what you'd expect to see from a godlike figure is all power, because if you don't have all power, you would have these ad hoc or arbitrary limits that you would have to explain.
I don't know why you'd have to assume a god is all powerful. If you read the Bible, it
That's not where I'm
acknowledges the
going with
existence
it,
of other
John.
gods.
Okay, my mistake.
I agree with, actually, I agree with you, John, but that's not where I was going with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'd have to assume that a god is all powerful. He may or may not be. I don't know how me as just a normal human being would know the limits or power of any particular god. So the only thing in this hypothesis that's assumed is the only quality that I know of Crom, and let's just say I grew up in a society that worshipped Crom and developed this mythos, is that the only thing we know about him is that the only thing he cares about above all else is strength. He hasn't told us about his specific properties. He hasn't told us that he's all powerful.
We don't know
the only
anything
thing
about Crom except for what one thing you said. What was that one thing?
He cares about strength above all else.
Okay, I'm going to say that doesn't really predict much of anything.
Well, I think it predicts a whole lot.
It doesn't predict for consciousness, right? It doesn't predict for
Well, it does.
tuning. It doesn't predict for...
It would predict for consciousness.
It doesn't predict for a material universe. It doesn't
just
predict...
pause you real quick, Dan. Just a quick
Yeah.
question. People are asking in TikTok who you are. Do you want me to go Than from Exploring Reality or Than
Me?
from Inspiring Philosophy?
Oh, you can point them to both. Look, for anybody, can I just say a
Yeah,
quick,
go ahead.
like,
Quick plug.
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know me, I'm Than. I originally started a channel called Exploring Reality. I've since moved on from that, and I'm actually joining up with Mike from Inspiring Philosophy full-time moving forward. Sub to both channels.
Oh, I think I know him. I've debated him before. I actually like him. He's a pretty decent dude.
Richard, for all fairness, if you want to plug yourself too, you absolutely can.
Yeah, so I'm Vegan Gains on YouTube. You can look me up. I'm actually streaming right now.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, so a god that cares about strength above all else, it would predict for consciousness because intelligence, grit, moral character, though that is an aspect of strength. It would predict for a material world
fine.
because
Yeah,
the only way to project strength is one of the ways is through material means. So the ability to move force, lift heavy objects, destroy your enemies. So it would predict for a material world. It would predict a lot of things. So I'm just wondering why an all-powerful, benevolent God would have greater prediction about the reality we see versus a god like Crom.
Yeah, so you're just so you're including consciousness because of like grit and stuff like that. Did you tell me why it would predict for like a material universe or anything like that? Because like
Because
within the possibility space,
that's a way of projecting strength. So the ability to move a heavy object.
that's one way. That's one way of projecting strength, right?
Yeah.
Well, like within the possibility space, you could have immaterial beings that project strength.
If they're immaterial, they wouldn't be able to move material. So they would only be able
Or
to.
if they're immaterial, they could still have strength in some capacities. Yeah.
Yeah, so strength of the mind. But in a material world, you could have both. You could both project strength through your mind. You could also project strength through physical action. So it would predict for both. So again, I'm just wondering why an all-powerful, all-good God would have greater predictive capacity for the world we see versus a god like
Of
Crom.
course. I'm just trying to unpack your hypothesis. That's all.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think on one end, I think a perfect being is going to be simpler than a being that is the only thing we know about him is that he cares about strength and that's it.
Just to
And
clarify, what do you mean by simple?
Yeah. So what I mean by simple here is in the philosophy of science, there's a bunch of debates on how to assess simplicity. Like I'm talking about the principle of parsimony here. I follow along the lines of like people like Richard Swinburne, where I think the simplicity of the hypothesis is going to be like a measure of a few different things. One being like, does this thing have arbitrary limits? So like for instance, when we measure the speed of light, for instance, when we're trying to think about the speed of light, for instance, we originally postulated I think we actually postulated an infinite number, and then we came across data that disconfirmed that number, and then we just kept on updating it as we got across different data. The reason why we postulated an infinite number is because we had no reason to postulate some sort of arbitrary limit on the speed of light. So all I mean by an arbitrary limit is like some sort of quantitative cutoff point in a property of something.
I'm like fairly interested in science. I've never really heard of that idea that light was considered infinitely fast.
Yeah, I can find it for you really quick. I could be wrong
Like I'm sure throughout all human culture, there's got to be somebody who thought that. But in terms of like the, people who actually were thinking about this, who were scientists and interested in the topic, I'm pretty sure most of them thought that there was some sort of limit to the speed of light. They knew it was very, very fast, but I don't think any of them considered it was infinite.
Danish astronomer Ole Romer was the first one to actually demonstrate light had a finite speed. Before that, it was postulated as infinite.
What do you mean by infinite? Instantaneous?
No quantitative limit.
Okay.
While you guys are looking that up,
I mean, it doesn't really it doesn't really matter that much.
Matter. The whole point I'm trying to make here is like this is just like a standard thing when we're doing hypothesis comparison. Is we assess the simplicity of a hypothesis, and I'm just saying your hypothesis seems to have some arbitrary limits, and it's not really well defined either. You have like the problem of well defined, like you have the problem that your hypothesis lacks a lot of theoretical virtues because it's not very well defined, and a lot of aspects of your hypothesis.
Well, again,
like we don't really...
I'm not stating whether or not Crom is all powerful. He may very well be. I don't know how that adds to. I don't know how that adds to simplicity. By the way, like, is the theory of the speed of light any more or less simple, assuming it has no limit to its speed, or there's a finite speed? Because when you're doing complex
arbitrary limits tack on a theoretical burden on your hypothesis, lowering its prior probability. That's all I'm saying.
By virtue of there just being fewer possibilities?
No, by virtue of it being an ad hoc addition to your hypothesis.
Right. Well, I never put a theoretical limit to Crom's strength or power. So we could just
Yeah, but you
go
did
with
put on
he's all powerful.
but you did put on an ad hoc thing that says he only cares about strength, right?
Okay.
So like, like the measurement
That
of the ad
keeps
hoc.
things pretty simple. Whereas
That's
you
but it's
have
also
to
ad hoc.
look.
It's also ad hoc
That
because all you're
thing
doing
again, it
hold on.
keeps things pretty simple though.
The measurement of how ad hoc a property is going to be.
By the
is in
way,
direct relate.
you're also ad hoc assuming God is benevolent, all loving.
That's not ad hoc.
That's yeah. So if you'd let me finish, the measurement of how ad hoc something is going to be in proportion to how probable that extra hypothesis or statement is going to be on your base hypothesis. The base hypothesis is a god named Grom, and by God,
Crom, C-R-O-M.
Crom, a god named Crom, whose
You shall
properties
not
we
take
really don't
Crom's
know.
name in
All you're
vain.
saying is some mental state. And so by definition, we don't really have any base properties of your fundamental theory, which means that necessarily it's the case that the probability of just cares about strength being true on the condition Crom exists is near zero, because we don't, or at least inscrutable, right? Like pick your poison. And so it's
Wouldn't
not a
that
very
be true of
simple
your theory? He's all so he's all loving, all good. That would be true of your theory.
Yeah, so if you want to cash this out, like I think theism is actually a very simple hypothesis. My fundamental theory is going to be at like fundamental reality. We have a thing that is omnipotent, but I also think omnipotence entails omniscience, because I think the power to think, for
Yeah.
instance, entails being a mind. And then if you take into account like this thesis of motivational internalism, which is this idea that like if that your motivations are brought about by perceived value in things, and so long as you don't have like any sort of weakness, you'll pursue those things. So like in the literature and psychology and philosophy, it's called akrasia, which is just weakness of the will and stuff like that. The basic idea is here, like this being obviously then wouldn't have a weakness of the will since it would be omnipotent, and it wouldn't have weakness of the mind since it's omniscient. And then therefore those two together, given motivational internalism, would entail omnibenevolence. And so like my base theory is just omnipotence.
Why would that
There, it
entail
entails these other
omnibenevolence
things.
rather than omni-malevolence?
Why would it entail omnibenevolence over
malevolence?
Malevolence? Yeah. Mainly just because I think of, again, that motivational internalist thesis that I'm talking about.
But I mean, it could easily just I don't see any, like, there's two possibilities: omni-benevolence, omni-malevolence, or
yeah, if you want to reject motivational internalism. But
I mean, it could, or it could be somewhere in between. I don't know why it would necessarily lead to omni-benevolence.
Yeah, because again, of that motivational internalist thesis that is pretty unanimously accepted.
Well, you're gonna have to explain that, because I don't understand why that necessarily leads to omni-benevolence.
Yeah. The simplest explanation possible. Agents perceive value, right? And they propagate towards taking actions for positive values, so long as they have the power to pursue those things and don't have weakness either in the mind or power or will or something like that.
Why would we assume that premise?
Does that fit with your experiential reality? Do you pursue things because you find value in them?
Well, I could find value in things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I would act in a benevolent manner.
Yeah, because you have other weaknesses of the mind and of the will and of power.
No, not necessarily.
Being is not going to have that. You think you have no weaknesses?
Well, guess what? I'm not saying I don't have any weaknesses. I'm not saying I don't have any weaknesses. What I'm saying is, if a being has no weaknesses, that doesn't mean they're going to be all good. That could mean that they just don't have any innate preferences either way, and that could very easily be the case. If they have no
right, so
weaknesses, then they have no reason
if you
to
don't,
act upon evil or good.
Can you guys define, both of you, what your definition of good is and what your definition of evil is?
I think it's too basic to define. It's like saying define red.
Okay,
Are you-
well,
are you-
my
do you agree
definition.
with that?
So I'm a moral anti-realist. My definition of what is good would be what suits your preferences, and definition of bad or evil would be
if
what
you're
does
doing it
not
from the
suit your
internal
preferences.
if you're doing it from the internal critique, you're trying to find a contradiction in God and being all good, and being having evil in the world. So what would your definition of good and
Well,
evil be in this internal critique?
that's kind of one of my issues with moral realists. They basically say there's some sort of stance independent evaluation you can make where good is what good is. It's sort of like something in space that you can find.
So you don't think good or evil have any like ontological properties?
What do you mean by that?
Like it's not something that actually exists. It's just a conceptual idea.
Yeah, it's kind of like whether or not you like pineapple on pizza. Like, is pineapple on pizza good or bad? It entirely depends on who's eating the pizza. You may have your own set of preferences. Good and bad are kind of like that. That's the moral anti-realist perspective. The moral realist perspective would be there. Good is just what good is. It's some sort of objective, stance independent property that is separate from anyone's preference, and it's something that just exists. So you could, like, just to analogize, it would be like a food taste preference realist.
Yeah, I
where-
understand. So
yeah,
so what would your
regardless of
definition?
so it would be regardless of who says pineapple on pizza tastes bad. No, it tastes good. You're just wrong.
I completely understand. So what would your definition from the internal critique of good be? So to find a contradiction, you have to be able to define what it is.
Good is just what good is. I don't know any other way to explain it. It's kind of like, it's kind of like.
I'm with Richard here, John. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no,
Richard,
it's totally fine.
I'm kind of with him on this one. It's really hard to define some. Like I said, it's kind of like
That's fine.
John,
I don't disagree with any of that. What I'm saying is, to be able to like get a logical contradiction of P and not P, you should be able to define what P is.
No, it's not the so that's not the issue. If we can both agree that there is something that we can agree on that's good and something that we can agree on that's bad or evil, like, that's really all we have to do. And I think we do share fundamentally a lot of the same values. I think we both don't want to see people get killed. I think we both don't want to see children get hurt, stuff like that. So that if we can just agree on that, we don't really have to agree on a definition of good or bad.
So I would disagree, but I don't want to press that. I want to do a couple super chats and I'll let you guys keep going after that. Skeptical Everything just came in and said that you were waiting. That's fine. Yeterson says, how can you even deduct what evil is without God? I think he's asking you if you want to answer that.
Can before Richard answers that, because I actually, John, you'll probably don't like me for this, but I don't really like this line of reasoning that theists use in general. And I say that as a Christian. I think you can be an atheist and a moral realist, and I think that there's not an issue there.
I know you do.
What?
I know we disagree on that.
Okay,
I already knew that beforehand.
I just want to make sure people aren't going to project what I'm saying onto you. That's all, because I know that some people get uppity about that.
Richard, did you want to? You kind of already did answer that. Did you want to dive more into that?
Yeah. So what is evil without God? So you can believe in evil without being a moral realist, and you can certainly be a moral realist while being an atheist. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. Fundamentally, anything that you perceive as bad, like morally bad, it's just something that goes against your own, personal preferences. When we're talking about morals, we're really just talking about personal preferences. Do you have a preference to see people injured and hurt and suffering, or do you have a preference to see them thriving, happy, doing well? That's really what we're talking about when we're talking about good or bad, or good and evil. And I think there is a distinction between bad and evil. Like saying something mean to somebody might be perceived as bad, but completely destroying somebody's life, you could say, is an act of evil. So evil in an atheist worldview would just be something that's like grossly against your preferences.
Anonymous came in. Love your channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. This is not me. It's just him. This guy's boring. Just rep eating. Can we move? And then Jesus is Lord and King.
I can
Amen.
hop off,
Hallelujah.
man. If people are getting bored of this, that's fine.
People are not getting bored of it.
Also, like I
do you-
said, I was kind of grinding camos on Call of Duty, and then I was told to come up.
Well, no, you offered.
No, I know. And then you guys were yelling at me, and I was like, oh no.
Well,
Anyway,
that's only because you offered.
fair enough.
Yeah, but I think we can wrap up the discussion, and I really appreciate you guys having a respectful conversation. You know, we were both able to talk without screaming, shouting, talking over, so I really appreciate that. That's hard to, find these days. I've tried having a debate about this with God Logic, and it just turned out being a complete crap show.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? He's usually really calm.
That's surprising to me.
I
don't know.
It was a guy that he's partnered with his channel. It's not like the actual God Logic dude. But yeah, it was a lot of screaming and yelling.
Black Doctor? Is that his name?
Might
Black
be.
Doctor
He had
wouldn't yell.
dreads. I think he had like big
I
long
don't- I don't
dreads.
know.
Somebody. But yeah, I'd be totally fine to have maybe pick up this debate another time and maybe just do some studying and reading, and maybe we can just continue the
Richard,
conversation.
Can I point you to something really quick? I
Yeah,
just love
sure.
your thoughts on this even in the first place. Because I've been doing this kind of stuff and like even talking with professional philosophers on this kind of stuff for a while now. I've developed my own like argument from evil, and so like I'll if you don't care, I'm gonna try to put this in the chat really quick. And if Richard, if you'd watch it and see my opening statement, I'd love to
Sure.
see what your thoughts are. Is that okay with you, John?
Do you want me to
Those things in
watch
the
that
chat.
right now?
Oh no.
Okay.
No. Whenever you got time, and even if you never do and we never talk again.
Is it in
no skin
the
off my
private
back.
chat or just in the comments?
I'm gonna put it in the comments. I'll go to your stream and put it in the comments. Oh wait, never mind.
I got
don't wanna-
somebody
I don't
else
wanna
in the
invade you,
queue.
actually. I'll do it in John's.
Then, up to you. I know you want to play COD, but I got someone else in the queue requesting specifically to speak to you. So
I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
that's fine.
What do
I'm
they
just
want to talk
letting you know.
about? Actually, I want to play COD, but
I
what
don't
do
know
they
what he
wanna
wants
talk
to
about?
talk. He just said he
Did you
wants to
post
talk
it?
to you.
yeah, it's in the chat for Big John Steele's YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I
He
didn't
said
want to
that-
go. I didn't want to go into your stream and.
Are you able to post it in the StreamYard?
Oh yeah,
This is
yeah.
the
I'll
private
put it in the
chat.
private chat. You see
He
that?
said he always said he wants to talk about the problem of evil.
Okay, great. I'll watch that and then maybe we can set up a debate later. But before I go, I just have an interesting question to ask you. Let's say if God gave you all of his powers, but you had the same level of wisdom and everything you have now. Maybe you wouldn't have godlike wisdom, but you could snap your fingers, make anything happen. Would you intervene in all the acts of evil that are occurring on the world? So if you saw somebody getting killed, you wouldn't. You'd literally sit back and watch it all.
No, because the problem is having all that power without the foreknowledge or wisdom that also comes along with God could lead to foreknown consequences that I'm not aware of.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do, man. I can't tell you what I would do in that situation because I don't think we have really that deep of access to the deepest aspects of our psyche to know exactly what would happen, what would really happen, and what I would really be like in that situation. But
You just make your gains bigger.
Yeah, maybe I would just try to get stronger.
I can
I'm not as
help you
big
with
as
that,
you,
by the
bro.
way.
What?
I can help you with that.
Oh,
yeah.
I've coached professional bodybuilders.
Okay.
I don't look like it.
Okay.
In the last 2 years, I went through 12 surgeries.
Oh, okay.
And lost a bunch of muscle.
That's messed up.
Long story.
What's your best bench?
My best bench was 405.
Oh, nice.
At 175. Sitting around
Damn.
14%. And I'm
Yeah.
5'7".
Shit, you're strong. My best was 410.
Not anymore. Not
Yeah.
anymore, man.
Yeah.
He got you by 5 pounds. He just had to one up
Yeah,
you.
I got you
fam.
just
Gotta
by
get
5
that
pounds.
5 pounds.
It's all good. I'm yeah, man. No, I'm not that strong anymore though. So
All right, well, thanks for the chat. I'll watch your video later, and I might get back to you and maybe inspiring philosophy and debate the topic.
Cool, man.
All right,
All right.
take care, dude.
Thanks for your time, man. God bless.
All right, well, they were cool.
Can we please not watch this guy again? It's so repetitive and boring. He's annoying too. Also, Sebastian, stop talking about that in chat. It's not allowed, for fuck's sake. Get a grip.
Okay, thanks for the donation, retard.
Take my money.
All right, I will take your money. Thanks for the donation, Purple Galaxies. Dodo donated $2. True. Big boss, father figure. I don't know. Does Bowser have kids? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bro, create a YouTube call-in channel like that beta male cucks channel, but tell them the real truth and tell them to stop being whiny bitches and make their wives get a job in your usual Richard speak all nice with sugar. You'd make millions. Millions, I say.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, $1 million idea. Nice try. Nice try. Dodo donated $2. Wait, is your name Vegan Gains? Kicks you off stream. That's how it usually goes. I'm getting those vibes from that male Karen. He looks like he's gonna cry and kick you off any second or do something petty. No, they were actually really nice and respectful. I think there were a few. I think there were some points in the debate where the guy was being a little evasive because I think it showed that either his position did lead to a contradiction or there was a clear probabilistic issue with his hypothesis. But, you know, it was a good discussion. Like, honestly, I think what it comes down to is, like, and I pointed this out in the debate, like, if you're going to claim an all-good, all-powerful God isn't going to have the motivation to not allow evil to exist, you're going to have, like, a very different conceptualization of what benevolence means compared to, like, my take on what benevolence means. Because, like, as I pointed out, like, you're talking about millions and millions of years of sentient beings horrifically suffering, and then God still doesn't do anything to stop it and just lets it happen. Like, it doesn't seem like a benevolent being would do that. And again, as we talked about it in the discussion, like, a god like Crom, who only cares about strength, that makes a lot more sense than an all-powerful, benevolent deity. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Any god that does not care about all the evil in the world is a completely psychopathic monster.
Yeah, I mean, if I had infinite power, I would, like, get rid of all pedophiles. I would stop all wars. I would make sure everybody has enough food and resources. You know, I would just make sure the planet is, like, lush and green and, like, every creature could just live in, like, harmony, coexistence, and not have to, like, tear and eat each other, you know, like... Again, if God is benevolent and allows this, I'd hate to see what malevolence looks like. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Why didn't you film yourself pissing when you went to the bathroom? What a large toilet bowl of urine wasted. I wanna see that fountain, baby. I want it all over me.
I don't think that's safe for YouTube, but thanks for the donation, Yummy Piss.
They were progressive. Is a classic.
What if God was one of us? Turns out she is. Remember, Jesus Christ was a black man, and I love reminding people of that. I figured God gifted us with such a beautiful day. Let's have church outside. Remember that Jesus loves you, just the way you are. And if you don't believe in God, that's totally fine. You're welcome here. We're just hoping to change your mind. When God speaks to me, she doesn't yell. She whispers. If you think about it, Christ was the first Marxist. We feel that every religion is equal. We just believe this one a little bit more. And welcome Executive Pastor Allison Kern, who just married her wife.
This is a classic.
Burning behind me is 8.5 tons of heroin, opium, hashish, and other narcotics. Come on then, let's go. Come on. Okay, seriously. Burning behind me.
I think he might have been getting some exposure. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Any tips for recovering faster from the gym? Also, what's your favorite fruit? I personally like fruits from Southeast Asia. And also I really like your videos.
Nice try. Son Goku donate to when I try to read manga, I often have trouble comprehending what I'm reading lots of the time. Like, I'll read words but won't conceptualize the info. Is this a sign of, like, ADD, or is it just what I'm reading simply doesn't interest me? What are you reading exactly? This is an issue with a lot of American comics. Just because a lot of the writers just aren't very good. This was an issue when I was reading Spawn in particular. A lot of the Spawn comics aren't written that well, and there's also like weird time jumps and shit. So a lot of American comics in particular just aren't really written well, and honestly, it genuinely is incomprehensible sometimes what the writers are writing and the way the page layout is and everything. With manga, I don't typically have that issue, but I haven't read that many manga. I had a little bit of that problem when reading Akira, just because there's so many characters and shit that are hard to keep track of. But it might be a translation issue, where translating from Japanese to English, the translation might be a little funny, and, you know, some of the idioms and stuff used in the other language just don't translate over well. But you'd have to tell me, like, what manga you're reading, because if it's something like Chainsaw Man or Berserk, that's translated pretty well, and it's pretty simple to, you know, just read through and get everything that's going on. So you might have ADD. I'm not entirely sure. It depends entirely what you're reading. But if you're reading Akira, I could kind of understand that. I have had to reread over sections of Akira a couple times to get everything that's going on. But if it's something like Gantz, Berserk, Chainsaw Man, Dorohedoro, those are pretty easy and straightforward. But yeah, like I know this is a especially big issue with American comics. A lot of them are genuinely incomprehensible and just poorly written. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
Just watched your talk you had with Fix Fearless and holy cringe, man. You have so much growth to do, man. Especially with your social skills. I know this isn't gonna get through to you since you have no self-awareness, but damn. I hope you get help.
Okay, well thank you. Appreciate the donation, Jasu. What about the recovery stuff? Well, that guy was trolling. Tips with recovery from the gym. Outside of making sure you eat enough protein, eating a balanced diet, so making sure you get a balanced amount of carbohydrates, fats, and protein. Making sure you're not deficient in any micronutrients, and just getting enough sleep and reducing stress. Outside of that, you know, there's not really any recovery tips. Stretching doesn't seem to increase recovery. Deep tissue massage or foam rolling, it doesn't seem to do anything for recovery. So there's no special tricks that you can do. It's just the basics. Eating well, minimizing stress, getting enough sleep. The only other thing you can do is like take drugs. So anabolic androgenic steroids. But, you know, you probably don't want to do that. So there aren't any tricks. The basics are always what you need to stick to.
Hey, why did you skip my donation? Frown, I really like your videos, man. I'd what I did.
You know what you did. But, yeah, that's the advice for recovery. Thanks for the donation, hey. Richard's Autistic Dono Donatillers. Here is a 39-minute President Sunday hit piece. Just skip to the Pixie section. Also, what graphics card do you run on your PC? I've got an RTX 4090. And I'm probably going to upgrade to a 5090. Once they're not getting scalped, I'm probably going to pick one up. Might take a while, but I'm probably going to pick one up eventually. I do want to make a second PC for upstairs. 39 minutes. All right, thanks for the donation. Eel Red donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, she probably would have lived longer if she ate normal food and drank water. Apparently she wouldn't drink water. And she'd just get all her hydration from the fruit she ate. Apparently she was an existential nihilist. I read some of her... Somebody sent me some of the posts she made on social media. She's kind of interesting, but yeah, she probably shouldn't have been eating that way. Like, who really knows how she died? She might have gotten COVID or something. But then you could argue, like, maybe she wouldn't have died of COVID if she was eating well and had more body weight. But you can tell just from the way she looks, she was a bit underweight. Thanks for the donation, Neil Reed.
Okay, thanks, but I legit don't know what I did. I just like fruit. I was just telling you what my favorite fruit is. It's not my fault that my favorite fruit is one of the fruits you don't like to talk about. Frown, come on, man, be nicer to your donators. Please.
Yeah, I'm not stupid, okay? Thanks for the donation, dude. Sengoku donated $2, let me see.
Still lame.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Money.
Well, thank you. That is much appreciated. Appreciate the donation, Purple Galaxies.
Shit that he was mean in our conversations. I cared that we did something wrong.
Oh. Crap. Yeah, that's good. It didn't reduce the volume too much.
And maybe if Sunday had the balls to admit his wrongdoing, I'd get over it. But until that happens, for now, all I'll see when I look at President Sunday is a dishonest, groveling, self-conscious worm.
Welky Not Dusk said a forbidden name in chat. Please ban.
Well, her name isn't forbidden. Rather you not mention it, but it's not forbidden. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
I'm no longer clapping. I'm pointing and laughing.
As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
For his own, or lack.
We got a corrupted story that was molded by you. You abused a victim of abuse in order to spin content for your channel. Actually disgraceful. It's actually the most disgraceful thing you can.
Maybe you really hate the people he goes after, so it's easy to cheer him on. I get it. That's part of why.
Somebody wanted me to watch at 39 minutes. I don't know what any of that's about. Son Goku donated $2. One Piece is the manga I'm talking about. Also is Gen Z based or lazy. Well, how many fucking volumes does One Piece have? Like, that is just fucking crazy. Holy shit. 1,139. I've never read One Piece personally, but one of the issues you might have is if you're marathon reading a really, really long story, and there's quite a few characters in One Piece, you may literally be forgetting a lot of the shit that happens over time, just because there's so much information that you're covering within a span of a few hours of reading. Or like a few days of reading, like you get up, read, take a nap, read, go to sleep, get up, read, like on a weekend or off day. So it may just be the case that the story is so insanely fucking long and you're going through it so quickly and it's like reasonably complicated enough that you're just, a lot of it is kind of getting forgotten by your like long-term memory, and then you can't recall and keep up. So that might be it. I've never read it though, but I could see that happening with something like One Piece. I don't know if it's written particularly well, but it makes logical sense. I wouldn't assume you have ADD if you're just marathon reading One Piece.
Please. 1 in 7 hiring managers will not be hiring Gen Z candidates. Apparently, they've been firing Gen Z recent graduates. They've been firing them at an all-time high rate, citing these issues: lack of initiative, unprofessional behavior, frequent lateness, disorganization, poor communication, and they're struggling to manage their workload properly.
It's not terribly surprising. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Richard, can you pull her shirt down and flex specs PLS? Please, 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 please.
There you go. There's my pecs that I'm flexing. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Quiet money. Silence and money.
Somebody sent me that after I told everybody that me and Jasmine are getting a divorce. Yep. Quiet, peace, silence, money, and more money. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Nice try, hey. You keep trying, but you're gonna fail.
Hey Rich. Couple questions for you. 1. Should people who fly offensive flags such as the Confederate flag on university campuses be ignored or met with vocal criticism/protest? 2. Should the government legalize euthanasia?
It really depends on the circumstances. If there's one dipshit flying a conservative flag, like the Confederate flag, chances are the best thing to do is to just ignore them. Like every time you start creating like news stories about these people and all these social media posts and giving them attention, you're giving them exactly what they want, and then it ends up being like some rallying cry for crazy, wacko, Nazi conservatives, and then they start gathering and, you know, meeting up like cockroaches and becoming a bigger problem. If there is a movement, though, that's established where you have like tons of people having these, I don't know, like basically Nazi rallies, then yeah, at that point you probably should start, you know, like banning them from certain spaces and actually doing something about it. But yeah, generally speaking, you kind of want to avoid giving the attention-seeking tards any attention, because it just deflates everything immediately, and they don't get the attention they need to kind of rally and create a bigger problem. And should the government legalize euthanasia? I would say yes. You should have a right to die. The only reason euthanasia is not legal in a lot of countries is entirely because they can get tax money from you. So if, and I mean, you can see this, where euthanasia is legal, vast majority of people seeking euthanasia are people with incurable medical conditions that are suffering horribly. And the countries where it's legal to get euthanasia under those circumstances, they all have socialized healthcare. So they're actually leeching tax money from the government. So everyone's paying to keep these people alive just so that they can suffer for another few months or a few years. It's different in the United States, though, because you can get money from these people. So they have insurance and shit, benefits, they can get tax money from you, hospitals get money from you having to go there constantly for treatment. So in the United States, you're seeing a lot more pushback against euthanasia for those reasons. They can just get money from you. All the countries that are making euthanasia legal, they're not benefiting from having a sick population. So, yeah, you should have a right to die. I think it goes against your constitutional rights if you deny somebody a right to euthanasia. And I think chances are in the long run, it actually probably prevents suicide. If there's an option for you to actually seek out euthanasia, that's also a likely avenue for you to seek help. So if you go to a doctor and they say, oh, you have this problem, well, there's this way that can treat it and you can maybe get better, then they're not going to hang themselves or blow their heads off with a shotgun or something. So I don't think there's enough data to know that for sure, but logically that seems to make sense to me, that it may actually prevent suicide. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Richard, have you moved to a new place? I can't remember seeing that background of yours before. Where did you move to? What happened to your apartment setup? And where's Jasmine? I haven't watched you for like a few months.
Jasmine and I are getting a divorce, so she's not living here anymore. She moved out, and I moved to Ottawa. I'm renting a house now. Thanks for the donation, Mustard.
What happened with Random Gal? She used to be a big supporter of you. I'd see her in the comments here all the time. But the past couple weeks she's been posting vids shitting on you. Do you know what happened?
I never banned her.
We're not going to blend well.
Just randomly. They never say. He is not homophobic at all. Okay, I'm a transphobic bigot. That's Ricky Gervais. I don't know, I guess I said something that annoyed her. Thanks for the donation, Mustard. It's kind of weird to call me homophobic. Like, I have a fucking OnlyFans. Like, yeah, I'm not politically correct. I'll call somebody like a faggot here and there, but it's usually not in reference to their actual sexuality. And I'll make jokes about somebody being gay, but it's not said in a malicious way. Like, again, I have an OnlyFans where I chat with gay dudes all the time.
What percentage of donations do Streamlabs take from you?
It's minuscule. It might be like 3%, something like that, but it's really, really tiny. They only take like a really, really small transfer fee, so I basically get all the money that's given to me. YouTube, on the other hand, takes 30%, which is why I use Streamlabs. Thanks for the donation, Purple Galaxies.
Hey man, apologies if my wishes a few days ago seemed like I meant sympathy. No bad intention, man.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, Mola.
Oh, Ottawa? Did you live in Guelph before? Is Ottawa nice? Why did you pick it? Also, who is Random Gal? Is Ottawa like a big city or something, or are you in suburbs? Also, your OnlyFans, did you actually put something up your butt, or is that picture edited?
No, I actually put something up my butt. I got some good money for that. Yeah, I used to live in Guelph. We moved to Ottawa, I think it's been like a full year pretty much. We moved in March. So either March or April. I think it was March. And we picked it because Jasmine had a friend that had a property here where she could put her horse. That was one of the reasons to move here. And she also wanted just a bigger place because the apartment was kind of small. It wasn't really small. It was small because she wanted the rabbits, and we had the cats and dogs, and my workout equipment. So especially after I made the home gym, things were a little small. So we moved here, and I'm glad we did, because yeah, having the house is pretty sweet. Thanks for the donation, Mustard.
No, he's trying to grab my gun. Get out the cliff. Get out the cliff.
So here you can see that the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guy has taken control of the situation and has started leading as the female officer is panicking because she's not strong enough to easily cuff the suspect despite him being held down by somebody else. The panicking gets worse as the suspect, who probably is on some kind of stimulant, tries to grab her gun. Then this happens.
The cliff. Get out the cliff. You motherfucker. I'm gonna fucking tase you. I got him. I'm gonna fucking tase you.
So I have no idea why she was...
My grandfather's brother was a police officer. He died. He died like at 83, 84, something like that. Might have even been older. But, yeah, he was telling me about police training and recruitment back in the day, and he said the physical they didn't specifically prevent women from joining the police force, but the physical requirements were way higher. And they didn't have different physical requirements for men and women. It was just all the same. So they had to be able to pick up like a 200-pound object or something and carry it a certain distance. And then there's like an obstacle course. You had to be able to run a mile in a certain time. So like basically no women could do it. And now they changed it so that there's different physical requirements for women, which, you know, I don't know why. I'm not saying there should never be any female officers. Like, it is useful sometimes. So, like, if you have female suspects that you have to search, it prevents, like, you know, sexual assault claims. And it does help with investigation sometimes, just to have a diversity of thought. So, you know, if you're working on different theories in a case and you have to interrogate people, it can be kind of useful to have, you know, different people of ethnic backgrounds and sexes working on a case, because it does give you diversity of thought. You can think on different theories, the way you communicate with suspects and witnesses can help. But yeah, the idea that women should be beat cops arresting people, it's retarded. The only time women can make any arrests is if you're dealing with non-violent criminals. Anytime you're dealing with violent criminals, if you see a female cop, oh good, I get to do whatever I want. They can't do anything. The only thing they can do is shoot you, and the only time they can shoot you is if there's like an actual threat to themselves or somebody else. So if they have a gun or something, then yeah, they can shoot you, but if you just run away, you're good. And again, you can just punch a woman right in the face and knock her out cold, easy. So yeah, just knock out a chick and then just go about your day. And that happens a lot, where female cops just get punched right in the fucking face and they're knocked out cold, and then the suspect just leaves.
How much did you make for doing that pic with the thing up her butt? And do you ever go to any Vegfest or public events like you used to back in the day? How come you never make any Earl videos anymore? Frownick, it's cold, but when it's warm, are you gonna do it? M8.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm going to do more vlogs once it starts warming up. There's two main reasons I haven't done it lately. One, it's cold as shit. Two, I lost my fucking 360 camera. I have no idea where the fuck it went. I haven't been able to find it since we moved. And, I live in kind of a weird area where I do have to do a fair bit of traveling in order to get anywhere, and the places around my town, if I were to film, it would be very easy to track down where I actually live, so I'm probably gonna have to be a little creative when it comes to like vlogging, or just, you know, only vlog when I'm in Ottawa or something, like actually in the city. But yeah, by the summer, I'll just get a new camera and, you know, just do day in the life sort of vlogs, training vlogs, shit like that. And how much money did I make? Combined through all the sales, probably at least $5,000. Thanks for the donation though, Mustard. Gummy. Gum gum. Gum gum. He's not down here, is he? No. Gum gum. I hear you up there. You better be good. Richard's autistic donor $20. Richard, all my female team leads at the Target I work always get moody and bitchy when the store becomes super slammed with guests. They literally give me attitude last show when stress kicks in. Hate the shit. Well, I mean, what do you expect? That's what happens. I remember I went to Doomy's in Toronto right before it closed down. They had some gay waiter working there. And he was a complete fucking asshole. It was only me, Jasmine, and then like one other couple in the restaurant. So we only had to serve 2 tables. And then he was complaining to us, whining and bitching, saying, "Oh, I have to do everything around here, running around like crazy. Like I fucking care. Just get our order and serve us food." And he was giving us like attitude the whole time. So I didn't give this dipshit a tip. And then after I paid for the bill, he looks at his receipt to see if he received a tip. And then he's like, just so you know, if you don't tip me, I get like no money. Like I need at least $30 like per order. He's literally expecting a $30 tip from me. After acting like a complete dickhead, literally says, "You need to give me like a $30 tip or else I don't make any money." And I'm like, yeah, no. And then I just left. And yeah, then the place closed down. I think only a few weeks after that, but I don't know why the fuck they hired that guy. That dude was a complete fucking cunt. But yeah, there's a lot of people working in customer service that are complete fucking unlikable dickheads. Thanks for the donation though, Mustard.
Why are you worried about that? Have you ever had creeps look for you, Earl? You're not that famous, no offense, man.
Well, just because there's nobody who would look for me, that doesn't mean people can't dox me. Luckily, I don't live in an area where anybody can call pizzas to my house. There's literally no restaurants near me that do deliveries. There's only like one bar down the street, and they don't do takeout orders, so that's good. But, I mean, if somebody wanted to swat me, they still can. And whether you have a big or small channel, somebody can just swat you. So it's just better that people don't know where I live. And on top of that, I also don't want Muslims knowing where I live. I'm planning on doing some Muslim content in the future, and if they just know where I live, I'd rather them not. Thanks for the donation though, Mustard. Mustard. Oh yeah, and the guy who donated before was Richard's Autistic Dono. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Was threatening to shoot a taser as, in her panic state, she could have easily hit the BJJ guy in the legs, effectively stunning him and ruining his ability to keep the suspect detained. This moment really gives me confidence in the police as I see yet another video of an officer failing at basic firearms principles. I hope they at least had her repeat a firearms safety course after watching the body cam footage. Now this next part is not advertiser friendly, so I'll just have to describe it. The female officer, for some reason, starts pushing the front of her taser gun into the suspect's head, as she lets the BJJ guy cuff him for her, and at this point I think, should she just leave? Not only
that's what anybody would do. You can't handcuff a suspect while holding them with a taser. This is just standard police training. You have to have a 2-man team if you're using a taser. So, one person has a taser, one person has a firearm. This is assuming you're dealing with a suspect that has a weapon. And you have one guy ready with a taser, one guy ready with a firearm, so if the taser fails, the guy with the firearm can take them out. And then if you're dealing with a suspect that doesn't have a weapon, you have one officer holding them with a taser and the other officer with the handcuffs or struggling with them on the ground. And again, if the person who's handcuffing them fails or has trouble cuffing them, you can shoot them with a taser. So she didn't do anything
that
wrong
makes
there.
sense. When you first started your YouTube channel, what town did you live in? I remember you lived in your mom's house and it looked like a regular suburban neighborhood. What towns have you lived in during your lifetime?
I lived in Scarborough, downtown Toronto, Guelph, and now Ottawa. Thanks for the donation, Joe. Or no, Mustard.
Since you said your mom watches most of your streams, hello Adriana Bergers, you raised a very strong trans son.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Joe R9. Appreciate it. Gum Gum! Is that you, Gum Gum? Sometimes the rabbits are just noisy. I don't know if it's the rabbits or if it's Gum Gum. Yeah, so this guy's criticism of this police officer right now doesn't make any sense. She's doing what anybody would logically do.
Is she a danger to other people because she's panicking and has not been trained well enough? But obviously, this guy has seen enough FR chase. Finally, another officer shows up to help her.
He broke my unit. Punching it. Shut up. I checked him for weapons, but yeah, I'm pregnant. So I need to.
What? Dude, why is a female pregnant officer running beats, arresting suspects? Society makes no sense. Yeah, let's get pregnant women getting into fights with criminals. Oh my god. Just pure fucking clown mode. Oh, if you say that, women are just as capable as men. Oh, 'cause she's pregnant, she has a disability. Oh, you're sexist. Oh my god. Just never ends. Well, yeah, like, let's just let criminals do whatever they want. Yeah, let's just have every fucking police officer be pregnant. I guess let's just allow crime. Bend over, donate $2, duckies. Let me see. I like ducks. Oh my god. Oh, such nice ducks. Oh, look at those ducks splishy splashing. Oh, those are good ducks. Oh my god, I want to kiss them. Oh, they're eating lettuce. Oh, ducks love lettuce. Oh my god, look at them eating that lettuce. Oh my god, that's a good quacker. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, look at him pecking. Oh, they're going yum 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 yum. Oh, they love that lettuce in the water. Oh my god, that is good yum yums. Oh, those are some good ducks. Oh my god. Those are good fucking ducks. Oh my goodness. Oh, those are good ducks. They're just sitting around. They're just thinking about duck stuff. Wow, so nice and peaceful. Just sitting around thinking of duck things. I really like chickens. Chickens are nice. Just kiss the chicken. Oh, chickens need kisses. Yes, chickens need kisses too. Kiss the chicken, that's good.
Okay, guys.
Oh my god.
My buddy's Brad, BC.
Those are good fucking chickens. Holy shit. I freaking love chickens, dude. Chickens are nice. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Dude, we missed this fight, but this is super satisfying. This just happened a week ago. He wasn't even on a UFC PPV, he's done.
Video unavailable. Okay, this must be America only. Yeah. This guy looks really fucking fast. Let me see this. Fucking... I think Sean Strickland... Someone pointed this out. Izzy tends to do this thing where he, rather than protecting his head, he tends to back up, hoping somebody isn't going to really commit to a punch. And, it usually works where he's able to evade the strike and then either move out or counter, but, people have kind of figured him out, and they're just committing more and then just smashing him. Yeah, that was hard. Yeah, I would retire if I was Izzy. Like, he's had some pretty bad fucking hits to the head lately. And yeah, it's not even a pay-per-view event. He's done. He's over the hill. I don't like Izzy, like Israel Adesanya. He's just a weird dickhead. He has like an actual dog fetish. It's not like a furry thing. Like, he actually wants to have sex with dogs. It's fucking weird. Thanks for the donation though, Unicorn Jizz.
I find it so fascinating how you used to be super anti-red pill and stuff, but then the moment Jasmine left you, you did a full 180 and went full red pill. Really demonstrates how intellectually weak you are. Now go ahead and come up with nonsense cope.
Well, the red pill movement is fucking insane. It's led by crazy fucking whack jobs like Fresh and Fit. And a lot of the red pill stuff is extremely misogynist. Like, I debated that guy who literally thought rape doesn't exist. So yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? Surely I must have had a momentary stroke, because there's no universe where she just said what I think she said. I have to hear that again.
I checked him for weapons, but yeah, I'm pregnant, so I need to...
Someone has to be fired for this. Why in the hell is a pregnant female officer on the front lines? It's already bad enough that she was too physically weak to detain the guy, but who in the hell okayed a pregnant woman for active duty and to work by herself? This whole interaction makes me wonder, how long...
Just horrible, horrible mismanagement.
65-pound woman believe...
Antoinette Tony Harris wants to be the first female NFL player. 22-year-old defensive back just made history as the first female player to receive a full football scholarship. She's gonna get absolutely fucking annihilated. Like, she might actually die. Head injuries in the NFL are already extremely bad. Well, not even the NFL, just football in general. Literally everybody who plays football has CTE. A woman with a much, much weaker neck if she gets head-to-head contact with another dude who weighs like 400 pounds, like, she is fucked. She is gonna get serious traumatic fucking brain injury, dude. This is 6 years ago, so what happened? How old is this video? 4 months. Former college football player. What was her career like? Plans to continue playing football. Like, she's pretty damn jacked and physically fit for a woman, but I mean, when you compare her to male football players.
To that previous comment about red pill, PSA to everyone, Chris Canwell from Developer Traction is an actual god. No idea what pill you wanna call him. He's the best. Being too nice is never the answer. He breaks down women to a science. Legend.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are certain ways in which you're gonna have to deal with women, and it's just a reality. Men and women think differently, have different preferences, so you're gonna...
How's it going? Welcome.
Like, if you don't accept that reality, you're gonna probably end up with relationship issues. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Is there any way you can alert police that you are a target for swatting? Police incompetence being weaponized like that with no solution seems wild to me.
You can. I did that when I was in Guelph. Haven't done that now. I don't know what police precinct or something I have to go to do that, but I made sure I was on a list where they knew ahead of time if there's like a swatting call to just not come in with a SWAT team. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackleford. I gotta check upstairs. There's a lot of weird noises. Well, this son of a bitch decided he's gonna start jumping into the rabbit pen. He wasn't doing it before, because I didn't put anything close to the rabbit pen that he could jump onto. But just today, he decided to jump into the rabbit pen and start fucking with the rabbits, so now I have to find a taller pen to fence the rabbits in so he doesn't start fucking with them. You asshole. Why? Just leave them alone. Just poke them a little bit through the cage. Why is that not good enough? You can't just poke the rabbits. You have to go in your cage and start whacking at them? No. You don't do that. Oh my god. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to... do something about that. Street Vegan donated $10. Let me see. No, I closed the door, jackass. You're not going upstairs without me.
Bit of this and a little bit of that. Our bro got nerfed 4 times. Pro playing max difficulty. What did he do in his previous life? Pick a struggle, brother. Final boss of having 0 right. Imagine if he was Ginger Disney's new project. Got cooked bro fries. The 8th wonder of the world. Bro can get any job. Netflix wants to know his location. What did bro do to God? Definition of getting nerfed. 7 in 1 nod. Human combo X5. He's gonna write the easiest college application letter of all time. Collecting them like the Infinity Stones. Bro's disability maxing. Walking target. I hope I'm not applying to the same college as him. Just pick one, bro. The definition of the 9 deadly sins. Fag red ticker bro's got a PhD in attention manufacturing. Bro is the next live action Rapunzel 5 in 1 of products. Bet bro's also French when you select all of the above.
Well, thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Neat donators. I'm a poor fuck, found out I got scammed by my employer, was looking forward to the pay since they made me sign a contract with a month probationary period. I would receive 5K, would have been life-changing now. I'm depressed thinking of joining military. I'd try to find some, I don't know, civil rights lawyer or something, and see if they'll work for free or some shit. Like you could just file a police report, because if they scammed you and didn't pay you, that is illegal. So yeah, just file a police report. See if that goes anywhere. I mean, if you have no skills and nothing really else going on in your life, the military isn't the worst option, but I've had a few friends join the military. They've basically described it like prison. So if you're okay with a very hierarchical system where you're told what to do and you're fine with following orders and stuff like that, then might be for you, but you know, you might want to really consider that, because it's not for everyone. Thanks for the donation though, Neat. Riley donated $2. Do you think it's true that cost Iranians support Israel? I don't know what the Iranian public thinks about Israel. Like, obviously, the position of the Iranian government is they hate Israel, but I don't know what the Iranian people think about it. They know what a radical Islamic country are like and hate it, and so don't want it there. Also, did you know that Albert Einstein was offered the role of president of Israel but declined? I did not know that. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Back to the show. This is You Made Roscoe. I was like, see, now that was a nice play. Those first two plays.
What would you do if Destiny showed up and knocked on your right now and threatened you with oral sex?
I don't know. Maybe if he gave me a few grand. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackleford. I guess I could make a video about it and beg for money on GoFundMe or something for a lawsuit. Yeah, she ain't never going to the NFL anyway.
That she could play in the NFL without becoming paralyzed in the first game.
You were watching Muscle Mommies before you were divorced. Bitches you'd never get, talking about hot bitches, but all you can get so far was transgender Harry Potter. Man, Jasmine looked fine before she started dating you.
Jasmine is a very good-looking girl. She did end up gaining weight, but she did lose most of the weight. Like, I don't know if I really helped her much with her weight loss. Like, I did try to give her advice with dieting and shit like that, and I know she didn't do any weight training. But like I did give her advice with weight loss and stuff, and I never pressured her to lose weight. So I always used positive encouragement, never shamed her for how she looked, and she did end up losing most of the weight. But thanks for the donation. VG loves juicy cum. $2 could you please upload that debate? It was really good and excellent opponents too. Really pleasure to watch. Yeah, sure. I'll upload it. Thanks for the donation too. Dodo donated $2. Holy crap, Albert Einstein was offered to be president of Israel. How can SJWs possibly defend Palestine so much after hearing that fact? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But is society so far gone that they're clearing pregnant women for active police duty? Do we also not like women? Because nobody would put a woman in a situation like that unless they force it's all fun and games when dumb police interactions like this moment in Corpus Christi happen. Holy shit. Cue the Benny Hill music. Back for her purse. So it's all fun and games when really dumb stuff like that happens, but there are also plenty of more serious situations that aren't funny. For example, if you're a woman and you're in a domestic dispute with your...
What was the video? Female cop sprinter catches suspect. There was some black chick who was a police officer, and she was a college sprinter, and she actually caught a suspect. I think it was a male suspect. She was fast. So it's not like all women are completely incompetent, but like, yeah, if you can't pass a male physical test, you really shouldn't be a cop.
Abusive husband, do you want a pregnant officer coming to save you? Young woman to outclass an average man in strength. I remember when Drew Afwalo, who had been lifting for years, was bragging about being able to 1-rep max 225 on a deadlift. Now, as someone who began lifting with incredibly average strength, I was able to 1 rep max 225 and not drop the weight on the way down after like 2 months of lifting. So you would think that in a rational society, people would understand that there are biological differences.
30% female officers on our force by 2030.
Where's this?
Action and better policies. However, no amount of policy changes or education can make the average woman as strong as the average man. But let's not talk about that. Here, watch this propaganda instead.
Within Metro Nashville Police Department, we're doing a 30-30.
There must not be a lot of crime here. Dude, if 30% of the police force was female, criminals would be like just... They'd have a great time. Oh, good. Female cops. We can do whatever we want.
Initiative, and that it will engage with us a little differently than they do maybe a male officer. They feel a little bit more comfortable coming to us.
Yeah, it's because they feel like you're less of a threat. I don't want actual criminals thinking that the police are not threatening. I want them to be afraid of negative consequences. But I'm glad that you got to achieve your dream and be a diversity hire where a...
What was that Family Guy skit?
Peter, you have to apologize. What, because of a joke? Not just a joke, Peter. A joke that angered some bloggers. Well, I guess this ain't the first time I got in trouble for something I said about a woman. Oh, good. We can steal.
Literally.
Apparently, all you do is hand out water and give pizza to the homeless.
I wanted to be an officer.
Precinct in the motors unit.
I'm really excited that we're going to have the first female officer on a motorcycle in more than 20 years.
As I was growing up, all I wanted to do was be a police officer, and here I am. It is a rarity.
There's a kind of interesting... There's interesting differences between male and female bikers, and they get into accidents in different ways. So women are less risk averse, so they don't lane split as much, they don't speed as much, so they get into fewer high-speed collisions, but they also have worse reflexes, their nervous systems aren't as efficient, and they're also not as good as actually managing the weight of the bike. So you see women get into more accidents that are very easily avoidable. So like if they're taking a sharp turn and they get cut off, they can't as easily manipulate the weight of the bike to stand it up and stop in time to avoid the collision. So they get into more accidents like that are like highly technical but at lower speed.
It is a rarity. People love it. They love to see me cruising down the street. A lot of people wave and say hello and tell me how much they admire what I'm doing and what my contribution is to the department.
I'm glad everyone gassing you up about how great you are makes you happy. Normally that would be seen as narcissistic, but it's current year, so I guess that's now an inspiring example of public service. More importantly, what does people praising you have to do with your ability?
This guy's a dumbass, but people treat women like they're fucking toddlers. Like, there are tons of male police officers that can ride a bike, no problem. And then, like, you have a woman that does the same thing that tons of other men do. Oh my god, you did it! Like, it's just a thing that people do. It's nothing amazing.
To do the job. Wait, they addressed that.
The training that we do is a lot more rigorous than your normal everyday civilian rider. She came in just like any of the guys. She struggled the first day just like the guys did. Her expectations were no different, and the end result was no different. She did really well, and she actually came out as the #1 place in the class.
Awesome. She's better than average men at maneuvering a motorcycle. But answer me this. If she has to pull a guy over for a speeding ticket, a warrant pops up on the computer for his arrest, and she has to detain him, what's she going to do if he resists? Right, she's either...
Well, she's going to have to call for backup.
They're going to let him escape, get knocked out or worse, or have to use excessive...
There is a really, really... Yeah, this is the one. Like, this is a real issue. Women should not be on their own when they're doing traffic stops if they're a cop. So she pulled this guy over, I think because his plates were expired or something, or there's some issue with his license.
K32, come over here. Put your hands on the car.
Just beat the ever-living fuck out of her. She doesn't even remember what happened. She literally just remembers the arrest, and then she woke up in the hospital. Doesn't even remember getting punched. So it's super fucking easy to just hit a woman across the face, and then you're done.
Force to stop him. By the way, it's not like the police have the highest standards for anything. In Corpus Christi, Texas, where that little police chase occurred, the fitness test includes a bench press, a 1.5-mile run, and the Illinois agility test. Let's see what the passing scores are for the bench press.
We're going to go over the procedures so that you can successfully pass the bench press. Females will need 49.42% of their body.
Oh my god. By the way, 50% of your body weight is absolutely fucking pathetic. So, 130-pound woman, you'd only have to bench about 65 pounds. That is abysmally weak. That is absolutely pathetic. If you can do one push-up, chances are you could pass this bench press test. A woman literally only needs to be able to do one push-up in order to pass the physical test here. That is remarkably, pathetically weak. Women do have less upper body strength proportionate by their weight compared to men, but you should, as a female, be able to at least bench your own body weight. It is not difficult. If you just train regularly with a good program, you should be able to bench your own body weight as a woman, at least.
Body weight, and males need 91.8.
Yeah, dude, even the male standard is fucking pathetic. That is pathetic. By the way, there's absolutely zero justification for this. The discrepancy here is absurd. There's a 40% fucking required difference. There's no rationale between that.
20-pound woman can pass this.
That is one max rep.
What? So a 120-pound woman can pass this test with a 60-pound bench press, and 6'2" me has to bench like 180? I don't even think that 60 pounds qualifies as beginner weight for a guy. So men have to be like 2 to 3 times as strong as women to pass this test because that's fair. Do they get paid more? Next, the agility test looks like a bunch of nonsense that doesn't relate to anything realistic that an officer would experience. So let's skip that and move on to the 1.5-mile run.
So the last exercise for the applicant PFT is a 1.5-mile run. For the males, you need to make it in 13 minutes and 33 seconds. For
That's very easy, by the way.
the females, you need to make it in 7.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Realistically, there really shouldn't be a big difference. If anything, women might have like a slight advantage here in some situations. Like if you're a bigger dude who like lifts a lot of weights and you're heavier, you'd be at a bit of a disadvantage for something like this compared to a leaner, more svelte woman. There really shouldn't be any major discrepancy. That's almost a 5-minute difference. That's crazy. That makes no sense. You can literally walk that. 1.5 miles in 17 minutes. Wait. $17 divided by 1.5. That would be 11 minutes per mile? You literally might be able to walk at a brisk speed and make that. Oh my god. Yeah. The fastest athletic mile walk is 5 minutes 31 seconds. So if you were just walking at a brisk speed, you'd be able to pass this. You don't even have to run.
In 17 minutes and 15 seconds.
17 minutes and 15 seconds for a 1.5 mile run? You can walk that.
Yeah.
That's an 11 minute and 30-second mile pace at 5.2 miles per hour. Are you kidding me? No wonder those Corpus Christi cops ran so slow that they couldn't catch up.
Yeah, dude, this reeks of... We literally cannot find any women who have any athletic ability whatsoever, so we're just going to make it so easy, any fucking random bitch off the street can pass this. They're not even looking for women who are even remotely physically fit. Street vegan donate 666. Let me see.
I'm now going to say a phrase that is probably going to trigger a couple of you. Post-nut clarity. Nope, sit down. It is no secret that I jerk off 8 or 9 times a day. And I do this because it allows me to be in a constant state of clarity. Okay, someone asked me a business-related question.
How much of my portfolio should be in crypto?
Let me run to the bathroom and get back to you on that. 64%.
When do you think the next recession is going to hit?
Uno momento, por favor. 2026 in America, next year in Europe.
Does all your money make you happy?
Come on. I said business questions only. If you're not in a constant...
Makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Up to a mile jog. Honestly, if you're going to do an endurance test, I feel like the time should be low enough to make it so that participants can't walk parts of it and still pass. In Tennessee, where those diversity videos came from, the standards are not any better. In 2021, they moved away from the standard fitness test to an agility test that looks even easier to pass. You have to climb a 4-foot-tall fence, drag a...
Dude, you know, I wouldn't even need to climb over that. I could literally step over it.
A 100-pound dummy, which is not even the weight of a petite adult female, and run 500 yards.
Yeah, I remember my grandfather's brother telling me they had to do something similar, only it was with like a really big... It wasn't like a human dummy, it was something else, and it was 200 pounds, and you had to be able to lift it and carry it.
Female, and run 500 yards, which is not even a third of a mile. But more importantly, why aren't there things like a grip strength requirement, a squat requirement, a lat pull down or a row, a bicep curl requirement, or any exercise that is actually relevant to being able to capture and arrest a person outside of running? The best thing we got was a bench press, but these standards are embarrassing.
One of the great things about the Metro Nashville Police Department is they are very encouraging of hiring and keeping a very diverse department. As long as you're the right person for the job, what you look like or what community you come from does not make a difference.
Okay, so what if all the people who were the most qualified were all white men? Right. Obviously, a DEI program would have a problem with that. But it's not just diversity hiring and low fitness standards that are harming the ability of cops to prevent crime. Many areas have made the laws a lot more lenient, particularly since the year 2020, and because of that, in certain areas, we get stuff like this.
A lot of the argument around the low physical requirements is actually made by the police officers union. A lot of people don't talk about this, and this guy is probably a bit of a fucking idiot, but one of the reasons why physical requirements are going lower is actually because of the police officers union. They've also fought against the idea of periodic fitness tests. So, police departments have wanted to retest police officers for physical requirements every 4 years. And police officers' unions are the ones that shut that down. So, one of the reasons why there are these lowering requirements is actually because of police officers' unions, not because of this stupid DEI bullshit. That's why you see so many, like, fat, out-of-shape fucking cops that, you know, can't do shit. It's because there's no mandatory fitness requirements, and you can blame the police officers' unions for that. They want to be fat and lazy.
This is the type of shit that irritates me. What's the point of coming to the store? Mind you, I'm at Walmart. Everything locked up. Motherfuckers are stealing basketballs and shit. Like, y'all gotta lock everything up. Like, every aisle is locked up. Every aisle.
That's why I moved out of California to a state that doesn't decriminalize stealing, and to a state where you can actually legally defend yourself. But as we continue the race to the bottom when it comes to policing, what very commonly comes with lowered standards and lowered expectations is abuse of power. Incompetent people love to abuse any power they have. I've certainly noticed that in the content creator space. It's almost always the most unqualified and unskilled individuals who are the most corrupt, the most backstabby, and most likely to abuse the system and make the environment worse for everyone else. And it's not any different in other places too. For example, in this police encounter, a guy got pulled over for a window tint violation and for not having a front license plate in California. He informed the police that he had a firearm in the trunk, while also verbally expressing that he was unhappy about being detained for issues that he was already recently cited for. So one of the officers makes up some excuse for why she feels unsafe and pulls a gun on the guy, despite him not being a threat.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, how you doing? Good. Hey, I'm stopping you because you got no front plate and your window tint's too dark.
Any weapons in the vehicle?
Yeah.
What kind of weapons?
This is a registered firearm in my name. Okay. Feels like I'm back in Nazi Germany or something. The way you people get treated like this, you know?
For telling me that we're in Nazi Germany and he's recording us online and stuff like that, so I'm just a little concerned that he was so nervous and now he's telling me that there's a firearm.
No. What's your cause of stopping me? Is what I want to know. You didn't even give me a cause. You said for your tint. I told you I got
That's
a ticket.
probable cause to pull you over, right?
Okay.
Just because you.
Whoa. That's way. Whoa.
Now in California.
Yeah. I don't like how you pulled me over for my window tint. You shut up! You shut up! We can pull you over for whatever we fucking want! Like, oh my god, that is insane. And then they say, oh yeah, ban guns, ban guns. You literally have a cop pointing a gun at your fucking head for no fucking reason because your window tint's too dark.
California, this is called brandishing a weapon. If you're a citizen of California and you brandish a firearm at someone who is basically not also pointing a firearm at you, then that is a misdemeanor or a possible felony, and you can go to jail for that. So of course this officer got reprimanded or fired for unnecessarily putting this guy's life in danger, right? Nope.
No.
She got promoted to detective. She points a gun at someone because his windows are too dark, and she gets a raise. Now, some of you viewers aren't old enough to know about this, but 10 years ago, there was a massive push.
To be fair, this isn't just women that this happens to. Cops do fucked up shit all the fucking time, and then they get promoted.
On the internet to get police officers to do their job and stop breaking the law. Thanks to BLM, the narrative flipped from holding the police accountable for doing petty or illegal shit to defending criminals who got killed while violently assaulting an officer because they have a certain skin color.
What do you got going on out here?
What does it look like?
You want to be a smartass? It's called reckless burning. If you want to go that route, we can go ahead and push that route. Reckless burning, when you're burning something outside of an authorized area.
I'll put these candles outside this bothering this guy.
Do you have ID on you?
I do, but I don't need to give it to you.
Okay, is that really the route you want to take, sir?
Have some condolences for somebody. Yeah, forget about that one, huh? What would you be doing out here if your friend died? What would you be doing? I don't know who your friend is.
I love how that guy knew his rights, but what I don't like is this assumption that everything will suddenly become perfect if you hire more women. Not to say that...
What does this have to do with anything? This was a female officer a male officer who stopped him. Isn't the whole thesis of this video, women are terrible?
Fix that. Women can be just as corrupt as men.
Is your camera on?
It is.
I'm the police chief in Tampa.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight.
Okay, yeah, I'll say, now that you say you look familiar, so.
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
And got into a lot of trouble for her very obvious bribe attempt. So in my opinion, if you start hiring more women, not only will the corruption that we're all used to not go away, but also anywhere from 20 to 30%.
Corruption in the police force is already so widespread. I really don't know if female cops have any greater likelihood of being more corrupt than male cops. Like, the reality is, the types of people who become police officers, they're far more likely to have antisocial personality disorder traits. So I really don't know if women are more of a risk for that sort of thing compared to male officers. Like, the amount of times I've seen like sheriffs, drink and drive and then try to flex, oh, I'm the sheriff, you're fucking pulling me over, you want me to have your job? So I really don't know if women are any worse in that aspect.
% fewer criminals will be worried about the police being able to stop them while they're in the process of committing a crime. Or a lot of people are going to be unnecessarily shot because the officers are too weak to detain them peacefully. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like how standards are being lowered everywhere, especially in key areas that are important for our survival on launch, and we get incompetent Disney employees who kill your wife but you can't sue because you signed an arbitration.
Oh.
Sit or come, and I do things that I can't do while watching kids.
If it's in the budget, it's fine.
It would be if we...
Yeah, I realize that. So what? This is what I'm confused. The allowance thing. I guess just maybe the word allowances feels so weird to me because it's so children.
I'll tell you where it's coming.
But why aren't we literally just spending the money that would go into a joint account, and we decide where we're allowed to spend money by just talking about it and putting it on a spreadsheet? Not even doing we will spend this much on fun or whatever this month, even though you can sit down and actually plan for the next month, but whatever. That's just saying we're able to spend this much. Why is that not done? Why is it, okay, let's just throw off money over to my apparent wife, and then it's just a black hole that doesn't matter or exist anymore? Like, that doesn't, I think it's accounted for.
The main concern is that I have, not an issue, but a fear that I may be a contributor to financial abuse if I don't.
Financial abuse? That's a loaded word. Go ahead. Actually,
I don't want to be accused of financially abusing my wife for.
Wait, you think you're gonna get canceled by your wife?
No, he just wants
in
to
general,
have some,
our peers.
What would you do? What is this?
Autonomy over. I have autonomy over a small
I get that, but
account.
I get that. Financial abuse, that is a loaded term. Sure. What the do you think you would do?
Not allowing her to have access to money that we effectively both put in labor for. She, watches children.
So
laundry.
So
I think
you
that
just don't be a fucking asshole, or you see a therapist.
He gives her $1,500 a month, and she still manages to basically run away with credit card debt and shit. Like, I get it, people want to have kids and stuff, but if you're a single guy, $1,500 a month just to keep a woman around, does that make sense? Like just for basic daily chores and living, does $1,500 make sense for somebody to do dishes, laundry, and just sweep the house occasionally? Like, you can hire a maid for way, way fucking cheaper than that.
Or you have conversations. What are you saying? You can't control yourself?
I don't know. It's just easier to say if she wanted to leave, she has an opportunity to leave because she can be saving this money.
Leave the marriage.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What is this marriage? This isn't a marriage.
Okay.
This seems like this is a friendship that has a little diddle.
No.
It's just insurance. Just insurance.
Insurance.
For her.
You prenup, but insurance for her.
I have autonomy over some of my own.
Autonomy. No. Why are you guys not deciding as a household where money can go? And then you can still, if we have a fun category, you can still spend whatever it is in that fun category. You just put categories on things. Why autonomous on what? What are you doing?
I'm making bad choices.
And because of that, if she only has access to whatever the cash I give her plus her credit card, that if she is the root cause of the spending, then it protects the other.
Hey, is this working?
No.
Okay, so I don't give a. Why are you defending it?
Maybe
no. Look, hey, Guy, girl, look at the things I have in front of me. You're on the show. If it was working, you wouldn't be here. Why defend this fucking method of insanity? That is objectively not. Oh, go ahead. What's your little plan? We're 8 years into marriage, and so far it's a complete fucking mess. 7 years now.
So I invest in lottery tickets, not literal lottery tickets, even though I like to purchase literal lottery tickets.
Why are you with your words? What are you saying?
So I like to invest in startups. So I have some equity in some.
How much?
I can't tell you how much those companies are worth, or
you don't have to tell me the companies. Can't you tell me how much you invested?
Oh, sure, $40,000
over the course of.
Since I started, so 10.
Started what?
10, software engineering. So 10 years or so, and
great.
Maybe
so,
some of those,
which you probably shouldn't do unless your retirement is substantial, because now you're essentially waiting for an exit.
Part of what I'm getting to is that is my retirement plan.
Okay, well that's the dumbest retirement plan I've ever heard in my life.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, probably, but it's the one we got right now.
No, there's another one, and then you borrowed against it. So
savings and wise investments, no, that's too slow.
Yeah,
10% a year is slow. 50%.
Yeah, 10% year over year is very quick. And it accumulates surprisingly quickly. So 10% year over year is very fast.
Over the last 2 years is slow. I'm kind of happy with the 50% increase in my money. I'm sure that's more than you got.
What numbers are you saying? You're saying if I invest 10% of my
the S&P
income?
500 over the last 2 years had a combined 50% growth.
Oh, sure. If you want to cherry pick the most recent,
the time that it is right now.
Right,
instead of choosing years
bear
like
market
50 years
comes,
ago.
you won't be saying those quotes. Oh,
no, you're right. In the bear market, I'll be thrilled. I'll be nutting everywhere, investing like crazy because I love a bear market more than any market because that means I can put money in.
Capital, yeah, sure.
Which you do. I don't get what point you're trying to make.
As you will find out, no, we do not.
No, you do. You're just a dumb. You have the capital. You put $40,000 into startups.
But required expenses. And if
you don't get access to it until liquidity events, how many are still around that you got in?
Both of them are still
it's only 2. So it's not even diversified.
No, but I'm kind of just started this whole entrepreneur thing.
Investor. Making sure you have hey, how about I talk? Some sense of retirement. That would be on track and let it grow while you're going off and fucking around. But I love the idea of you going in and putting some money into something you feel confident in and grinding on it and creating jobs. I love it. That's great. And you know what? It went to 0 and that happens and you can try things again. But the foundation, man, for the sake of your family and 2 kids, by the way. Do you remember when you guys told me you have 2 kids? Yeah, that's an interesting little thing. Maybe we should take what are our goals? Go ahead. What are our goals, guys?
If it didn't exist, either through divorce or death or some other responsible for, bringing in the income and managing the bills, then I feel like I have a little bit more liberty to take these higher risks.
But you shouldn't, though. Every money move that the household makes should be collected from the two.
I didn't know how much debt we were in until he told me how much.
When
debt
did he tell you?
So,
well, you had a hidden credit card too. So,
well, it wasn't a hidden credit card.
Debt.
It
was a hidden debt. You knew the credit card existed, not the debt.
Okay, maybe
so
that's
when
true.
did you learn how much debt he had?
So we were building a tiny house on our property because at the time that
when
okay.
It started around 2021.
Yeah.
So you learned in 2021?
No.
When did you learn how much debt he has was the fucking question.
Okay.
Well,
probably at the beginning of probably at the
now
beginning
you're
of
we. Okay.
Yeah, when it's convenient.
Oh, progress, guys.
Probably at the beginning of this year. I learned
not 2025.
Sorry,
last year.
2024.
Okay.
So at the beginning of 2024, I learned that he took out $60,000 in loans that I didn't know about.
Where'd they go?
They went to we started a build for the tiny house that was supposed to be $140,000.
And you thought that was cash flowing?
So we had originally taken a cash out refinance.
Yeah.
I have that loan.
This is during the peak COVID housing pricing boom.
So we got
we took advantage.
$166,000 from that, and then we signed onto a contract to do a tiny house build that was $140,000.
Cool.
It is really cool. And then they increased the price to $174,000.
Who did, the builders?
The builders.
Okay.
And we almost didn't do it. We really shouldn't have done it, but then we decided to go
Is it
ahead.
making money? Do you have 2 homes?
It's my office.
He works from it.
And guest house.
What a joke. What a joke.
Now, hear me out. So I'm having a really hard time keeping down a job. Like the job that I had before this, I was only there for 6 months. Just the stress gets to me and being...
And what are you going to do? For the rest of your life?
That's the problem I'm trying to solve.
Disability? What?
Well, these lottery tickets. Like if any of these...
You mean the companies? Stop calling them lottery tickets. It's still stupid investment.
These people are retarded. Let us play some video games, shall we? I'll let you guys decide in chat. I'll make a poll. I've seen CKY Beastman vs. Skeletor. It's not good. It's super annoying.
Please draw the shape of the smallest particle in existence.
Quark.
Check out evangelical MAGA voters protesting against Trump's move to dismantle you said lol.
Okay, I'll do that just after I draw a Quark. Not perfectly circular. Okay, that's better. There's my drawing of a Quark. Maybe we'll give him little feet. Here's some little arms. Give him some hair. Mustache. Pants. Alright, there's my drawing of a Quark. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Yeah, it's making me... even evangelical voters protesting Trump's evangelical charity resettles refugees. Okay. Evangelicals getting fed up. Well, what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Ben. Alright, looks like we're gonna play Spider-Man 2.
I'm back. You were saying? Miles is fine. We're out looking for him now. Find Lee. Miles has to be there too. Has to be.
I'll go check it out. If he so much as laid a hand on Miles.
Hello? It's Dr. Connors. Sorry, I asked Harry for your... number. Please, come back to the lab. We need to remove the symbiote. The hold that it's already taking on your mind, it's only going to get worse.
I'm busy! No one listens! Can't forget about Lee. Genki said he was seen near Feast.
I left the best parts of me here. I'm not looking for a fight. Craven has the other Spider-Man trapped in an old mansion east of the city. He saved me. Told me to find you. This was the only way I knew how. I owe him my life. And much more. If we hurry...
No. You've done enough.
You should be proud of him. He reminds me of you.
Reminds him of me. He doesn't even know me. Or Miles. A little bit of help now, all of a sudden he's a good guy. As soon as Miles is safe, Lee's going back in a cell. Not now, MJ. Is Spider-Man doing more harm than good? How about now? Now who needs the old Spider-Man? What's so great about the new Spider-Man anyway? He can't even stop some hunters. They destroyed the EMF. Destroyed my life. I'm going to lose May's house because of them and... Craven.
I wonder if the little spider will survive.
Where is he? Where is Spider-Man?
Find him yourself! Stay focused! Fight!
Getting him at a shot! Keep him off our fire support!
Tell me where he is! Tell me!
I'm assured that material is unbreakable. But I believe anything can be broken. You still hold back.
Marvel Rivals is fucking garbage, dude. Fuck that game.
Maybe you lack motivation.
We're gonna play Ghost of Tsushima more. We're gonna finish the game. People just voted for this tonight. Yeah, seriously, getting trapped like this, he can literally lift a train.
Let us make this a glorious ending! You destroyed my city! Took the lives of so many people!
Fuck.
That was their fate. Just as this is ours. Your followers treat you like some kind of god! But you're just a dying old man looking for a way out!
Oh.
So you know then? Then you know I will not die in a sick bed. Only an equal may taste my last breath. Rip me apart and parade your achievement through the streets.
Fuck. Oh, really?
Am I too quick for you? I hope you're enjoying it. Tonight won't end well for you. I study all of my prey. You are agile, intelligent, vulnerable to emotion. So am I. Do not let the taste of power get to your head. Get back out here! Come.
What in the fuck? I pressed the button.
Minds observant. My. Show me what you are capable of! Stop hiding!
Are you kidding me? Well, Putin definitely has body doubles. That's been proven.
Why are you so based on women but you don't see the issue with minorities and LGBT and degeneracy? Also, having women in the workplace ruined the work market for men by diluting the job market just like Mexican immigrants do. Women shouldn't work. Agree?
No. I like the idea of women being able to pay for their own stupid nonsense. Thanks for the donation, bigot.
Bring it out! Why do you hide your strength from me? You call me a dying old man, and yet... You call me a dying old man, and yet here I breathe.
Oh my god.
Come, crush my bones into powder. Leave my body for the maggots and the field mice. Shut up! Gorgeous. Kill me, and the ringing stops. Rip him apart. I'll tear you limb from limb. Do it, or I will gut you and mount you on my wall.
Are you kidding me?
I'll show you what I can do.
Damn it.
Come to me. So many years, I've waited for a predator capable of defeating me. Enough talking. And then I found you, and you'll regret that. I won't. I will not let God decide my fate.
Can I, like, fucking pick the thing up for fuck's sakes?
You can't hide from me!
What? Thank you, camera.
Why do you hide your strength from me? You call me a dying old man, and yet here I breathe. Shut up! Come, crush my bones into powder. Leave my body for the maggots and the field mice. Shut up! Rip him apart. I'll tear you limb from limb. Do it, or I will gut you and mount you on my wall.
Fuck.
So many years, I've waited for a predator
What?
capable of defeating me. Enough talking! And then I found you. And you'll regret that! No, I won't. I will not let God decide my fate! Stronger than I thought! Get back out here! That sound! I can't!
No. God damn it. I support the idea of women's rights, but feminism is entirely different from women's rights.
It's just me. You almost killed him, man! What are you doing?
You're in the way, Miles! You're in the way, Miles!
Always in the way.
I could have fixed everything!
How? By strangling him? That's not what we do!
Try to mentor me! You're the one running away from your problems! You're the one hell-bent on revenge!
Revenge? All I wanted was to protect my family. Protect you!
You're not better than me!
I'm not saying that! You're stronger than some soup, Pete! Don't listen to it!
What? Listen to you!
Yes! Listen to me! What are you so afraid of?
I need this suit. It makes me a better Spider-Man. You just want it for yourself.
All I want is to save you!
I'm the hero. I don't get sick. Why are you doing this? I made you. You owe me.
I know you don't mean that!
All I wanted was to save everyone. MJ, May. Now the city thinks that I'm the problem.
You think I'm the problem?
But I'm not anymore.
I'm the solution.
Fuck. How does feminism and women's rights differ, and why do you support the latter but not the former? Feminism is a Marxist political theory, and women's rights is women's rights. So you'll notice that anytime somebody says they're part of a feminist movement or they're feminist, it also comes along with a lot of other bullshit. So this idea that the West is built off of oppression, slavery, some patriarchy, capitalism is some kind of evil, and it's a hierarchical system that just causes oppression. We need to defund the police. We need to allow open borders. A whole lot of other stuff. So feminism isn't just women's rights anymore. It used to be, but it's a Marxist political theory at this point.
I can't let this go. I'm finally everything everyone needs me to be.
Yeah? You don't even answer my calls anymore, man!
Spider Cat.
And what about MJ? You could have killed her! I know you're hurting, Pete, but you're better than this!
I know, but... No.
Oh, we have to do this all again.
People in my life, they keep dying. I blame myself for that. They needed a hero, and if I thought some suit could save them, maybe I'd be in your shoes now. But this kind of power is the reason they're gone. Not you, not me.
Shut up!
Stronger than that. This time, you have to save yourself. You will. I'm not losing you, Pete. Pete, come on, man. Just focus on me. Come on! I'm stronger than this. You hear me?
Hit the bell again, dum-dum.
Come on, let's move. These last few days, Miles, I'm sorry. Thank you for everything. It's what Spider-Man do.
I'd support feminism if it wasn't a Marxist political theory, so if it was just about women's rights, then sure.
What now? I have to talk to Dr. Connors. He said he knows how to destroy it.
Wait, what about Harry? Doesn't he kind of need it?
His dad is working on another cure. One that doesn't involve aliens.
You know, if you need me, I'm just a call away. Well, once I let my mom know this, she still has a son.
I know.
Just glad to have you back, man.
All right.
Dr. Connors, I got the suit off. It's contained, but what do I do now?
Bring it to Oscorp Tower. There's a tank there that will subdue it. I have to prep a few things first, but I'll let you know when I'm on my way. One thing before we meet. Now that the symbiote is off of you, how are you feeling?
Fine. Relieved that it's over. Ashamed at what I did.
It's not your fault. There's still so much we don't know. Just tell me right away if you feel any changes in your mood, behavior.
But it's off me. I'm cured, right?
Very likely. Yes. Just do your best to keep that thing contained.
Copy that. Okay. I've been ignoring the city for too long.
Why in the fuck? We can't just go to Oscorp Tower right away?
Some jerks are trying to break into that building.
We're just gonna carry this thing in our back that can escape at any time?
Hey, need a dance partner? Shouldn't have been waiting. How you like it now? Thanks for the assist. Just trying to keep up with you.
Let's do the Amazing Spider-Man suit. That looks pretty cool.
I haven't told MJ yet.
Hello?
MJ! She went in without me. I'm going after her. No. They're still breathing. But I don't know if the flame is gonna be so lucky. Not after Yuri said how dangerous he is. We have no idea what their Crimson Hour Doomsday event is. And she just runs
I wish I could jump that high. That'd be pretty sweet.
Trust the flame and keep...
I think I saw something move.
Take your place with the unworthy!
Why isn't it doing the thing? I see.
Gotta take these guys out before they alert the others. All right. Where are you, Yuri? That's not I just need to get to her.
Where am I going? Yeah, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh my god. Like this seems like the most logical. Oh, here. Maybe?
Anyone?
That's a map of Brooklyn. Is that where the Crimson Hour is supposed to happen? A warehouse, scrapyard, parking lot, library? What's the connection? Why Brooklyn? What's Oscorp got to do with all of this? Book of Flame. They want the world to burn, so they can live in what's left.
Is there some other stupid shit I need to find?
These walls are just falling apart.
Am I leaving?
No!
What now?
I want this cleared as soon as possible.
What happened to the roof team? You're not in charge.
Get it together. The flame needs us. Clear that rubble now! Now!
Yuri's behind that rubble. I take out these cultists, I can get to her. And the flame. Wait. They're making explosives here. They're not waiting for the Crimson Hour. They want to cause it. Must trust.
You're late, Boom Beacon! Or did you get left behind?
Don't you know? Only squares show up to parties on time!
There's no place for you in the new world!
Where's this Crimson Hour? Is Brooklyn the target? Brooklyn, just the beginning! Here comes the burn! What do you people want?
It's not about what we want! It's about fate! That's fire for you!
Ah, what the fuck?
I'll take this. Now to clear the rubble.
Who said anything about Oscorp?
I like the Indiana Jones movies. The latest game that came out just seems lame as fuck.
As I prophesied! No!
I knew you had it in you, Yuri. There. That'll keep pressure on it until I can... If you want the flame, you're gonna have to go through me.
Then you're about
She's literally just an Asian woman.
You're going to have to kill him, Yuri. My prophecy says he'll never stop.
I'll finish you when I'm done! The flame needs to die, Spider-Man. The longer he lives, the more people will get hurt.
There are other ways to stop him. Less traumatic. This path you're on never ends well, Yuri. Trust me.
Trust you? What about you trusting me? You weren't there the last time he escaped. You didn't find the body. You didn't see his face.
No, I can't even imagine. But that still doesn't make this right.
I am not letting him get away again. I can't.
Well, that's too bad, Yuri. Because I don't die.
It's not like I want to free him.
No! You just want to go halfway!
Congratulations. You get to live out the rest of your life behind bars.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a Carnage DLC, but they scrapped it. I don't know why they didn't do any story DLC for the game. It's really weird. I think it had something to do with the pandemic maybe and some other shit, and they had a lot of their team working on like the Wolverine game or some crap.
I'm only gonna enjoy this
So
a
I'm
little.
assuming Carnage, Hobgoblin, and Dr. Octopus are going to be the main villains for the next game.
Get out of my way!
You know I can't do that!
Open your eyes!
Everything's blurry.
You care more about being good than doing good! You always have!
You used to believe we could do both! You talk like I've never saved anyone!
And nobody's died under your watch? I doubt that! You're the one who wanted to wait to come here! If we had followed your plan, the flame would have escaped by now! You're a fool! And you're not the authority on justice! Why would you be?
Fuck.
You're just a man in a costume! How many times have you messed up?
Fuck.
Too many!
I've never said I was perfect!
Stop acting like it and let's kill him!
Do you see veganism and animal rights as one and the same? No. Veganism is abolitionist, whereas animal rights can be welfarist. Alright, take care, freaky, creepy gamer. Sweet dreams.
You need to figure out your priorities. Because I'd rather lose sleep over the one person I killed than all the ones I didn't save.
Hell yeah. Dude, most superheroes are fucking pussies. I don't know why the fuck they have like no kill policies.
Let the flame hurt anyone else.
Obviously some criminals that you should kill.
Okay. I'm heading over to Oscorp Tower now.
Right. See you there. I haven't told MJ yet.
Hello?
MJ, I got the suit
Fuck.
off. And I'm so sorry.
Go on.
For treating you and everyone I care about like absolute crap. I'm heading to Oscorp to store the suit until Dr. Connors and I can figure out what to do.
Does Harry know?
No. But Norman's been working on an alternate cure that's showing real promise. We will save Harry.
Well, it's a relief to hear you sounding like yourself again. Go wrap things up. I'll see you at home.
Got a lot more apologies to make when this is all settled. One thing at a time.
finally got it off. My hero.
Harry, we've got to destroy it. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to lose yourself like I did.
Pete, please.
You don't understand. Connor said it was...
I saved your life? And you won't save mine? Do you want me to die?
Yeah, the crippled guy. Oh my god. Yeah, the crippled guy overpowered Spider-Man and broke the thing. Yeah, sure.
Harry, are you...
Oh, God.
No! Don't hurt him!
Like, there's this monstrous tank of a fucking creature there. And he's like, don't hurt him! Like, as if Spider-Man could hurt him. Yeah, don't hurt that thing.
No! Non-lethal! Just get it off of him!
Yeah, non-lethal. Like, by the way, by now they would have known the creature's weakness is sound, so why don't they have any sound weapons?
On your knees! Hands on your head! Get back up in here now! What is that? Run! Run! The hell with non-lethal! Fire everything! It won't last long! Harry? Harry, stop! This is hopeless. But we've never been closer to a cure. We'll find one now. And so does Peter.
I'm exploring every possibility there is. The failures we've had, they're all Harry.
I don't know if they're ever going to introduce Eddie Brock into this series. It would have made a lot more sense to have Eddie Brock and then have Harry have the health problem and become the Green Goblin.
Lock down the whole building!
Tell the other floors to evacuate.
Get that suit off as soon as he's down! Open it!
Just stop! I can save you!
How is he still standing?
Yeah, I played Uncharted 4.
Harry, I screwed up. I knew this suit was dangerous when we found it, and I never should have brought it anywhere close to you. I'm sorry. This is all my fault, all right? Not yours. Not yours. Taking the shot!
Firing! Can't be invaded!
Am I the only one hitting it? I got a shot! Right now! Watch him! Watch him! Just breathe, boys! Breathe! You got going down! Firing!
Where are you going to go? There's nothing you can do. What's that flying around out there? Is that ours? Harry, there are people outside trying to get you, but it's safe in here. If you're worried about getting in trouble, I can make it go away. Just stop now.
Still going!
Talk to me, Harry. I can fix this. I can save you. Let me save you.
Am I the only one hitting it? You're not messing around!
Harry, don't!
This doesn't... Please. Please.
Venom 2 is great. I really loved the second Venom movie. Venom 1 was also good. I still haven't seen the third though.
Harry, I'm begging you! Stop! They're going to kill you out there! I can't lose you too!
I don't know how Osborn would still have a company after all this. He found a dangerous alien life form, caused who knows how many fucking deaths and property damage. Like, he'd get sued into fucking oblivion.
Is that all you can do?
Strength! Is this the spot?
Craven's pretty jacked in this game.
We were separated because of you. Is that so? Excellent. Long have I dreamt of a perfect death, drenched in fire and blood. Will you give it to me? You destroyed our work, hurt our friends. Let your vengeance feast upon my flesh. Make this my final hunt, the end of all things. Yes! Hunt me! The spider could not satisfy me. But you, how fast are you?
Why does my gut expand and bloat so much after eating carrots? Is it possible to have some sort of fiber intolerance? No, probably not. When people say these things, like there are foods that, like carrots, especially raw carrots, they're very hard, fibrous. They also have high volume. So the amount of carrots you need to eat to like actually feel full is quite a lot in terms of sheer volume. And when people say I feel so bloated or something after eating X food, like it's so subjective too. So compared to other foods, it might be far more filling or something for you and you end up feeling kind of bloated. But it really doesn't matter. Like, as long as it's not causing, like, some really, problematic issue for you where, I don't know, you're farting nonstop and you have to go to work and you're farting all over the place and you're annoying people with your farts. Like, who cares?
Yes! You will be my final hunt, and I shall be your first! Let us show the world what death should be! You want death? Then give up! I want it to be worthy of me! Do you know what it's like to have your body betray you? Weakness will not claim me! If I am to die soon, I will die roaring! You're just a little man. I have conquered every land and tamed nature itself. Man is beneath me!
Mom.
Who cares? Don't care about your dumb gay mom.
What did I just do?
Don't be scared, honey. You finally have the power to do what we've always wanted. We're going to heal the world.
How?
Let me show you.
How am I gonna find you out there? Our EMF badges were RF enabled. If Harry's still wearing his badge, I can use Oscorp satellite dishes to find him. Please be wearing that badge. Great. Getting a strong signal that way. Time to move. This signal is moving around. It's gotta still be on Harry. I was such a jerk to Harry when I had that suit. I need to find him, apologize, and try to get through to him. Closing in on you, buddy. Help's on the way. Hang in there. We'll get this thing off you. And I'll work with your dad and Dr. Connors to get you fixed up. Somehow. The signal stopped moving. Stay there, buddy. Let's pinpoint his location a bit more. He's gotta be under that overpass. What is all this stuff? Harry, you back here? Damn, just his badge. Maybe he's still around here somewhere. I know he'll listen to me if I can just get through to him. Yes.
Richard, how are you feeling tonight? I just got here, so I have no. Check out this animal art.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's really good. My goodness. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh my god. That's really freaking good. That's amazing. Oh my goodness, look at these kitties. Oh my god, that's good. Wow. Yeah, I'll message you that thing I made. For some fucking reason. I have no idea why that picture I Made, didn't send. I'll figure it out later. But thanks for the donation, even though. Jalen Donatillers, you have any thoughts on long-term relationship ghosting? People can't seem to recover from this. Why is it so brutal for people? Is it abusive? People need closure, I guess. If somebody ghosts you, who fucking cares? They don't want you around. So, learn to be a fucking adult and not give a shit what other people think and what they do. The only thing you have control over is your own emotions, your own actions. So, anybody can leave, ghost you, never talk to you again, treat you like shit, whatever. It's not up to you. So stop caring about shit you have no control over. And the only thing you should be concerned with is your own strength. So work out, get stronger, get fitter, eat well, sleep well. Learn to control your own thoughts and emotions, meditate, and that's really all you should be concerned with. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. But I'm good. I'm doing good even now. Just being chilling, really. Thanks for the donation again. Let me see if I can fucking get that photo to send, or picture I drew. Yeah, lately it's been making me like restart my fucking iPad and shit. If I want to send crap. Still not fucking sending. There we go. Finally worked. Oh my god. What is... Why? Here we go. Okay, sent you it on Instagram. Thanks for the donation again. Cat.
There you are. Harry? It's me. Hey, Harry. You hear me? Listen, we're gonna figure out a cure. Something better. Harry? You're not...
Kind of miss having that extra symbiote strength right now.
symbiotes somehow? This is horrific. How do I stop them without hurting them? Looks like I freed one of them. Just stay calm. Don't move. You'll be okay. I hope. These things are brutal. Gonna need Miles' help.
Miles, tell me something good.
Miles, there's trouble with Harry. He got the suit back, and it changed him. He's turning people into symbiotes somehow. I'm holding my own, but it's like punching molasses. We've gotta find a better way to get these things off of people. Call me. I gotta find Harry and stop him before this gets worse.
Richard, look how sharp and piercing Joe's eyes look.
And nice try. Thanks for the donation.
You sure you're okay? Miles, I need help with these things.
Got your messages. Sorry, I've been looking for my mom. Assume you saw Craven's dead?
Yeah, this is the PC version.
No.
If you have a lower end system, it's not very well optimized, but yeah, got a 4090, it runs fine.
You think it was Harry? Maybe.
I've been able to run this on low settings on my laptop that just has
When you were under the influence,
laptop 3060. Runs fine. It's low settings, but you know, it's 3060.
I can recreate the bell sonic elements. Then we can use it against Harry and his army.
That's genius. Glad you decided to study music tech.
Feel free to share that opinion with the college acceptance board. What's up, Genki?
There you are. Your mom and I
We were looking for you.
And I was looking for you. I texted you I was okay.
Well, I didn't get it because we've been on the subway looking for you.
We're glad you're okay. I'll ride with your mom.
That last Donna wasn't me. Got the pic, looks great. Thank you. Hurrah. 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 You. Hurrah.
Well, that's good. Glad you enjoy that pick. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Yeah, dude, like, that debate was weird. I outlined it pretty obviously. Like, if there's a possible world where no child rape occurs and a world where child rape occurs, all else being equal, wouldn't an all good God choose the world where there's no child rape? And they were like, no, not necessarily. I don't know, like, when they're biting the bullet on stupid shit like that, I don't know what the fuck they mean by good, and maybe it could be fleshed out more in another debate, but that's kind of insane to me. Isaac messaged me about the debate I had.
I'm back home. Can you meet us?
Gotta deal with something first, but I'll be there as soon as I can. Okay. Gotta recreate the sound
Spider
of
cat.
Craven's bell. What sounds can I use around here? Perfect. Same shape as Craven's bell. Even if it's a tenth the size. Serious echo chamber. Could come in handy. How do I get the bell into that hangar?
Thee than thou, donate $2. Oops, sorry, Richard copied the wrong link. Behold Joy's piercing eyes. Yeah, nice try. Thanks for the donation.
That container looks promising. If I drop it, I'll get some nice resonance.
Is there something else I'm supposed to be looking for? Or?
Yes! Recorded it. Whoa! Symbiotes! How'd they get uptown so fast?
Ah, God. Fuck!
Sorry I punched you. Just stay down until I'm done here. Pete was right. These things are fierce. Gotta remember there are people in there. Better finish off this mix before more of them show up. Now to ring the bell. Echo! Great reverb in here. Almost. Need some echo. Plenty of echo in that hangar. There's the engine, no power. Here we go. Yes, Super Echo recorded. Almost done. Just need a low frequency boost with a pulse. Something like a helicopter's blades. Gotta get up there. Needs to get right up to the rotor.
Spider cat.
Yes, got it. Oh no, here come more. Where are they coming from? Spider-Man, symbiotes follow me uptown. Could use your help.
I'm on my way. Did you get your sound?
Yeah. Now I just need to figure out how to weaponize them.
I've got a plan for that. Be there soon. here. What'd I miss?
Very funny. Let me transfer these sounds.
Hopefully this'll help.
Come on. Go!
Whoa! Work! Nice job, Miles. Now let's save these people.
Nice one. Get them right on time.
Dodo donates $2. Can we watch this? It's interesting Spider-Man break time.
We can see in the universe. I know that this formula probably looks intimidating. It did to me when I first saw it, but I'm going to show you today how we can start with a completely empty universe, make just one assumption, ask just one simple question, and from that derive the entire theory of matter. We're actually going to build a universe starting with a completely empty spacetime. If you've always wanted to learn how physicists can explain the universe simply by using a pen and paper and some math, I normally don't make hyperbolic claims, but I think you might just get blown away if you follow me to the end of this video. You don't want to miss what's coming up right now. So let's set the stage. I'm going to introduce the gauge principle to you. Now, don't get bogged down by the name. This is just a physics principle that is the basis for all fundamental interactions in quantum field theory. Quantum field theory is the theory that describes all matter and all forces in the universe except gravity. So now imagine an empty universe with nothing in it. Let's now add a field that permeates the entire universe. You might ask, well, what's a field? A quantum field is not made of anything. It is a mathematical concept. You can think of it simply as properties in spacetime. The analogy would be like the temperature distribution in a room. The distribution is not made of anything. It's just properties of different parts of the room. So if you took the temperature in one corner, it might be different than the temperature in another corner. You could make a temperature grid of spacetime in the room this way. A field is kind of like this. It represents certain properties in spacetime. So in our empty universe, with literally nothing, we imagine a field that exists everywhere. Let's make it more concrete. We can say that this is the electron field. We can model such a field with the Dirac-Lagrangian, which is an equation describing all fermion fields, including the electron field. Now, don't get nervous about the math. I'll explain what we're looking at here. The Lagrangian simply describes the difference between a system's kinetic and potential energy. Since any matter field must contain both particles and its counterpart.
Would you rather have Spider-Man's powers or a symbiote? I think I'd rather have a symbiote. Because a symbiote allows you to, one, have more strength. Two, you also don't need web shooters. Spider-Man runs out of web shooters and he has to actually make it. You can also shapeshift. So if you want new clothes, if you want to look like somebody else, the symbiote allows you to do that. And it also, like, cures any diseases you possibly could have. Like, it repairs your body on a cellular level.
Curious now, what kind of bullshit link's my imposter trying to send you?
It's he who shall not be named. Thanks for the donation, the then now.
Antiparticles, both are represented here. The psi bar represents the wave function of the anti-electron or positron, and the psi represents the wave function of the electron. The left term in the parentheses represents the field's kinetic energy. It captures how the particles move in spacetime. And the m is the mass, representing the potential energy of the field. You might ask, why is there an imaginary term every time you see a quantum mechanics equation? Well, it has to do with the fact that we are describing wave functions, which have complex components. The I is necessary to describe them mathematically. It's a mathematical convenience. The I doesn't represent anything physical. In the end, for anything measurable, we will only have real numbers. So you might say the I is just a means to an end. The partial derivative del mu just captures the change in the coordinates, which is motion. The I gamma mu is a complex mathematical matrix term introduced by Dirac to correctly describe matter particles. For now, don't get bogged down by where it comes from. Just know that it represents the kinetic energy of the particle. Now, what's fascinating about this equation is how useless it is. But it's fundamental. It's useless because it doesn't describe anything measurable. It just describes a field with no interactions. Without interactions, we can't measure anything. In fact, without interactions, we wouldn't even be able to detect this field. But it's fundamental because this is the best thing we have that correctly describes how matter works. The equation describes the electron field with two excitations, that of the electron and that of the anti-electron. What do I mean by excitation? An excitation is simply like a bundle of energy in the field, corresponding to the energy of the particle. And this field spans all of spacetime. So very simply put, what this is describing is an electron with a mass m which can move in spacetime. To make this equation come to life, we have to introduce the gauge principle. To do that, we have to make a demand to this equation. The demand we're going to make is that this equation must have a symmetry, like that of a circle with a radius of 1. Basically, what we're saying is that if we rotate the entire field in any direction, it should act the same. Nothing should change. So consider a 2D plane with the x-axis being the real plane and the y-axis being the imaginary plane. Then we can make a circle going from the real plane to the imaginary plane, and the radius of the circle will be 1. A circle is particularly interesting because you can rotate the circle in...
Oh, yeah, I'm never gonna do that. Joey still has piercing eyes though, and it's unfortunate that somebody is trying to screw that up. But we all know who the loser is, don't we?
77,777,777,777,777,777. Yes. Thanks for the donation, Nathan, now.
An infinite number of ways. I can turn it 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 45.1 degrees, or anything I want. Doing so should not lead to a change. Now, it might seem arbitrary why we would want to demand this kind of symmetry of the theory, but I promise you, this will make sense in the end, and you may be blown away. Now, to force this symmetry demand on our 2D plane, we add a term that contains the angle theta, representing the rotation of our field. Then we check if the theory changes by doing this. So the psi becomes psi e to the I theta, and psi bar becomes psi bar e to the negative I theta. Now, nothing should change if the symmetry holds. If we insert this transformation back into the Dirac-Lagrangian, we get the following, where the I theta transforms our original equation. But we can simply move the exponential terms like this. And then we see that the exponential rotational terms just cancel out, and we get our original equation back. This shows us that the equation obeys the symmetry of our circle globally. In other words, if we rotate the whole field spanning the entire universe by any degree, it won't change. By the way, this is called U1 symmetry, which this Lagrangian obeys. But what if we demand that this symmetry be valid locally at some arbitrary space-time coordinate x? In other words, we're asking whether this equation changes if we rotate the field at some confined location rather than globally. In this case, the transformation depends on the space-time coordinate x, which looks like this. So in this case, the psi transforms to psi e to the I theta x, and the psi bar transforms to the psi bar e to the negative I theta x. So the theta now becomes theta x due to our local symmetry demand. We now insert this transformation once again into the Dirac-Lagrangian. But now, because when the del mu term acts on the theta x term, after doing the math, we get an extra term in the final equation. So this equation has changed from the original. This means that the local rotation we demanded breaks the symmetry. So what now? Is our theory dead? Is the game over? No. In fact, this is our guide to make one of the greatest theories in physics. We ask, what can we do to make the symmetry demand work? And this is where the mathematics forces us to do things that blows the mind. It turns out that the solution to regain the symmetry is to introduce a new field, a force field, the photon field. If instead of just writing the Dirac-Lagrangian like this, we write the Dirac-Lagrangian with the photon field, it looks like this, where Q is the electric charge and A sub mu is our new photon field. This allows the equation to transform in such a way that it does obey the symmetry of our circle in the 2D plane. Now I'll go through the math so that you can see it, but you can skip this part if it's too overwhelming. The important thing is the result. So when we transform both the fermion and the photon field, these are the terms that describe that transformation. Again, theta x is the angle of local rotation. So let's go through the steps of the math where we insert these terms into our original Dirac-Lagrangian. I'm just going to stay quiet and we're going to animate the math so that you can see what's happening. After doing the math, we get the extra term as before, but also another new term from the photon transformation. This is what the equation looked like without the photon field, and this is what the equation now looks like with the photon field. And this new third term, it turns out, cancels the second term we didn't want to have. And so we are now back to the original equation describing the electron field interacting with the photon field. We just demonstrated that we have local symmetry of the electron field if we introduce a new force field mediated by photons. This means that by adding the photon field with the appropriate transformation, also called a gauge transformation, we can restore symmetry, called U1 symmetry. And we now have an interacting theory where the extra term we're forced to add is the QED interaction. This is the basis of quantum electrodynamics, which is the theory of the electromagnetic force. It shows us how electromagnetism interacts with anything that has an electric charge. And this result comes from the simple local symmetry demand that we made on our matter field. Why is this in any way meaningful? We just added a little extra term to the equation. We were forced to add the photon field in the form of an interaction with the electrons. So this now makes it a useful theory because there's an interaction that we can detect. In fact, we can see what we did with this extra term in this simple QED Feynman diagram. We can read this diagram as an electron interacting with a photon. An electron comes in from the left side, absorbs a photon. The energy of the photon moves the electron to a higher energy state on the right. Think about this. This is the interaction of electromagnetism responsible for everything you see. Everything because you need photons to see with your eyes. You feel electromagnetic interactions when something touches your skin. Electromagnetism is the way you experience the world, and it is how we measure basically anything. Without this interaction, the universe wouldn't be much of anything to us. How electrons and atoms go from one shell to another.
Okay, Dodo wanted me to watch that.
My turn.
Oh, we did it.
I dropped a pin for EMTs. They'll take care of these people.
Good thinking.
Subway is messed up. The train is totally stuck. Like goo on the windows.
Yankee?
Rick Douglas Circle. There's a bunch of us.
Yankee, we're on our way.
Great.
Get here, mijo. I love you.
Love you too. Why is Harry doing this? Creating all these things.
I don't think Harry's the one doing it. At least not the Harry I know.
Then who is? The symbiote?
Yeah. I'm no expert, but it seems like it's trying to make itself a new home.
Harry? That's Harry?
Where'd he go? We'll find him later. Right now, we need to save your mom and Genki. Watch yourself!
Harry looked a lot different than you did when you had the suit.
I think that would have been me eventually, if you hadn't saved me.
Gotta check in with Mom and Genki. They're not answering. We gotta get in there.
We will! As soon as we clear the...
That's it.
Spider-Man, it's you!
Yeah.
The doors are stuck.
We gotta move these tendrils somehow.
You need to hurry.
All these tendrils are alive. Connected. There's gotta be a central nerve somewhere. Bingo! Let's hit a nerve.
It's pulling back.
But not enough. They're still trying to get into the trains. There's gotta be another nerve cluster around here.
What?
Oh, wow. Too big for a single sonic burst. Think we can chain some together?
Yeah, but they'll need time to sync up.
How much time does it need? Bro,
I don't know who Dreamy Bull
how
is.
much time?
A minute? Maybe a little more?
Keep your spidey sense sharp. This might get wild.
These things really don't want us here.
Nice job!
Hope you learned your lesson.
Keep that momentum!
They're shooting stuff at us!
I know! Just keep moving!
Fuck. What in the fuck? Get that one, dipshit.
That's good! Almost there! Just need one more to sink!
Miles, can you hear it? Tentacles coming in the windows! Grabbing people!
Just hang on!
We see you. You can do it.
Keep it up! Just a little longer!
Oh, I died. What the fuck? No! I didn't even notice my health was low. Oh, son of a bitch. This is fucking annoying.
These things really don't want us here.
How long does this shit take?
Pete, they're near the heart. Good one.
Oh, minute 40. Okay.
They're getting close to the weapon. Nice. Need an assist? I don't like this. They're too close. That's good. Nice job! They're shooting stuff at us! I know! Just keep moving! Almost there! Just need one more thing!
Miles, can you hear it? Tentacles coming in the windows! Grabbing people!
Just hang on!
We see you. You can do it.
Keep it up! Just a little longer! Just a few seconds longer! Gotcha, man!
We did it. Let's get to your mom and Genki.
Would you rather shit a pineapple or pee a grape?
Spider-Man.
I guess shit a pineapple.
What happened?
I took your advice. I let go of some things that didn't serve me. Come on.
That really sucks. I thought I was gonna die. My life was flashing before my eyes.
You're good, man.
Wait, that time when we went mini golfing for my birthday and I got that hole-in-one to win, I cheated. I picked up the ball and dropped it in when you weren't looking, and
You were 8.
And honestly, I never liked the sandwiches you traded for at lunch, but I went along with it because I knew how much you loved my mom's banchan, and I'm seeing someone new, by the way. Her name's Andy, and she's great, and please don't kill me, but I just thought of a sequel for Sweet Nonagon, and
Wait. Andy from Kim? Oh, she's real cool.
Thanks for saving us.
Look, I'm sorry I've been so busy. I'll do better. Make the time to hang out.
Be careful. Genki, let's get uptown. I'll make you something good for dinner.
Next step, find Harry.
I'll take downtown.
I got uptown. Well, I'm looking for Harry. I should check in on some other things.
Okay. It is late, and it is about time for bed. So tomorrow is the UFC fight. So I'm going to do an earlier stream and then end at 10 p.m. So I'll try to start streaming probably around like 4 at the latest. But yeah, probably 2, 3-ish. And then we're gonna end at 10 p.m. when the UFC fights start. So we'll start a bit earlier tomorrow. And yeah, that's what'll happen tomorrow. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Somebody just donated. Let me see.
Look, according to Leviticus 20:13, homosexuals are evil and we should kill them. Look!
That's interesting, but when's the last time you got a haircut?
I don't know, a couple weeks ago?
Do not cut the hair at the sides of your head. That's a quote.
Who said that?
The exact same guy who in that book says we should kill gay people.
Shut up! Being gay is wrong!
And so are haircuts.
Okay, thanks for the donation, eh? Alright, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, and sweet dreams.